The large sound wave echoed across the world like furious waves. The echo of this sound seemed to replace all other sounds in the area. At this moment, this was the only sound people could hear. Make way! This was a cry for survival, the roar of every cultivator here. This sound was like a sharp sword that could penetrate everything. The roar of more than 100 cultivators would cause even a Nirvana scryer cultivator's heart to tremble. Make way! The sound wave had just dissipated when an even louder burst appeared. This wave chased after the previous one, forming an even more astonishing momentum. This was sounded by Wang Lin. After that, he suddenly took a step forward. Wang Lin wasn't the only one to move. All of the cultivators that rushed into the area also stepped forward. Although these steps were in the void, they gave off a very shocking rumble. It was as if they were going to shatter the world with their steps. Wang Lin didn't stop, he continued step by step. Each step shook the world as he walked toward the 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This momentum was too strong. If one wasn't there, it would be impossible to feel the shock. More than 100 cultivators roared as they charged down the path to survival with bloodshot eyes toward the transfer array. This scene caused the heart's 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial to tremble. Although they were strong, they were still shaken by this momentum. As the cultivators rushed, their steps and roars echoed across the fragment. The smell of blood filled the air, and under all of this, one of the messenger's face became pale and he subconsciously took a step back. Once he retreated, it was like a broken dam that couldn't be stopped. Once he took a step back, he immediately took another. The other messengers were the same. Under the pressure of this crazed momentum, they began to retreat. Retreat, 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 retreat. The 6 of them continued to retreat. They needed to retreat, they could not retreat, they had to retreat. There was an irresistible momentum before them. Although each of them could slaughter a majority of these cultivators, after what happened earlier, their hearts became timid. They had cultivated for many years, but they had never seen an ascendant cultivator still try to bite them after their body and origin soul had collapsed. Although they had seen people who chose to self-destruct after being seriously injured to hurt the enemy, they had never seen so many people choose the same path. The previous experience had caused an inerasable sense of shock in their hearts. If this was it, it wouldn't be so scary, but among those here were the 2 corporeal yang cultivators and Wang Lin. Their presence combined with the people rushing at them caused a sense of fear to appear in their timid hearts, especially when Wang Lin easily killed one of them. They couldn't resist. They could only retreat, retreat again, and continue to retreat. The 6 of them retreated faster and faster until they reached the entrance of the transfer array. Open the formation so we can leave. They're mad. A bunch of lunatics. One of the middle-aged men's expression was pale as they looked at the red-eyed cultivators charging at them. There was no need for him to speak at all. 3 of them immediately sat down and began forming seals to activate the transfer array to leave. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he took one step and charged into the transfer array. Many cultivators charged in behind him. While 3 people activated the transfer array, the remaining 3 clenched their teeth and charged forward. One of them formed a seal and coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. There was a golden lock inside, and it immediately grew very large. Lock the origin and seal the soul. He had a ferocious expression as the golden chains suddenly shattered into countless golden specks that charged at Wang Lin and the cultivators behind him. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. A black wind suddenly gathered in his hand and soon filled the world. The black wind formed a black dragon, and it immediately let out a roar. Cold wind came out from the mouth of the dragon as it roared. The cold wind swept through the countless gold specks before they could affect anything. Then they disappeared one by one before the cultivators. At the same time, Wang Lin's hand reached out and the black dragon descended from the sky. It rapidly gathered inside Wang Lin's palm until it turned into a golden lock. This treasure is very good. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he swallowed the golden lock. The thunder inside his origin soul immediately appeared and began refining it. The face of the cultivator who released the golden lock became pale and he retreated. However, Wang Lin was one step faster. He stepped forth and his right hand, which was filled with power, pressed down on the messenger. As this person retreated, his hand formed a seal and then slapped his bag of holding. 3 small flags appeared around him. Purple gas came out from the flags and formed vortexes. When Wang Lin's fingers pressed down on the purple gas, he immediately felt a powerful force from inside. He couldn't help but stop for a moment, and his eyes narrowed. The messenger used this moment to retreat again. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as he raised his right hand and the beast bone tattoo immediately flew out. The evil aura flashed by and a gray light appeared at the foot of the messenger. This messenger's face was deathly pale as the purple gas around him was trying to resist against the gray light. At this moment, Wang Lin closed in and used the stop spell. The messenger's body immediately stopped. Although it was only for a moment, the gray light immediately diffused across his body. As Wang Lin rushed out, he kicked the messenger with his right foot. A cracking sound was immediately heard. Then the messenger's body turned into pieces of stone and fell to the ground. However, the small flags around the messenger took his origin soul and fled. "Please don't kill me. I'll use a powerful treasure." Before this person finished speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he rushed out. He pointed out with his right hand and the karma whip flew out, causing the origin soul inside the purple mist to let out a miserable groan. Wang Lin grabbed the origin soul and the 3 flags. He then spat out a mouthful of origin energy to form countless restrictions to seal the flags along with the origin soul before he put them away inside his bag. At this moment, the other 2 messengers that had charged out were surrounded by the other cultivators. Under the joint assault of the 2 corporeal yang cultivators who had the backing of some illusory yin and many ascendant cultivators, the 2 messengers were forced to retreat. Just at this moment, there was a flash of silver light and blood sprayed out from the chest of one of the messengers. His eyes dimmed and his origin soul flew out to escape. Before Wang Lin acted, more than a dozen ascendant cultivators attacked with bloodshot eyes along with the ray of silver light that was chasing the soul. A moment later, that messenger was killed. At this moment, the 3 messengers had finished activating the formation. Then, without any hesitation, the 3 of them linked their arms and muttered a complex chant. Then the transfer array immediately began to collapse along the edges. Using the price of collapsing the transfer array, they sped up the activation of the transfer array. In almost an instant, ripples appeared and charged into the sky. Inside the ripples, the 3 messengers had malicious gazes as their figures became distorted and slowly disappeared. As the ripples spread, the transfer array began to shake violently. The light from the surroundings began to gather at the center. As the light gathered, the edges rapidly collapsed. The last messenger battling with the cultivators escaped and immediately charged back into the beam of light. However, just at the moment they were about to dissipate, Wang Lin stepped forth. His 2 fingers formed a sword and the heavenly chop directly landed on the beam of light. The beam of light suddenly collapsed and immediately disappeared. The 4 messengers inside the array revealed looks of fear. It looked as if they were being torn apart as their figures collapsed and disappeared. As the beam of light disappeared, the ripples from the transfer array became even more intense. Dazzling lights gathered once more and another beam of light appeared. The surrounding cultivators all rushed in, as if they would never be able to leave if they were a moment late. Shengong, who was the only person who hadn't attacked the entire time. He owed the Thunder Celestial Temple even though he was being isolated after handing out his Tao Soul. No matter what, he could not act, and in order to avoid trouble, he had used a spell to change his appearance when he was within 5 kilometers of the fragment. At this moment he charged into the beam of light. As more cultivators rushed into the light became even more intense. As Shi Zifeng rushed into the beam of light, she looked back at Wang Lin. She bit her lower lip as if she wanted to say something. The collapse at the edges of the transfer array spread rapidly and in the blink of an eye had almost reached where the light was. At the cost of the collapse of the transfer array, this transfer was about to exceed the limit. Wang Lin entered the beam of light with one step. In his heart he thought, "It's about time to leave. The transfer array collapsing is a good thing. Even if it didn't collapse, I would have destroyed this so that the target location would be scattered. That way, it would have been possible to avoid the possibility of being transferred into the Thunder Celestial Temple." When the beam of light charged into the sky, a powerful force appeared. When the light was about to dissipate, the corporeal young cultivator that turned into the ray of silver light shouted, "Senior, please tell us your name. This big debt will never be forgotten." "Su Mu." Wang Lin dissipated along with the beam of light. Shi Zifeng's eyes lit up and she thought her heart, "Su Mu." At the moment the beam of light disappeared, almost all of the cultivators inside softly whispered, "This big debt will never be forgotten." All of them remembered the name Su Mu. It was something they would never forget in their lives. The moment the beam of light disappeared, the fragment it was on was immediately swallowed by the surrounding rifts, leaving nothing behind. The entire Thunder Celestial Realm was being ravaged by the cold winds from the spatial rifts. This cold wind was very dense, and they continued to increase. Soon, they all linked together as they swept the area. The fragments in the celestial realm continued to collapse. At this moment, there were less than 20 fragments. Pieces of black ice appeared inside this cold wind and continued to spread. Soon, the 20 fragments were covered in the black ice. From a distance, this black ice gave off an eerie aura. Just looking at it would make you feel a chill in your heart. Black ice also formed along the edges of the thunder chains connecting these 20 fragments. Soon, the black ice extended and covered all of the thunder chains. The cultivators that didn't leave in time were all frozen. They remained in the positions they were in before being frozen. Some were flying, struggling, or waiting for death with their eyes closed. The bodies of some of them had collapsed but hadn't dissipated. The flesh and blood that was spraying out were frozen. It was a shocking scene. On one of the fragments was a frozen middle-aged man with a sword frozen in the air before him. He wasn't the only one. The treasures of everyone attempting to escape were frozen. There were even people who were hit by the cold wind as they were using a spell. There was still faint light from their spells in the ice around them. These flickers of light became the only light sources inside the Thunder Celestial Realm. They were scattered like the stars. Although beautiful, if one took a closer look, it was very different. After the icy wind, the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm stopped. Only the black ice was left to tell people of what had happened here. The shadow of a sword flashed through the Thunder Celestial Realm. The surrounding ice had no effect on it as it flew through the Celestial Realm. There was a person standing on the tip of the sword. This person was as ethereal as the sword. The person calmly looked ahead with a smile before disappearing along with the sword. More than 100 ripples appeared in various locations among the 4 regions of the All-Heaven star system. Although they all appeared at different locations, they all appeared at the same time. There was a cultivator inside each ripple. Everyone that appeared was excited. The feeling of surviving death made them enter a trance once they saw the stars. After finding their direction, each cultivator quickly returned to their family. Soon, the news of what happened in the Thunder Celestial Realm spread. There was a particular name that spread like lightning among the dozens of families of the surviving cultivators. Who was it that battled against the strange white-haired man at the Celestial Gate? Who was it that saved many cultivators from death during the time of crisis? Who was it that gave others the will to live during the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm and use a fragment to save countless people? Who was it that brought these people into the transfer array of the Thunder Celestial Temple? He had smashed the barrier, and with one roar scared away messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple to bring everyone to the transfer array before it collapsed. Su Mu. There were big and small families among the dozens of families of the surviving cultivators. However, when banded together, they formed a force that couldn't be underestimated. Under this power, the Thunder Celestial Temple didn't talk about the matter of the transfer array. It was as if it never happened. In fact, these dozens of families had publicized this and made Su Mu famous. After all, There were family members that had broken into the forbidden area of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and this could cause disaster for the entire family. This couldn't be hidden, and the Thunder Celestial Temple must have already known. Instead of waiting for the Thunder Celestial Temple to kill them, they decided to band together and fight with reason. This way, there was a chance of survival. Otherwise, it would be like handing over the family members that escaped the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, the people that could go into the Thunder Celestial Realm were all direct descendants and the future pillars of the families, so how could they be left to die? The elders of these families were all cunning people, so they naturally knew of this. In doing this, they were able to successfully offset the matter of breaking into the Thunder Celestial Temple's forbidden area. However, at the same time, they had completely spread the name Sumu. In particular, the people who were rescued by Sumu continued to exaggerate matters. In the end, no one could guess Sumu's cultivation level. The elders of the families questioned the people that were there. Once they heard of the various spells used in the battle against the strange white-haired man, they were terrified. The name Sumu became a storm in the all-heaven star system. However, no one else had seen him again. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared and become a total mystery. All-heaven star system, Western Domain. This was a vast domain with a large nebula that emitted dazzling light. The formation of the stars were strange and often intoxicating to look at. Among the 4 domains, the Western Domain had the most fierce beasts. Compared to the other 3 domains, there weren't as many cultivators here. It could even be said that nearly 70% of the Western Domain were places cultivators couldn't even enter. That was because even the space in those areas was extremely dangerous and contained fierce beasts that cultivators weren't even aware of. That place was named the Strange Domain. Only some powerful cultivators that needed some material for alchemy or treasures would enter. However, they didn't go too far in, as there was a terrifying existence deep within. At this moment, at the depths of the Strange Domain, there was a strange area. The entire area was almost pitch black. There weren't any stars or bodies of light here. It was so dark that it was frightening. It was as if it had been forever since someone had come here. Although this wasn't the true center of the Strange Domain, it wasn't far off. There was a light that suddenly appeared in the dark. At first it was dim, but it soon became very bright, to the point of suddenly lighting up the surrounding area. At the moment the surroundings were light up, it was revealed that this area was filled with fog. The fog seemed to be extremely afraid of the light. The fog rapidly retreated and in the blink of an eye formed a wide area free of fog. The light grew until it was more than 100 feet wide. Ripples appeared and then a figure gradually formed inside the ripples. This figure slowly took form until it formed a person. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with caution. After he appeared, the ripples began to dissipate and he clearly saw his surroundings. Right after the light disappeared, the fog began to move as if it wanted to swallow this area once more. As the ripples dissipated, his eyes dimmed, but all the hair on his body stood up as a feeling of danger appeared in his heart. Without thinking, the thunder in his body activated and his hand immediately formed a seal. 2 balls of thunder giving off muffled rumbles gathered in his hands. These 2 balls of thunder were extremely bright. The moment they appeared, the flash of light caused the fog to suddenly stop. It was as if it had been attacked, and it retreated back to more than 10,000 feet away. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the fog before him. Then he looked around and couldn't help but frown. Where is this place? This fog is a bit strange. It's as if there is life in it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he threw the ball of thunder in his right hand. The ball of thunder immediately flew ahead with a rumble. The fog before him rapidly split, creating a passage that allowed the ball of thunder to pass. Wang Lin's body flickered and followed closely after the ball of thunder. He walked with the ball of thunder and continued to move forward. The fog seemed endless, and even when the ball of thunder dimmed, he still didn't leave the fog. Along the way, Wang Lin's eyebrows were tightened. The fog around him was simply too strange, so he didn't dare to spread out his divine sense. He had a feeling that if he spread his divine sense, it would cause a huge change in the fog. Although this feeling was ethereal, it was very strong. After 3 days of flying, Wang Lin stopped. There was still endless fog before him. Nothing had changed. It was as if the fog was endless. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he slowly calmed down. His mind relaxed as he took a step forward and ripples appeared under his feet. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm as he attempted to merge with the world. He took another step, and this time even more ripples appeared under his feet. This time Wang Lin found the feeling of merging with the world. This could be the fastest he had merged with the world so far. This was all thanks to Master Flame's Park. Wang Lin's origin soul and body had become much more in tune with the world after the last experience. On the third step, when Wang Lin's fight foot landed, he suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a ripple. A moment later, the surrounding fog immediately swallowed the area, leaving behind no light. An unknown distance away, where it seemed like the edge of the fog. Although there was still fog, it was a lot thinner than before. Ripples suddenly appeared in the area, causing the fog to immediately disperse, and Wang Lin's figure appeared inside the ripple. At the moment he stepped out, his expression changed. This was indeed the end of the mist, but 300 feet before Wang Lin was a dark red wall of flesh. It was extremely big and seemed to extend forever. When he looked up, it was still covering the area. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. When he merged with the world, he was thinking about his cultivation planet. However, he immediately felt like he had hit a wall. Then he was forced out from being merged with the world and appeared here. The moment he saw the wall of flesh, Wang Lin understood that the wall he hit was this endless wall of flesh. It was called a wall of flesh because it was moving. There were bulges that kept moving on the surface. Wang Lin frowned as his body flickered and flew upward. As his body flew upward, the ball of flesh began to move. Countless cracks opened and spat out black mist. Wang Lin dodged the black mist and moved along the flesh wall without any cracks. He stared at the black mist as it charged out with great force and merged with the fog. Wang Lin looked at the endless wall of flesh above him and revealed a decisive gaze. His body moved and immediately charged into a crack next to him. Right after he went inside the crack, it closed. This was a narrow passage. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he charged forward. He was very fast and almost left behind afterimages as he moved. The crack rapidly closed behind Wang Lin as if it was chasing after him. Wang Lin didn't even look back and only stared ahead. In flash, he was getting closer and closer to what was ahead of him. This tunnel wasn't as long as Wang Lin had imagined. A moment later, he charged out of the exit of the tunnel. At the moment he charged out, a cry entered his ears. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This place wasn't dark. There were stars scattered in the sky, lighting the place up. Ahead of him was a floating continent. This continent was very large with no end in sight. In the distance, there was a man dressed in cloth. His appearance was very ordinary, but he had tattoos marks on his face that twisted like vines. He was holding a strange instrument in his hand. It was like the mouth of a kettle but many times larger, almost the height of half a person. That exclamation came from that person. He looked at Wang Lin with fear and quickly retreated. It was as if Wang Lin was a ferocious beast in his eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The man didn't have any spiritual energy, so there's no need to even talk about celestial spiritual energy. However, he was still able to fly, so he was obviously not normal. More importantly, the tattoo on the man's face was very familiar to Wang Lin. Upon seeing the man retreat, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before chasing after the man. When Wang Lin charged out, the crack behind him closed completely. The fear in the man's eyes became even more intense. The tattoo on his face began to move and extended to between his eyebrows. Soon, a 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows. When the leaves on the planet spread, a mysterious force immediately spread over the man's body. His speed suddenly increased and disappeared in a flash. When Wang Lin saw this, his eyes widened and shined brightly. The forsaken Immortal clan. He started moving even faster. Then his right hand formed a seal and the origin energy inside his body moved. His hand hit the void, causing the origin energy to diffuse into the void. The huge fluctuations of origin energy caused the void before him to twist, and the man teleporting away immediately appeared. His eyes were filled with confusion, but soon his eyes' pupils shrank and were filled with fear. Wang Lin walked toward him and stared into his eyes. The man's body trembled and he let out a scream before he retreated once more. Wang Lin frowned and his right hand reached out. The man's body immediately stiffened, as if there was an invisible hand holding him, and dragged him back to Wang Lin. While holding the person, Wang Lin was about to question him when his expression suddenly changed and he turned around. He saw more than 100 rays of light of varying colors that gave off a terrifying aura rushing toward him. In almost an instant, the rays of light closed in and stopped 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The lights dissipated, revealing figures dressed in coarse clothes like the man. There were no women among them, and most of them were middle-aged. They all stared at Wang Lin with fear hidden in their eyes. There were tattoo marks on their faces and limbs. The most noticeable ones were the plants flashing between their eyebrows. However, the leaves were contracted so he couldn't count how many each person had. An old man walked out from the crowd. He had a head of white hair and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with awe and a hint of excitement as he looked at Wang Lin and scanned his right hand. What has Upper Celestial come here for? His gaze was filled with respect as he stared at the beast bone tattoo on Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's eyes were neutral, but his heart was shaken. With his almost a millennium of cultivation, he could put up a calm expression even when he was shocked. Right now he wasn't revealing the slightest hint of his shock. Upper Celestial meant nothing from the mouths of mortals, but from the mouths of these forsaken immortal clan members, it was very different. More importantly, Upper Celestial wasn't just a title. Before he went to the collection pavilion he wouldn't have thought about it, but now he couldn't help but think about it. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he slowly asked, "You can see through my cultivation?" The old man nodded as he stared at Wang Lin's right hand. The excitement in his eyes became more intense as he said, "Rank 8 Upper Celestial. This lowly one can recognize your cultivation." Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the old man. The other person referred to themselves as lowly one and kept looking at his right hand. Wang Lin felt like this was strange, and adding on the excitement in the other party's eyes, a bold idea emerged in Wang Lin's head. Could it be? Could these people not know that the celestial realm has collapsed? If so, they must have lived here since countless years ago. After pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly asked, "How long has it been since a celestial came?" The old man's expression darkened as he respectfully said, "It has been a long time since the last celestial jade was sent by Celestial King Carefree. As for the specific amount of time, this lowly one is unable to calculate." Carefree? Wang Lin suddenly understood why the old man kept staring at his right hand. He raised his right hand, exposing the beast bone tattoo, as he stared at the old man and asked, "Do you know this?" The old man's eyes were filled with excitement as he respectfully said, "That is Celestial King Carefree's treasure, the Wither Dao Pear. I naturally recognize it. For you to have it, you must be someone close to Celestial King Carefree. Did you come for the mysterious Infernus?" Wang Lin looked at the old man and didn't speak. His gaze moved to the continent behind the old man. The old man respectfully said, "This old man is being rude. Celestial, please come. The celestial sprite fruits ripened a long time ago. I'll order someone to bring some for you to taste." Under the guidance of the old man, Wang Lin quietly followed. As for the rest of the forsaken immortal clan, they trailed behind as if they were afraid to get too close. The person who was caught by Wang Lin regained his freedom after Wang Lin released the spell. He gazed toward Wang Lin was filled with fear. Under the guidance of the old man, Wang Lin got closer and closer to the continent. A moment later he was above the continent, and what he saw was a green plain. He wasn't able to see the end with a gaze, but the fragrance of the grass brought by the wind felt very comfortable. The old man didn't stop and respectfully led the way. There was a group of very ancient buildings at the center of the plain. Although they weren't ruins, they gave off a very ancient aura. This aura was very faint, but after gaining some understanding of the soul extraction spell, Wang Lin became sensitive to this kind of aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stopped flying and looked down. The grass here was no different from outside. However, Wang Lin's knowledge of restrictions had increased a lot after his experiences in the Thunder Celestial Realm and being taught by Li Yuan. In particular, his understanding of celestial restrictions had increased a lot. At this moment, he was immediately able to see a large restriction around the buildings. The old man noticed Wang Lin's gaze. He respectfully said, "Upper Celestial. This array was placed by the Celestial King personally to protect my clan from the attacks of the fog beasts." Wang Lin didn't know what the fog beast was and only silently nodded. However, in his heart he was very interested in his place. Master Carefree, the chosen Immortal clan, and the mysterious Infernus. What exactly is this place? While Wang Lin was contemplating, noise came from the distance. A large amount of people flew out from the group of buildings. There were men and women among them dressed in plain clothes. However, none of them dared to get close and viewed from afar. Among the buildings below, there were children with wide eyes staring at Wang Lin. When Wang Lin saw these people, he was startled. It was obvious there was an entire tribe of the Forsaken Immortal clan here. They had been here for an unknown amount of time and had reproduced to last until now. Those people that flew out continued to retreat as Wang Lin closed in. They were afraid to get close and their eyes were filled with fear. The old man leading Wang Lin immediately became gloomy. He spoke in a strange language to the people that flew out. These people that flew out silently pondered and then spread apart. The old man quickly turned toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Upper Celestial. This way. This is where my family lives." As the old man spoke, he descended from the sky, landed on the tallest building, and respectfully stood to the side. When Wang Lin landed, his eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. Although he determined there was no danger, he still didn't enter and slowly said, "Here's fine. There is no need to go inside." The old man was startled and revealed a bitter expression. He nodded and didn't try to insist Wang Lin come in. The members of the Forsaken Immortal clan gathered in the sky and looked at Wang Lin with a tense gaze. "Upper Celestial." The old man didn't finish speaking before he was interrupted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the old man and asked, "Why are these people's eyes filled with fear when they look at me?" The bitterness became even stronger on the old man's face. After a moment of silence, he let out a sigh and said, "It has been a long time since someone from Celestial Realm has come. It was as if the Celestial King had abandoned us. I'm the oldest one here, but to be honest, you're the first Celestial I've seen. If it wasn't for the record left behind in my chosen Immortal clan, then even I wouldn't have recognized a Celestial, let alone the rest of the tribe." Wang Lin didn't speak and only calmly looked at the old man. The old man hesitated and whispered, "My clan followed the order of Celestial King Carefree to guard the mysterious Infernus. However, since 30,000 years ago, the mysterious Infernus has opened once every 100 years. Every time it opened, it would release a large amount of black fog. The black fog would turn into demonic beasts, and the powerful ones could take human shape. Countless members of my clan died to these human-shaped fog beasts. That is why almost every single stranger that appeared were these fog beasts. As for the people of my clan, because of our tattoos, the fog beasts couldn't change into us. However, as a result, no one other than me can tell if you are a celestial or a fog beast. Even now some of them don't believe my words." The old man said the reason with a long sigh. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The old man had some credibility. Combining with everything that had happened and the expression of the people, there was some logic to what the old man said. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and then calmly asked, "Where's the mysterious Infernus?" The old man respectfully said, "It is in the forbidden area in my clan. Does Upper Celestial want to go now?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. He wanted to see exactly what this mysterious Infernus was. The old man was about to speak, but a shout suddenly came out from the crowd in the sky. "Ancestor can't take this person to the mysterious Infernus." This voice was like thunder as it echoed across the sky. A man almost 10 feet tall walked through the void. His upper body was covered in tattoos that spread out and almost covered his whole body. Even his neck and face were almost completely covered by the tattoos. There was a 13-leaf plant moving between his eyebrows. This gave him a demonic aura. 13 leaves. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. From his memory, the most powerful Forsaken Immortal clan member on planet Suzaku had 11 leaves, equal to an corporeal young cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he coldly looked the man. This burly man arrived with a few steps. His appearance caused the surrounding Forsaken Immortal clan members to cheer, and their eyes were filled with respect. The old man beside Wang Lin suddenly shouted, "Ta Shan! Show some respect to the Celestial!" The burly man's eyes became cold as he stared at the old man and sneered. "Ancestor, you are old. Have you gone crazy from thinking about Celestials? It is likely that there are no Celestials in the world and that all the records left by the ancestors are fabricated. If there are any Celestials, why hasn't my clan seen a Celestial in countless years?" The old man's expression became gloomy and he shouted, "Shut up! The chosen Immortal clan are the messengers of the Celestials. If Celestials don't exist, then how can our clan exist? Besides, the Celestial Jade from the Celestial King is there. Do you dare to not believe in it? Believe? The so-called Celestial King is merely the residual divine sense from someone's power. How can it make me believe? Instead of believing a divine sense left behind countless years ago, I rather believe in my own strength." The burly man gripped his right hand. His eyes were filled with confidence. "Heresy!" The old man's body was trembling as he clenched his teeth. "You! So what if it is heresy? Celestials, my clan has been inside the nether beast for countless years, guarding the mysterious furnace as instructed by the Celestial Jade. But what did we get in return? It was the fog beasts from inside the mysterious furnace and the death of my clan members. Where were the Celestials when the fog beasts were killing my clan? Ancestor, don't mention the Celestials anymore. Even if this person is really a Celestial, then today I, Tashin, will kill a Celestial." As the burly man spoke, his eyes suddenly landed on Wang Lin with a cold gaze. He took a step forward, suddenly appeared before Wang Lin, and threw a punch. After he threw this punch, there was a series of explosions and a series of tattoos appeared. The tattoos lined up around the burly man as if they were forming a mysterious formation. "Celestial, bring out your celestial power, and let me see why you're qualified to be called a Celestial." Wang Lin's eyes were very cold. He had a very good understanding of the Forsaken Immortal clan. He was obviously not a shaman. He was one that focused on empowering their body. As the punch closed in, Wang Lin immediately became aware that the air around him seemed to have solidified. It was as if the punch carried with it a mysterious force that sealed off all his retreat. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he calmly said, "It's not bad, but still not enough." At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right foot and gently stepped forward. A series of bangs suddenly appeared on the earth under Wang Lin with his feet as the center. It spread like crazy and the force sealing Wang Lin's retreat immediately collapsed. All of the shackles around Wang Lin shattered with sounds like mirrors breaking. The shattered force swept backwards all around Wang Lin. The burly man's expression changed greatly. He immediately felt a powerful force coming at him and his body slowed down. Wang Lin took a step and arrived before the burly man in an instant. His hand touched the burly man's chest, causing the burly man to involuntarily retreat. The tattoos on the burly man's body gave off a dazzling glow. The burly man retreated dozens of steps. Although there were no visible injuries on the burly man, the inside of his body was like a storm. However, due to the tattoos it wasn't serious, so he would recover after a short rest. The burly man revealed a ferocious expression as he let out a roar and his hand hit his chest. A loud rumble echoed across the area. At the same time, the tattoos on his body began to move like crazy and came out from his body one by one. He was surrounded by countless tattoos, and it looked very shocking. The burly man suddenly charged forward. The tattoos around him followed him as he charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although the burly man's body couldn't compare to his celestial guard, there wasn't much difference. His expression was neutral as he let out a sneer and his right foot stepped forward. He seemed to cross a long distance and instantly became infinitely close to the incoming burly man. At the moment they closed in, the burly man's right hand punched out. At this moment the world surrounding them seemed to shake. The surrounding tattoos shined brightly like spells and charged toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of cold light in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and the celestial stop spell activated. The burly man's body immediately stopped, and at the same time, Wang Lin's finger pressed down on the burly man's chest once more. The burly man's body was thrown away with a bang. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with shock. As for the tattoos around his body, they were also pushed back him. Right now, he wasn't the only one that was shocked. All of the surrounding clan members were also shocked from watching this battle and were completely silent. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan became anxious and quickly said, "Upper Celestial, please don't be angry and let Tashan live." "No need." The burly man landed on the ground and continued to retreat. It wasn't until he retreated 100 feet that he finally steadied himself. He let out a roar as both of his hands formed a seal and he mercilessly beat his chest. All of the tattoos around him began to move strangely and rapidly retreated back into the burly man. However, they didn't go back onto his skin but instead bulked out. Soon, the tattoos formed a black suit of armor around him. The moment the armor appeared, there was a dark aura. There was even a vague illusion that had appeared behind the burly man as if it was a devil god. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Celestial spirit armor. You managed to refine a set of spirit armor." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was a bit familiar with this armor. It was very similar to the armor the scattered demon wore. The only difference was that the devilish energy from the armor wasn't as strong. It was as if it was being suppressed by another force. The burly man let out a roar and charged out. At this moment, due to his armor and his size, he looked like a ferocious giant. If someone was timid, they would be shaken by the sight of him. The black armor gave off a breathtaking aura. As the burly man charged forward, the illusion behind him revealed a fierce expression. As he charged out, his right fist flew out. This punch was stronger than the previous two punches combined and much more imposing. At this moment, the illusion behind him turned into strands of black gas and wrapped around his right fist. When this punch flew out, it created a sonic boom and a shocking aura came toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the black gas from the illusion turned into a skull. It let out a grin as it attempted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he calmly stared at the burly man. He opened his mouth and a grain of sand flew out. It turned into a fragment stamp 1,000 feet wide and smashed toward the burly man. This was the first time the celestial fragment stamp had appeared outside the celestial realm. When it appeared, rich celestial spiritual energy filled the air. When the old man saw this, he knelt to the ground and began worshipping the fragment. Even the burly man's eyes revealed a moment of hesitation. However, a moment later, he clenched his teeth and hesitated no more. His punch landed directly on the fragment that was blocking his path. "Break for me!" The punch was thrown out and landed with a bang. The fragment didn't move at all, but the burly man flew backwards. His body trembled as he coughed out blood and continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect this thing to be this sturdy. Not only had his full strength not caused any damage, but the backlash caused the energy and blood in his body to go crazy. The devil illusion on the burly man's punch also dissipated from the shock. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he pointed with his right hand. The fragment flew into the air and mercilessly smashed down. A sharp cry echoed across the world. At the moment the fragment descended, the burly man let out a roar. Both of his hands rose up into the sky as if he was trying to block it. Wang Lin calmly said, "Fall!" The fragment suddenly smashed into the ground. A loud rumble suddenly erupted and the entire continent trembled. A large amount of cracks appeared on the continent. As these cracks intersected, a large amount of fog appeared from inside the cracks. The moment the fog appeared, it gathered together. It condensed very fast, and in almost an instant each of them took very strange forms. "Fog beasts!" the chosen Immortal clan members exclaimed, and the plants between their eyebrows immediately began to flash. The layers of leaves spread out, and from within flew out the long-mouthed pot Wang Lin saw before. The fog soon finished condensing and more than 100 fierce black beasts appeared in the sky. The beasts all had different appearances and gave off a gloomy aura. Soon, low roars that could penetrate the soul appeared. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan's expression became gloomy as he pressed his hand between his eyebrows. A large, long-mouthed pot more than 10 feet long appeared. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "Each of you, get into position and clean up this fog within 30 minutes. Don't allow any human-shaped fog beasts to appear." His body flickered and immediately closed in on a fog beast that had just appeared. His hand hit the pot and soon a powerful suction force came from the mouth of the pot. The fog beast's eyes weren't open, but it began to struggle. Soon, its body became twisted and was turned into smoke that was sucked into the pot. Then some banging sounds came from inside the pot. In addition to him, all of the surrounding cultivators held the treasures. Their eyes were filled with anxiety as they charged toward the fog beasts. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and caused the fragment stamp to fly up with a move of his finger. The body of the fellow named Tashun was broken in many places and blood was pouring out from his orifices. However, he wasn't dead and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with battle intent. Wang Lin didn't look at that person but stared at the beasts formed from the fog. His eyes continued to flash as he stared at the fog beasts. These fog beasts had just formed. They had bodies, but their minds weren't sober yet. In addition, the clan's reaction was extremely quick, and they had rich experience in battling these fog beasts. In an instant, a large amount of fog beasts were sucked in by the treasures. However, just at this moment, while one of the fog beasts was being sucked into the treasure, it suddenly opened its eyes. It was the first fog beast to open its eyes. Wang Lin had never seen eyes like these. The beast's eyes had no pupils, but there were 6 black spots. Aside from that, everything else was gray. These eyes were completely heartless. The chosen Immortal clan member was filled with fear and retreated without hesitation. Just as he retreated, the fog beast rushed out. It was far too fast. It caught up in an instant and entered the person through his orifices. This chosen Immortal clan member let out a miserable scream that echoed across the world. At this instant, his body exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh. The fog beast took form once more and licked its lips with its long tongue before rushing toward the next person. After that, one fog beast after another opened their eyes and changed from their previously dormant state. They were extremely bloodthirsty and moved like lightning. Celestial slaughter array. The ancestor in the sky revealed an anxious expression and dodged the fog beast coming at him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and the fog beast that opened its eyes rushed out toward him. That ferocious roar seemed as if it could penetrate one's mind. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he moved and he instantly appeared next to the fog beast. His 2 fingers formed a sword and moved faster than the fog beast. He directly pressed his finger between the eyebrows of the fog beast and it exploded. However, after it collapsed, it didn't dissipate and instead turned into a cloud of fog. The fog twisted and began to show signs of reforming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he arrived near where the fog was reforming. The thunder inside his body gathered at the tip of his finger. A ball of thunder suddenly appeared. With a point of Wang Lin's finger, the ball of thunder charged out toward the reforming fog. There was a series of explosions as the fog collapsed even more into strands of smoke. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal and pointed out. Even more thunder appeared and violent rumbles echoed the area. All of the remaining fog immediately disintegrated. The remaining fog beasts let out sharp roars at this moment and charged out toward the people around them. Wang Lin remained calm and took a step forward. He floated in the air as his finger pointed at the sky. He slowly said, "Underworld River." There was a loud rumble in the sky and the underworld river appeared. It came from the void and a powerful aura of grievance spread out. Wang Lin was standing on top of the underworld river as if he was the lord of the underworld. Third ability. The power of the underworld river. An unimaginable suction force came from the underworld river. The fog beasts that had rushed out roaring was immediately affected and involuntarily sucked into the underworld river. It wasn't only one fog beast but almost all of them. Under the suction force, the fog beasts collapsed into mist as if they were struggling to escape. However, they couldn't resist, so they continued to be sucked into the underworld river. At this moment, the ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan revealed an anxious expression and shouted to stop Wang Lin. "Upper Celestial mustn't." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. When the old man shouted, he felt that the black fog sucked in by the underworld river wasn't being refined. Instead, it gathered and formed a human-shaped figure. This human figure was only a silhouette filled with mist without a clear appearance. However, after it appeared, it was as if the underworld river had lost its power and it directly stepped out. After he appeared, his expression was completely blurry and only the right eye was clear. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan quickly landed from the sky. Not only him, but the other clan members quickly landed as well. After the old man saw that the human figure only had a right eye, he let out a breath of relief. He looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "Upper Celestial, please come back, so I can activate the Celestial Array. This is a humanoid fog beast. As long as any spell that lands on it doesn't immediately kill it, it won't be hurt by that spell a second time." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, the humanoid fog beast with one eye immediately rushed after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and the thunder in his body gathered. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fist-sized balls of thunder formed around Wang Lin. With a point of his finger, the balls of thunder rushed toward the humanoid fog beast. However, at the moment the balls of thunder closed in, Wang Lin shouted while retreating, "Gather!" The balls of thunder immediately gathered into one and landed on the humanoid fog beast. There was a loud rumble and the humanoid fog beast collapsed, but the next instant, it reformed as if it hadn't taken any damage, continued to chase after Wang Lin. Only now there were power of thunder in its body. When it chased after Wang Lin, the thunder it gave off was almost exactly the same as Wang Lin's thunder. The thunder made the humanoid fog beast move even faster. In a flash, it caught up to Wang Lin. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand touched his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared. Wang Lin mercilessly chopped down with the celestial sword. The heavenly chop immediately appeared. The humanoid fog beast stopped and its eyes revealed terror. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The humanoid fog beast silently split into two and a large amount of fog gushed out along with a miserable groan. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. He then reappeared next to the fog and used the heavenly chop once more. Rays of heavenly chop appeared as the fog continued to collapse. However, moments later, the fog seemed to begin to resist the heavenly chop. The speed of its collapse slowed down and it even showed signs of reforming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand pointed forward and he shouted, "Stop!" The celestial stop spell immediately filled the area and the reforming fog immediately stopped. At this moment, the beast bone tattoo on Wang Lin's right hand suddenly appeared. The moment the large beast appeared, its eyes gave off a ghostly light and a dense, evil aura filled the area. The fog emitted a gray light and began to petrify. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as his finger pointed at the petrified fog, and a large amount of origin energy rushed in. The petrified fog collapsed into pieces, and the pieces collapsed and finally disintegrated completely. This scene caused the eyes of the members of the chosen Immortal clan to widen. This was the first time they had seen the humanoid fog beast, which would often require the formation to kill, destroyed by just one person in such a short period of time. What shocked them even more was that the humanoid beast almost had no chance to resist at all. It was constantly being pushed back before it eventually met its demise. As for the burly man who was pressed into the ground by the fragment, he struggled to get up. He stared at Wang Lin in the air and was completely startled. This is a celestial. Wang Lin's spells were far beyond everyone's imagination. Even the ancestor was stunned as he muttered to himself, "Whither Dao pair?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from where the human-shaped fog beast had disappeared. Then he turned toward the old man and calmly said, "Now take me to the mysterious furnace." The old man took a deep breath. The respect in his eyes became even stronger and he quickly said, "This way, upper celestial." As he spoke, he flew into the air and slowly flew toward the group of buildings. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually followed behind. This time, none of the members of the chosen Immortal clan dared to stop them. The burly man's eyes lit up and stood up. He then took a few deep breaths before flying after them. The old man turned around and angrily shouted, "Ta Shan, are you going to continue to be ungrateful? The upper celestial has already been merciful." Wang Lin indeed showed mercy. After all, he had come here without knowing anything. He was afraid it would affect matters if he killed someone. Otherwise, Ta Shan would have died for sure. Ta Shan said, "Ancestor, Ta Shan knows he was wrong. I just want to go with you guys to the mysterious furnace. After all, I'm very familiar with that place." The old man frowned and was about to reprimand him when Wang Lin calmly said, "Come, lead the way." The old man bowed and ignored Ta Shan as he flew forward. The three of them weren't fast, and after the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin saw an altar in an open area past the buildings. This altar wasn't big and there were many cracks on it. Under the altar was a gate that was purple. On it was a rune that sometimes flickered. The old man landed before the door. He then bit the tip of his finger and drew the same rune as the one on the door in the air with his blood. There was a flash of red light as the sound of the gate opening echoed throughout the area, revealing the dark entrance inside. Strands of cold aura came out from inside. When the cold landed on the body, it was as if it could drill into your body. If one's cultivation was lacking, this cold aura would leave behind hidden injuries. The old man stood to the side. Upper Celestial. This is where the mysterious furnace is located. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. There was very well hidden celestial spiritual energy under this cold aura. Wang Lin calmly said, "Go in." The old man nodded and walked toward the entrance. Ta Shan hesitated before his eyes became filled with decisiveness. He walked a few steps forward and blocked the old man. The old man frowned and shouted, "Ta Shan, what are you doing now?" Ta Shan looked at Wang Lin and said, "This place is filled with cold energy. The ancestor is too old, so it is inconvenient. Let me lead the way. Okay?" The old man was startled and said, "Although the cold energy is strong, my body can still bear it." Ta Shan looked at Wang Lin and said, "Upper Celestial, Ta Shan is this generation's altar keeper. I have the qualifications to bring you inside." Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at Ta Shan. His eyes seemed to contain penetrating power and could see through Ta Shan's heart. Under this gaze, Ta Shan still looked at Wang Lin and didn't try to avoid Wang Lin's gaze at all. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Okay." Ta Shan no longer spoke. He turned around and walked into the entrance. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and slowly followed inside. As for the old man, he frowned. He had vaguely seen through Ta Shan's thoughts. However, he didn't follow and sat down on the ground. There were layers of stairs inside the entrance. As they walked down the stairs, the cold aura became even stronger. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they reached the bottom with Ta Shan leading the way. At the moment they reached the bottom, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. There was another world at the bottom of the entrance. This area was about 1,000 feet wide with a 100-foot furnace in the middle. The surface of the furnace had countless tattoo marks engraved on it. Waves of black fog circled around the top of the furnace as if they were trying to escape. However, there was a strange power preventing the black fog from leaving. There were 9 skulls around the large furnace. These skulls were not beast skulls but human skulls. There was a very complex tattoo between the eyebrows of each of the skulls. The skulls emitted bursts of black light was as if they formed a formation. Tashan looked at the large furnace with a complex gaze and whispered, "This is the mysterious furnace." Wang Lin's eyes glowed like a torch and his divine sense circled the furnace. After hesitating for a moment, his divine sense rushed into the furnace without any resistance. However, the moment his divine went inside, a sharp shrill from a woman came out from inside. This sound was extremely strange. It was impossible to hear with one's ears and could only be heard with one's divine sense. It was filled with killing intent as it rushed out like a storm. It almost caused Wang Lin's divine sense to collapse. Wang Lin's body flickered and he retreated a few steps. His face turned slightly pale, but his eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin stared the furnace and slowly said, "I'll stay here for a few days. You can go out first." Tashan silently pondered and then raised his head to look at Wang Lin. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Are you really a celestial?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Tashan. When Tashan asked to lead him alone, he already realized that Tashan had a question for him. Wang Lin silently and calmly looked at Tashan. Tashan revealed a bitter expression and whispered, "In my childhood, I often heard from my elders that we were chosen by the Celestials. We were to spend our lives serving the Celestials. It is the honor of my clan. This honor was the only belief in my heart as I grew up. This isn't only me but almost everyone who grew up in the clan. However, as I grew up, I gradually discovered that this isn't true. No one had seen a celestial besides that celestial jade in the temple. Every once in a while, the mysterious furnace my clan guards would spew out fog. The things that came out of the fog would slaughter my clan. I suffered grief and indignation at the deaths of every single one of my clan members. I began to question if celestials even existed. Even until today, I, Tashan, still don't believe celestials exist. If they really do exist, why have they forgotten about us for so many years?" Wang Lin silently pondered. When he heard the old man claim them to be the chosen Immortal clan, he had a guess. The chosen Immortal clan, the forsaken Immortal clan, one choice to abandon. "Tell me, are there celestials in this world? Are you a celestial?" Tashan raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. His voice was very low, but it had the impact stronger than a roar. Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, "I'm not a celestial." Tashan's body trembled and the bitterness on his face became even stronger. There might still be celestials around, but the celestial realm collapsed a long time ago. Wang Lin's gaze landed on the mysterious furnace. Tashan let out a miserable smile as he took a few steps back and muttered, "Sure enough, I was right. Celestials. There are no celestials. My clan made the wrong decision to guard this place all this time." Wang Lin stared at the mysterious furnace and slowly asked, "What is inside this furnace?" Tashan muttered, "I don't know. The clan records say that countless years ago, Celestial King Carefree brought my clan into the body of the Nether Beast to guard this mysterious furnace until he returned. How do I leave this place?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Tashan took a deep breath and wryly smiled. "There is no way to leave. This place is completely sealed. I have tried to find a way out of here to find the Celestials, but I failed. This sky has a limit, but I'm unable to pass it. Outside the cracks of the meat wall it is an endless void." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What did the celestial jade from back then say?" "Can't see. No one has been able to see what is inside. Not one among the countless clan members that have died were able to see the contents." Tashan gradually recovered from the shock. Wang Lin frowned. After pondering for a bit, he stepped forward and pressed his hand against the mysterious furnace. His divine sense entered it once more. In almost an instant, that shrill that could penetrate divine sense appeared once more. This time it was several times more intense than before. It immediately penetrated Wang Lin's divine sense and echoed in his mind. Wang Lin focused on using origin energy to protect his origin soul and began resisting the shrill. That sound became even more intense in his mind. In the end, the penetrating force reached its peak. Wang Lin's expression turned pale as he retracted his hand and his body retreated. Every step he retreated caused the ground to shake and left behind a deep footprint. Only after he retreated 7 steps did his expression recover. After letting out a cold snort, he charged forward and arrived next to the mouth of the furnace. When he looked inside, he saw that it was completely dark inside. The black fog around it gave off a cold aura. His eyes lit up and his hand rose into the air. The thunder in his body rushed out, forming a ball of thunder in his hand. He threw it at the top of the furnace. The ball of thunder landed on the mouth of the furnace with a rumble. However, at this moment, the black fog gathered and devoured the ball of thunder. Wang Lin shouted, "Explode!" A muffled rumble echoed with the collapse of the ball of thunder and the black fog was pushed out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if his gaze could penetrate the black fog and see the bottom. There was a small transfer array inside. The black fog moved and covered the transfer array. Then the black fog rapidly condensed and took human form. It was a woman, but her body was formed by the fog, so it was impossible to see what she looked like. However, after she appeared, she immediately charged out. There was black fog under her as she charged out and let out a scream. This time the scream wasn't only targeting the origin soul. It could also harm the flesh. This scream was so powerful that it almost turned solid as it shot toward Wang Lin. Ta Shan wasn't far away, so he was also affected. His face became pale, his eyes dimmed, and he subconsciously retreated. He didn't have a mutated thunder soul, so his origin soul was injured. Wang Lin retreated without hesitation but was still affected. His expression turned pale and blood came out of his mouth. He grabbed Ta Shan and directly flew toward the exit. The shadow of the woman from inside the furnace chased after them. She was very fast, so she caught up to them in an instant and let out another scream. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The mist of blood rushed toward the shadow of the woman. Wang Lin shouted, "Seal!" The blood mist turned into many restrictions and immediately stuck to her body, forming a large seal. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he pointed at the void. The karma whip suddenly appeared and mercilessly lashed at the woman. The shadow of the woman let out a miserable groan. She retreated a few steps but immediately rushed forward once more. Her body scattered into 9 strands of black gas which shot toward Wang Lin like arrows. Wang Lin frowned as he continued to retreat. This time he arrived at the door and threw Ta Shan backwards. He pointed between his eyebrows and the third eye immediately opened up. Then red light surrounded the entrance. Under the red light, the 9 strands of black gas immediately began to dissipate. Then they rapidly merged back together and were able to completely ignore the red light form the third eye as they rapidly charged toward the exit. The old man at the exit had already seen the black gas. His expression changed greatly and without Wang Lin's command, his hand began to form eels. The plant between his eyebrows began to flash rapidly and then imprinted on the door. The large door began to slowly close with a loud rumble. The woman's sharp scream immediately came from behind the door. The old man's body trembled as he coughed out blood and his entire body became dispirited. At the moment the door was about to close, the woman was about to charge out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he slapped his bag and took out the celestial brush. He immediately drew 6 strokes and they shot out like rays of swords that blocked in front of the woman charging out. There was a loud bang and the woman's shadow paused. At this moment, the door closed and blocked out her scream. Ta Shan was extremely shocked by this. He stared at the door and his scalp was numb. What is that? The spirit of the mysterious furnace. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a complex expression. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy and he sat down. The 2 of you leave. Don't let anyone get within 1,000 feet of here. The old man silently pondered. After a moment, he respectfully nodded. Then he and Ta Shan turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Wang Lin stared at the door. When the old man opened the door, he clearly saw the old man use the tattoo from between his eyebrows. This tattoo was clearly his life tattoo. While pondering, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. Back when he was still on planet Suzaku, he obtained a lot of skulls from the Forsaken Immortal clan. There was a flash of light and several skulls appeared before him. There was a complex tattoo on each skull. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin put them away. Then his eyes lit up and he looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, but with Wang Lin's gaze, he could vaguely see that at the border of the white clouds, the wall of flesh was still there. If this place is really sealed, then how was I sent here? This place is not friendly. I have to find a way to leave as soon as possible. But while it is dangerous here, it is also the best place to hide. Wang Lin pondered as he slapped his bag and an item flew out. This item was about 150 feet long and 40 feet wide. The moment it appeared, it gave off a terrifying aura. There were countless thorns on this item that gave off a sense of ferociousness. If someone looked at it, it would cause them to feel a trace of fear. The third god-slaying war chariot. This was the last god-slaying war chariot Wang Lin had and also the strongest. The object of this was to produce a treasure strong enough to kill a god. There was a shocking pressure coming from the god-slaying war chariot before him. The thorns sticking out of the chariot gave off an old aura. Its ferocious appearance was enough to strike fear in people's hearts. Back then, Wang Lin nearly collapsed from facing the pressure. He didn't dare use it and only used the inherited spell to seal it. However, right now Wang Lin was standing calmly next to the god-slaying war chariot. In these hundreds of years, Wang Lin had grown a lot. After closing his eyes, Wang Lin opened them a moment later and his eyes shined. His hands formed seals and his mouth spoke a few complicated words. Then his left hand was placed on his right wrist. A flash of black light gathered on Wang Lin's right hand and then he pressed it on the god-slaying war chariot. The black light landed on the god-slaying war chariot and the chariot absorbed the light. An even more powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the war chariot. All the thorns gave off a black light and they fused together. This black light was very strong, as if it shrouded the world. The black light fused before Wang Lin's eyes and formed 7 flickering runes. Looking at the 7 runes inside the black light, Wang Lin recalled the words left by the creator of the god-slaying war chariot. The third god-slaying war chariot is extremely powerful and is outside my expectations. If this chariot's user can utilize its full power, it can easily kill a celestial god. However, it is incomplete. It requires 3 more materials: mysterious mystery wing, underworld culture wood, and celestial butterfly soul. I regret not being able to find those 3 things. My successor finds those items and relieves my regret. To make the third chariot recognize an owner, you must fuse with the 7 runes and refine into your lifelink treasure. Only then can the real effect be used. Otherwise, even if you fuse with the runes, you can't use its full power. Successor, please choose yourself. Choose cautiously and carefully. Wang Lin's expression was calm. When he first saw it, he didn't take it to heart. There was one treasure that one had to be careful, and even more careful when refining. That was one's lifelink treasure. If the imprinted divine sense is wiped out of a normal treasure, it would at most cause an injury, but one would not die. Even treasures that have been nurtured in one's origin soul are the same. Although one would be heavily injured, if it was destroyed, it still wouldn't kill the user. The fragment and the swords Wang Lin had were all like this. However, it was a lifelink treasure. Then once that treasure was destroyed, on the light side one would be seriously injured and their origin soul would split. On the more serious side, one would just die. However, even though this was the case, there were still a lot of cultivators that refined lifelink treasures. This was because after a treasure was life-linked, the power of the treasure would increase several-fold and the strength of the treasure would increase as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. Wang Lin had seen such things in ancient records. In ancient times, there was a cultivator that used a common flying sword as his life-linked treasure. However, as his cultivation advanced, so did the power of the flying sword, until it reached an unimaginable degree. This third god-slaying war chariot is not the same as the previous two. Wang Lin silently stared at the 7 runes. His right hand touched his bag of holding and the mosquito beast flew out. This beast had not come out for a long time. After it came out, it let out a roar and immediately set off a gust of wind. It then circled around the area and was very excited. After the mosquito beast, it was the thunder toad. The thunder toad came out from the bag and landed on the ground. Its eyes revealed a lazy mood and it lied there, unwilling to move. After releasing the 2 beasts, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and took out the celestial sword. He flicked the sword and Su Ligua was ejected from the sword. Su Ligua was about to flatter Wang Lin, but he was immediately stopped by Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm going to refine a treasure. Don't let anyone come within 1,000 feet. Su Ligua quickly nodded as he patted his chest and said with a loyal face, "Master, rest assured. If anyone comes unless they step over my dead body, they won't be able to get near you. I, Su Ligua, spent my life battling for loyalty. I live for loyalty. No one can compare to I, Su Ligua." Seeing Wang Lin front him, Su Ligua quickly became quiet and retreated. He took a few glances at Wang Lin, and after determining that Wang Lin was no longer paying attention to him, he thought, "It seems I haven't been practicing my flattery enough lately, and I'm not speaking as naturally as I'm used to. Otherwise, this fiend wouldn't have frowned after only a few lines. In the future, I have to get some good practice. This skill is my greatest weapon. Even if I escape in the future, this ability might still be of use." Su Ligua made up his mind as he wandered around the area and muttered something no one could hear clearly. However, if someone got close enough, they would still hear some of what he was saying. "Master's spell is very amazing, like that of a real celestial. Little Suzy really admires you. Wow! This ability makes Master a pioneer. I really admire. What is this? This is the power of Master's treasure. Master, you are the most powerful cultivator little Suzy has ever known. Following you was the best decision I made in my life." As Su Ligua muttered, his eyes gradually beamed more and he became even more fluent. As the mosquito flew around, it passed by Su Ligua and heard some of what he was saying. It didn't really understand, but it couldn't help but become curious. It intentionally flew by Su Ligua just to listen some more. After releasing the mosquito beast, thunder beast, and Su Ligua, Wang Lin placed a few restrictions down. Only then did he relax a bit as he stared at the war chariot and placed his right hand between his eyebrows. His origin soul flew out and flew toward the war chariot. After his origin soul flew out, it turned into an ancient thunder dragon and went toward the war chariot. After getting close, Wang Lin's origin soul circled the chariot. Then, a moment later, he opened his mouth and devoured a rune. A violent force appeared inside Wang Lin's origin soul as the rune rampaged inside him. A moment later, a force in Wang Lin's body mercilessly squeezed down on the rune. However, the rune was very tenacious. Instead of collapsing, it exploded with an even stronger force. If Wang Lin was still at the ascendant stage, his origin soul wouldn't have been able to withstand this. He would have ended up in a stalemate trying to wear this force down. However, right now Wang Lin let out a snort and a series of explosions came from his origin soul. Each explosion caused the power of thunder inside his origin soul to increase 1-fold. In an instant, the thunder in his origin soul was already extremely powerful, and it directly collided with the rune he had swallowed. There was a loud bang as the rune that was resisting collapsed. Right as it collapsed, even more powerful thunder rushed at the fragments of the rune. A series of rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's origin soul. After a while, the rune completely dissipated and fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin used less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to absorb the first rune. His eyes were calm as he moved toward the second rune and devoured it. This rune was a lot stronger than the first one, but with Wang Lin's origin soul, he still completely refined it. However, this time it used the time it took for one incense stick to burn. He didn't stop. His eyes lit up and this time he swallowed the third and fourth rune together to refine. After 1 hour, The mysterious power of the third and fourth runes were inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Then the fifth rune was devoured by Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon soul. When it was devoured, it immediately released a violent force that spread across Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his body coiled up. Thunder filled his origin soul as he continued to generate thunder that rushed at the rune. Bolt of thunder bombarded the rune in Wang Lin's origin soul. This time it was 2 hours before that mysterious force completely fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's origin soul was a bit dim right now, so he returned back into his body and began to recover. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days of time passed. Wang Lin's body hadn't moved and his origin soul had gradually recovered. In these 5 days, Ta Shan and the ancestor had come here twice with a large group of clan members. The howls from the mosquito beast, the thunder from the thunder toad, and Su Ligua's devilish expression made it so they didn't dare to go within 1,000 feet, so they wandered around outside. Su Ligua looked at the chosen immortal clan and licked his lips. This made him remember the happy past when they were on planet Qingling. Tempted by all this, he couldn't endure it anymore and attempted to lure some of the people on the edge inside. However, no one in the chosen immortal clan paid any attention to him. They were all shocked when they saw the god-slaying war chariot and began talking among each other. However, not even the ancestor, the most knowledgeable person here, knew what it was. However, the pressure from the god-slaying war chariot made their minds tremble. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and his right hand pointed between his eyebrows. His origin soul flew out once more toward the god-slaying war chariot. When he got within 100 feet of it, there was a cry from outside the 1,000 feet area. An ancient dragon origin soul was very amazing in the eyes of these people. When the ancestor looked at Wang Lin's origin soul, his eyes revealed a complex gaze. He let out a sigh as he walked forward and clasped his hands. Upper Celestial, this lowly one would like to inquire. Wang Lin didn't look at the old man. He arrived next to the war chariot. After staring at the 6th rune for a moment, Wang Lin devoured it without any hesitation. Then he directly devoured the 7th rune as well. This scene caused everyone's eyes to narrow and they all looked more closely. At this moment, Su Ligua's eyes turned. He immediately flew into the air, pointed at the chosen immortal clan members, and shouted, "My master is refining a treasure. Unless you step over my dead body, you can't even take half a step into this area." These words were filled with force, especially given Su Ligua's expression of him rather dying than letting anyone disturb his master. He gave off a powerful aura that spread like a storm. The ancestor quickly retreated a few steps and respectfully said, "We will not go within 1,000 feet. We just have a few questions." Before the old man could finish speaking, Su Ligua shouted, "Shut up. Unless you step over my body, you can't bother my master even a bit. My entire life was given to me by Master. It was Master who saved me from the abyss. It was he who taught me spells and allowed me to gain my inheritance. It was my Master who gave me my current power. If you want to disturb my master, I, Su Ligua, will never allow you." Su Ligua's words were filled with excitement and his eyes revealed an expression that showed that he would stand up to anyone, no matter how strong, if they were going to harm his master. He was even willing to die without wrinkling his eyebrows. He was a hero. The ancestor's body trembled. These words had another meaning when they entered his ears. In truth, their entire clan were servants to the Celestials. This person knows the meaning of loyalty, and my clan also understands this. The old man looked at Su Ligua with respect and thought, "I didn't expect this spirit to be so loyal. Upper Celestial is lucky to have someone so loyal." Ta Shan stood next to the old man as he stared at Su Ligua. He felt very complicated about this matter. It isn't that my clan isn't loyal, but the people we were loyal to have forsaken us. Unlike this spirit who has someone worth being loyal to, Su Ligua's show was very lively, but it was completely ignored by Wang Lin. Thunder filled Wang Lin's origin soul and bombarded the last 2 runes. They were going through the final phase of refining. As the rumble of thunder echoed inside his origin soul, one of the runes began to crumble. This didn't happen instantly but was a continuous process. During this process, the god-slaying war chariot under Wang Lin's origin soul flashed a black light that was gradually becoming more intense. In the end, it was as if it could devour light. Under the flash of black light, when people looked at Wang Lin, their minds would tremble. This scene aroused great shock in the members of the chosen Immortal clan. They were unable to calm themselves down. Su Ligua was still acting righteously. While the others weren't looking, he snuck a peek at Wang Lin and thought, "What is so great about that? Your grandpa Su can do it as well. It's just devouring runes. I even devour people." Su Ligua was filled with disdain, but his eyes only showed respect. His face was filled with admiration and his body was even trembling. Looking at it from the surface, he looked like a loyal servant that had become excited due to his master's spell. When Ta Shan saw Su Ligua's expression, he let out a sigh and his heart felt even more complicated. As for the ancestor, he secretly nodded and felt that Su Ligua's loyalty was very respectable. In truth, these chosen Immortal clan members had been living here without contact with anyone from outside for too long. Although they weren't stupid, they couldn't be compared to Su Ligua. Su Ligua was very slick and good at adapting to change. His near 1,000 years of experience allowed him to refine his skill even more. If someone could easily see through him, then he wouldn't be Su Ligua. Time slowly passed. After several hours, Wang Lin's origin soul suddenly moved and the sound of thunder inside his origin soul suddenly intensified. When the rumbling reached its peak, it suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's origin soul's eyes shined brightly and the final 2 runes were absorbed. Now there was a very important decision placed before him. Should I refine it into my life-linked treasure? While Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment, the 7 runes fused together to form a unique rune near his chest. The moment the rune appeared, the black light gathered from the war chariot and imprinted on Wang Lin's chest. God-slaying war chariot, seal release. This divine sense message spread out like thunder and all the black light seemed to go into Wang Lin's body. Then the countless thorns began to flash and an illusory shadow quickly formed. This was a soul beast that was almost 1,000 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it let out a roar and all the chosen Immortal clan members' expressions turned pale. The plants between their eyebrows flickered rapidly, and they all couldn't help but retreat. Only those few with powerful cultivation were able to hold still for a bit before they had to involuntarily retreat as well. All of the mosquito's hair stood up and it let out bursts of roars. Likewise, the thunder toad's belly swelled up as it prepared its most powerful spell. Only Su Ligua still struggled to shout, "Unless you step over my dead body." However, before he could finish, the large beast turned its head and looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua was so terrified that he swallowed the second half of that sentence. "Your grandpa Su has the inheritance of the ancient sword spirit. Once I finish absorbing it, let's see who will be afraid." Although Su Ligua inwardly cursed, he quickly retreated. He was very fast, so he was far away in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stared at the beast before him. His origin soul flew back into his body and then his body flew into the air. As the soul beast let out a roar, it withdrew its gaze and looked at Wang Lin before rushing over. It was too fast. The moment it moved, it was already before Wang Lin, and it tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and he didn't retreat. Instead, when the beast closed in, he softly said, "Collapse!" There was a bang and the soul beast collapsed into countless fragments that filled the area, but it immediately reformed. Its eyes were filled with hatred, and it let out another roar before charging toward Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's voice was calm, and he said once more, "Collapse!" This time, as soon as the soul beast charged out and let out a roar, its body collapsed. After fusing with the 7 runes, if you refine it as a lifelink treasure, then you can naturally control it. However, if you choose not to refine it as lifelink treasure, then the 7 runes can be used to collapse the soul beast 7 times. This will give you 7 chances to make the soul beast yield. If the soul beast still hasn't yielded after 7 times, then you must refine it as a lifelink treasure, or else it will be impossible to use this treasure. These words from the celestial jade appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After the soul beast collapsed 2 times, its eyes became even more fierce. It let out a violent roar, and then its body reformed and rushed out once more. This time its body split into countless parts and attacked Wang Lin from all sides. Wang Lin frowned slightly. He was a very cruel and decisive person. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had developed his own ways of doing things. It was obvious that the soul beast still hadn't yielded yet because he hadn't heard it enough. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he calmly said, "Collapse! Collapse! Collapse!" After these 3 words were said, the soul beast rushing over immediately collapsed and was pushed back. Then, immediately after, the second collapse occurred. A miserable groan came from inside the collapse, and at this moment, another collapse occurred. The 3 continuous collapses had sent the soul beast into unimaginable pain. If the collapse wasn't continuous, it could still withstand it, but these 3 continuous collapses caused fear to appear in its heart. The moment that fear appeared, its body began to reform and there was some hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he calmly said, "Collapse!" With a bang, the soul beast that had just reformed collapsed once more. The fear that had just appeared increased like crazy. In the end, it almost occupied the soul beast completely. Its body reformed once more and its eyes revealed respect. It no longer dared to resist and it lowered its head in surrender. Wang Lin's body flickered and stepped into the air. A moment later, he arrived on top of the head of the soul beast. He bit his finger and pressed the special imprint used to activate the war chariot on the head of the soul beast. The soul beast's body trembled and started to shrink. Wang Lin jumped off and looked at the soul beast as it quickly shrunk. A moment later, it turned into a ball of fog that was only the size of a fist. It then quickly turned solid like a cocoon. A wave of cracking sounds appeared and cracks appeared on the cocoon until it finally collapsed. A 5-colored butterfly gently moved its wings and set off some 5-colored dust as it flew out from the cocoon. This butterfly was very beautiful, and it made Wang Lin's eyes narrow. Just at this moment, the transfer array at the bottom of the mysterious furnace flashed and a person walked out. This person's body flickered before they charged toward the gate. He appeared near the gate and charged out. This was a man wearing a blue robe and his eyes were cold. What is a lowly servant of this realm doing? This blue-robed man was middle-aged. His eyes were cold but had a demonic glow. His lips were thin and he gave off a harsh aura. His scattered hair made him look like a devil among celestials. He walked out from the gate of the altar and flew into the air. His figure hadn't solidified yet. If one looked at him, they would still see the altar behind him. Wang Lin was floating in the air, and behind him was the butterfly that appeared after the Godslayer war chariot was activated. The butterfly gently flapped its wings to keep itself afloat. The eyes of chosen Immortal clan members were filled with caution as they stared at the middle-aged man and retreated. Ta Shan's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and shouted, "Who is this?" The blue-robed middle-aged man's gaze moved from Ta Shan and swept through the members of the chosen Immortal clan. His gaze finally fell on Wang Lin and became serious. "You're not from here. Where did you come from?" Wang Lin's expression was cold. He was able to see through this middle-aged man's cultivation at a glance. The middle-aged man was at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, a bit higher than himself. At this moment, Ta Shan frowned and rushed forward with his right first. The tattoos on his body flashed and condensed on his right fist as he punched toward the middle-aged man. Ta Shan shouted, "Who is this?" "Bow!" The blue-robed man's eyes revealed contempt. It was as if he was looking at an ant when he looked at Ta Shan. He raised his right hand and pointed with one finger. A ripple appeared with this finger as the center and began to spread. Just as Ta Shan closed in, his expression immediately turned pale. He could clearly feel a power inside his body that prevented him from getting closer and attacking. This power was extremely powerful, as if it was an instinct that was deeply imprinted into his body. When he was 200 feet from the middle-aged man, Ta Shan couldn't move any closer. His face revealed pain as his whole body trembled and large drops of sweat dripped down. He clearly felt that the power that prevented him from moving forward came from his own tattoos. The power from the tattoos made it so he couldn't resist. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. No matter how strong he became, he still wouldn't dare to attack the middle-aged man. He had a very strong feeling while his mind trembled. It was as if the other party only needed one thought to cause him to collapse immediately. Tashan had never felt this feeling in his life. However, the moment this feeling appeared, it was as if it had always been there. It was something that was branded into the life of all chosen Immortal clan members. He couldn't resist. Tashan's body trembled. When the middle-aged man's gaze landed on him, he even had the impulse to kneel down and worship the middle-aged man. However, due to his own dignity, Tashan clenched his teeth and stopped this feeling coming from his soul and the tattoos on his body. A growl of struggle that was almost like a roar came from his throat, and his eyes were bloodshot. What came out of his body was no longer sweat, it was blood. While struggling, Tashan lifted his feet and took another step. His body trembled once more as if he was facing the world. This step had only risen, and before it could land, Tashan's vision went black and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body could no longer withstand the force. It was as if there was a big, invisible hand pressing down on him and making him kneel. 2 streams of blood came out from his eyes. His eyes contained a mix of sadness and unyieldingness, but his body could no longer stand. He could only kneel. The middle-aged man sneered. "You lowerly clan dares to resist the slave imprint. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to kill you, you would have died with just a thought from this celestial. Now scram." It was as if Tashan's body was hit by an invisible fist. Sounds of explosions came from his body when he was thrown away. He crashed into the ground more than 1,000 feet away. Tashan struggled to get up. His eyes were filled with an unyielding and murderous gaze as he shouted, "Who are you?" At this moment, not only Tashan, but all the chosen celestial clan members sucked in breaths of cold air as they stared at the middle-aged man. What just happened was too strange, and they couldn't accept it. The ancestor's face was pale as he looked at the middle-aged man. He seemed to remember something and his body began to tremble. The blue-robed man's gaze was cold with a trace of pride as he calmly said, "Celestial, why aren't you kneeling yet?" The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan let out a wry smile, and at this moment, he didn't doubt the middle-aged man's words. He remembered how the ancestors described their excitement and respect when meeting a celestial in the records. There was no need to guess this person's identity. As soon as you meet them, you will know. These were words left beyond by the ancestors of the chosen Immortal clan. The old man still hadn't understood. He mistook that excitement and respect with loyalty. However, when he saw the celestial, he suddenly understood. "I can't help but be excited. I can't help but be respectful." The old man let out a miserable smile and knelt on the ground as he whispered, "This lowly one greets upper celestial." He wasn't the only one to kneel. The hearts of the other chosen Immortal clan members trembled as the middle-aged man stared at them. There was a force inside their bodies that made them yield. Even if they died, even if their souls shattered, they still had to yield. One by one, the chosen Immortal clan members knelt down and lowered their heads. A moment later, there were only 2 people that hadn't knelt down: Wang Lin and Tashan. Tashan didn't kneel as he had already knelt once. This time, no matter how much blood came out from his body or how much the invisible force pressured him, he struggled to force himself to not kneel. Sounds of explosions were coming from inside Tashan and blood was spraying everywhere. He had already been injured in his battle with Wang Lin, so right now his body couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes were dim, but they still revealed an unyielding gaze. Wang Lin frowned when he saw what was happening. He was able to gain a lot of information from this. Whether it is the chosen Immortal clan or the forsaken Immortal clan, it is obvious both are slaves to the Celestials. The slave imprint makes all future generations slaves to the Celestials. This is a slave imprint that was placed on a clan's inheritance, just like Li Yuan's family. If it wasn't for the matter with Li Yuan, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to see the whole picture. At this moment, he clearly understood everything. The slave imprint is fused with the tattoos of the chosen Immortal clan members. This slave imprint is extremely overbearing and is far more powerful than the one used on Li Yuan's family. After all, the one used on Li Yuan's family only made his family serve one celestial. However, this slave imprint is different. It is very likely that it makes them kneel to all celestials. This is no longer manipulation, but complete enslavement. It makes the entire clan something that belongs to the celestials. Moreover, since there are chosen Immortal clan members on planet Suzaku, then it is obvious there are a lot more of these clan members. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as a bold idea entered his mind. It is likely that countless years ago, before the celestial realm collapsed, there was a clan. This clan was very strong, even strong enough to confront the celestial realm. However, in the end, they were defeated by the celestials. It is even likely that all four celestial realms came together to cast a very powerful spell that turned all future generations of this clan into slaves for the celestials. Wang Lin could only sigh as he looked at the chosen Immortal clan members trembling and kneeling on the ground. The blue-robed man's gaze landed on Ta Shan. He then frowned as he raised his right hand and pointed at Ta Shan. A bang came from inside Ta Shan, and then a large amount of blood flooded out from his pores, and he was covered in blood. "Kneel and bow." The blue-robed man's voice was cold. Ta Shan's eyes were bleak, but they had an unyielding gaze. However, the power of the slave imprint was not something he could resist. It was as if countless mountains had smashed down on him, as his knees shattered and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. Su Ligua flew far away the moment he realized that something was wrong. He was pondering whether he would resist or surrender if the fiend was defeated. The mosquito beast was circling the air with its gaze locked onto the middle-aged man. The thunder toad was looking over from a distance with a cold gaze, and its belly was bulged. The blue-robed man was staring at Wang Lin, but he didn't do anything rash. He had naturally seen through Wang Lin's cultivation, and the butterfly next to Wang Lin gave him a very strong sense of danger. This person isn't someone of this lowly clan. How did he come in? From the look of his aura, he isn't a celestial. Who is he? The blue-robed man's eyes lit up, and he didn't provoke Wang Lin. Instead, his left hand pressed down on the altar under him, and the gate of the altar opened. At the moment the gate opened, strands of black fog charged out and turned into hideous fog beasts. The woman from inside the furnace also came out, but she didn't step out of the gate. She only stared coldly at Wang Lin. The moment the fog beast appeared, the expressions of the chosen Immortal clan members changed. However, the force from the slave imprint made it so they couldn't get up. It was almost an instinct that they couldn't resist. The fog beasts took shape and quickly opened their eyes. Their cold gazes shined brightly as the blue-robed man pointed at the ground. These fog beasts quickly rushed toward the ground. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. One of the fog beasts turned into a five-clawed bird as it rushed toward a chosen Immortal clan member. It pulled the clan member into the air and let out a cry that penetrated that clan member's body. That clan member's body exploded into a mist of blood that was absorbed by the fog beast. Even until the moment of death, that clan member didn't resist at all. There was a trace of struggle in his eyes, but it was too weak. On the other side, the other fog beasts closed in on the chosen Immortal clan members and swallowed them one by one. The area was immediately surrounded by the smell of blood. Along with this aura was a deep sense of sadness and helplessness. Every clan member that died couldn't resist. The sadness in their eyes was extremely strong. At the moment of their deaths, they gained enlightenment in their hearts. Perhaps this is my clan's mission. Ta Shan's knelt on the ground with his knees shattered. He struggled to raise his head and looked at the deaths of his clan members. A sound like the roar of a beast came from his throat. The veins on his face were bulging as he tried to resist the slave imprint that had become an instinct for his clan. As the blue-robed man coldly watched all of this, his expression was calm. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan's body trembled. There was a gust of wind as the youth behind him was thrown into the air by a fog beast and was devoured. The old man subconsciously raised his head as a drop of warm blood fell on his face and slid down his cheek. The old man's eyes revealed a power sense of indignation. He muttered, "Why? Why?" Just at this moment, a fog beast rushed over and dragged the old man into the air. A force came from the deepest part of his heart and filled his body. The old man's eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at the blue-robed man and shouted, "Why?" When the old man shouted, the clan members that hadn't been killed yet struggled to raise their heads. Their gazes followed the old man's and landed on the blue-robed man. These gazes were filled with endless sadness and anger. "Your mission is to feed the fog beasts, and there is no reason. I won't let all of you die, because I need you to reproduce future generations." The blue-robed man's voice was extremely calm. Just at this moment, one of the fog beasts rushed into the distance. His target was the children hiding inside the buildings. The blue-robed man frowned slightly, but he didn't stop them. The old man let out a miserable smile as the fog beast rushed at him, and he was about to collapse. Just at this moment, Wang Lin let out a sigh and pointed at the void. The fog beast that was about to devour the old man suddenly collapsed. The old man stared at the fog beast that was closing in on the buildings. He could even hear the children calling out in panic. They were calling for their loved ones. The chosen Immortal clan members struggled to get up. Roars that were like growls came out from their mouths like crazy. Although Ta Shan's knees were shattered, his eyes were red as he struggled to get up. Even if his bones shattered again, he still needed to stand. "Celestial, Celestial, what do you think my clan is? My clan guarded the mysterious furnace for countless years, but what did we get? It was these fog beasts and the countless deaths of my clan members. Now I finally know that these fog beasts were what my clan was guarding. That my clan's mission was to become food for these fog beasts. Since that is the case, I will resist. Even if my body shatters, I will not give in." Ta Shan's roar finally broken through his throat and came out. Not only him, all of the chosen Immortal clan members let out roars. The plants between their eyebrows flashed intensely as they struggled to stand up. The blue-robed man's expression was still cold as he said with a hint of contempt, "Back then, your clan lost and became slaves. This is your life. You can't change it." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pressed down, causing a series of explosions. Blood sprayed out of the body of the chosen Immortal clan members and they were stopped from getting up. Only Ta Shan charged out with a roar. The moment he charged out, explosions came from inside his body as his bones were shattering. But he still charged out. The blue-robed man's eyes lit up and he pointed with his finger. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He originally didn't want to meddle. This blue-robed man's origin was very mysterious, and he was actually a celestial. However, as he let out a sigh, he opened his mouth and the fragment flew out. The moment it appeared, it flew between Ta Shan and the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man's eyes lit up and his gaze turned cold. His right hand formed a seal and a rune filled with celestial spiritual energy shot out toward Wang Lin. "I thought you wouldn't act." The middle-aged man leaned forward as he rushed after the rune and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the fragment, causing it to rotate and smash toward the blue-robed man. At the same time, Wang Lin arrived beside Ta Shan. His left hand touched Ta Shan and sent out some origin energy into Ta Shan's body. Ta Shan's body was immediately thrown out toward the fog beast that was charging at the buildings. After doing this, Wang Lin turned around and his two fingers formed a sword and immediately chopped down. The incoming rune immediately collapsed and turned into ripples that quickly dissipated. At this moment, the fragment landed and the blue-robed man's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged. Then a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was completely white and gave off rich celestial spiritual energy. He let out a laugh as he smashed the spear into the incoming fragment. There was a loud bang and the blue-robed man was knocked backwards. His eyes became serious. However, the fragment was also pushed back several dozen feet. As the middle-aged man retreated, he shouted, "Lowly slaves, attack with me!" When his voice entered the struggling chosen Immortal clan members' ears, the order became their instinct and they couldn't resist. Their eyes were filled with sadness and struggle, but their bodies all rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated. The butterfly formed by the god-slaying war chariot was still following Wang Lin. Now that Wang Lin was retreating, it followed Wang Lin like a shadow. Wang Lin had a thought. He wasn't clear about the power of the third god-slaying war chariot. His eyes lit up as his right hand formed a seal and pressed it down on the butterfly's body. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he pointed at the blue-robed man. The butterfly didn't move at all and its wings gently fluttered, but this time they were a little faster. 5-colored powder fell from its wings and slowly filled the area. The blue-robed man immediately stopped, and his eyes were filled with caution. He had long noticed the butterfly, and it was the butterfly that gave him a feeling of dread. Otherwise, he would have already attacked instead of waiting until now. The chosen Immortal clan members all flew into the air without their control and flew toward Wang Lin. The struggle in their eyes became even stronger, but they couldn't resist the power of the slave imprint. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he stared at the butterfly. He wanted to know just what power this third god-slaying war chariot had. The butterfly left Wang Lin's side and flew forward. Its wings suddenly paused for a moment but then gently flapped again. This flap caused no disturbance, but the face of the vigilant blue-robed man in the distance suddenly turned pale. There was no wind around him, but his hair flew backwards as if there was a gentle breeze. A bang came from his body, causing him to jerk backwards and cough out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist condensed into a butterfly, and the moment it appeared, it flapped its wings. Another bang came from the blue-robed man's chest and blood sprayed out. The blood turned into another butterfly and flapped its wings. As the bangs echoed, the blue-robed man was constantly knocked back. Each this happened, a large amount of blood would spray out and turn into a butterfly. Every flap of the butterfly's wings caused him unimaginable damage. His eyes were filled horror and there was even a trace of fear in them. He couldn't resist at all. It was as if everything inside his body didn't belong to him and was sealed by a mysterious power. The butterfly reappeared once more and the blue-robed man was thrown back once more. This continued until he was more than 10,000 feet away. The fear in his eyes had reached a limit. As he struggled, the blue-robed man hissed, "Thunder! Explode!" A rumbling sound came from his body and his right hand collapsed, releasing a destructive force. Borrowing this explosion, he was able to temporarily restore control to his body, but his face was completely pale. He was frightened, and this fear almost occupied his entire body. What spell is this? What kind of treasure is this? He had never seen such a strange treasure in his life. Just a flap of the butterfly's wings almost made him collapse. At this moment, he charged toward the altar to escape. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He had a mysterious connection with the god-slaying war chariot, and he had a feeling that this chariot hadn't used its most powerful attack yet. Just at this moment, the 5-colored butterfly next to Wang Lin gently flapped its left wing. The middle-aged man that was quickly escaping had just entered the door of the altar. At this moment, his body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His body began to dissipate starting from his feet, and in just a moment, his entire body had disappeared. The blue-robed man died. Somewhere in the nether beast there was an endless, black void, and a person was sitting in the black void and giving off black fog. What was strange was that there was celestial spiritual energy inside that black fog. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. His eyes were filled with shock. To be able to destroy my avatar so easily, what kind of treasure is that? The moment the blue-robed man died, the gate of the altar closed. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, his heart was shaken as he looked at the 5-colored butterfly flapping next to him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin lifted his right hand to form a seal and carefully pressed it toward the butterfly. The butterfly's wings paused and then turned into specks of 5-colored light that slowly dispersed. After a moment, it turned back into the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's heart relaxed and sweat came out from his forehead. The feeling of cold sweat was very rare for him. However, the scene of a peak corporeal young cultivator's body and origin soul completely collapsing from just a flap of the butterfly's wing shocked him greatly. With this god-slaying war chariot and the Wither Dao pair, I can battle Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he looked around. The chosen Immortal clan members returned to normal after the middle-aged man died. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and they silently pondered on the ground. In the distance, Ta Shan returned with injuries. He was holding a big pot in his hand. He had managed to capture the fog beast that went after the children. However, he was very injured, so after he came back, he fell into a coma. Time flashed by and 10 days passed. For these 10 days, Wang Lin lived with the chosen Immortal clan. The ancestor had prepared a quiet place for him to stay. During these 10 days, Wang Lin didn't waste time. After a detailed conversation with the old man, Wang Lin felt that his previous guess was 80% accurate. However, this matter was not related to him. Wang Lin's focus was on how to leave this place. Wang Lin had already been to the end of the sky. It was just as Ta Shan had said. The end of the sky was a boundless wall of flesh. However, blue light penetrated the wall of flesh, making it look like a real world. Aside from the sky, Wang Lin had searched the entire continent, but he still hadn't found an exit. At this point, Wang Lin was convinced that the formation inside the mysterious furnace at the altar was the way out. Ignoring the spirit of the mysterious furnace, there was also that blue-robed man. All of this makes this entire place very strange. That blue-robed man claimed he was a celestial and the power he used was similar to celestial spiritual energy, but it also contained the aura of origin energy. It was very similar to Celestial Lord Qing Shui back in the Thunder Celestial realm. Adding on the reaction of the chosen Immortal clan members, it is very likely that the blue-robed man was a real celestial. As Wang Lin pondered, he walked out from his room and disappeared. He reappeared at a plain on the eastern side of the continent. Just as he appeared, there was a cheerful cry. The mosquito beast flew in the sky, and after circling a few times, it flew toward Wang Lin. The thunder toad's body that was like a small mountain was lying in the grass in the distance. It opened its eyes to look at Wang Lin before closing them once more. There was not even a shadow of Su Ligua. He had already gone to who knows where to look for fun. When the mosquito closed in, Wang Lin revealed a smile and patted the mosquito's head. The mosquito revealed a comfortable expression as it flew into the air once more. Wang Lin stepped forward in the grass, and a moment later, he arrived at an open area about 1,000 feet wide. The grass here had been cleaned out and replaced with gulches. These gulches intersected and formed a complex image, as if it was a formation. Wang Lin didn't even look at the gulches on the ground before stepping inside. He sat down at the center of the formation. Ever since Wang Lin had released the Thunder Toad and Mosquito Beast, he hadn't taken them back and let them move around freely. As for Su Ligua, Wang Lin was too lazy to care. This was a place Wang Lin had found to cultivate. After removing the grass, he placed a restriction formation here. With the Mosquito Beast and Thunder Toad guarding, there was a certain degree of safety. As he sat there, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pressed down on the formation. There was a flash of light and then everything disappeared and was replaced with a field of grass. No matter how far or close you were, you wouldn't be able to see that this place was fake. Even if you stepped inside, everything would appear normal. After activating the formation, his eyes lit up. During his trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm, he had managed to obtain a lot among all the dangers he had faced. However, he hadn't had time to refine any of them since he left. Originally, he planned to go to planet Qingling after leaving the Thunder Celestial Realm to refine the treasures, but he didn't expect to be sent here. Right now, I must refine the treasures I obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm to strengthen myself. That way, the road to leaving here will be smoother. While Wang Lin pondered, he touched his bag of holding and a suit of leather armor appeared. The skin used to make this armor was very rough and there were some runes on it. While holding the leather armor, Wang Lin's left hand gently touched it. Ancient god leather armor? Wang Lin silently stared at it for a moment before he threw it into the air. Then he spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. A white flame suddenly appeared and surrounded the armor. The leather armor showed no change inside the flame. However, not only did Wang Lin not stop, he spat out more essence origin energy. The previous owner was very likely Master Carefree. Although he was dead, his cultivation was very strong. Even now, there was still a trace of broken yet independent divine sense on the armor. If another 10,000 years had passed, I fear the broken divine sense on the leather armor would have awakened by itself. It would produce its own consciousness and become the new spirit of the ancient god leather armor. At Wang Lin's cultivation he was able to see through the core of some matters. Although not all treasure spirits were formed like this was how most were formed. The essence origin energy surrounded the ancient god leather armor and time slowly passed. This was a very slow process. After all, the previous owner was extremely powerful and far stronger than the current Wang Lin. Although the divine sense was broken, it couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, it had evolved over the countless years and was starting to develop into a treasure spirit. Although the treasure spirit is precious, if it's not removed, the ancient god leather armor will never belong to me and will instead belong to the treasure spirit. It will end up like Rain's celestial swords, whose true master is only the spirit inside. Moreover, this is only a fragment of a celestial's divine sense, and it conflicts with the ancient gods. Although they have begun to fuse after countless years, it still isn't enough. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Then his eyes lit up. He was determined to erase the treasure spirit that hadn't gained consciousness yet. Several days flashed by. On this day, a blue mist came out of the ancient god leather armor that was being refined by Wang Lin. The blue mist moved as if it was under extreme pain, but it was forced out of the leather armor by Wang Lin's essence origin energy. There were strands connecting the blue mist and the ancient god leather armor. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes and they turned cold. He raised his hand and mercilessly chopped down. Heavenly chops flew out. What was chopped was the law. What was chopped were the last connections between the treasure spirit and the ancient god leather armor. The strands broke with a crackle and the blue mist flew into the sky. Wang Lin took out the 1 billion soul flag. It turned into black mist and devoured the blue mist. The ancient god leather armor floated before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out and entered the leather armor, leaving behind his own imprint. This imprint was very strong and the leather armor immediately gave off an ancient aura. This aura was very rich and it immediately surrounded the area. A vortex immediately formed around Wang Lin. Wang Lin was at the center of the vortex, and he didn't move at all. The moment he left his imprint on the leather armor, a familiar aura surrounded him. This familiar aura came from the leather armor. It was very familiar and kind, like a child that had been wandering for many years that suddenly met his relatives. This was the feeling Wang Lin felt, but it was also the feeling the ancient god leather armor had as well. This was a mutual feeling. The ancient god leather armor didn't need to be summoned by Wang Lin. It flew toward Wang Lin and entered his chest. Wang Lin didn't reject it, and he felt a familiar feeling when the leather armor entered his body. The ancient god leather armor completely entered Wang Lin's body. Then the leather armor wrapped itself around his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he took a deep breath and pointed between his eyebrows. There was a flash of light and his origin soul flew out. The ancient god leather armor was almost impossible to see in his ancient dragon form. But Wang Lin could clearly feel that his origin soul's defense had reached a terrifying degree. It is a pity I can't test exactly how much it can withstand, but it can't be weak. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body. After refining the leather armor, Wang Lin didn't stop. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. The light flashed in the air and turned into a golden lock. This lock was completely gold and it shined brightly. Wang Lin remembered that he took this from one of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple when he charged into the transfer array. That messenger's origin soul was still inside the soul flag. He once said he was going to give up a precious treasure in exchange for his life. While looking at the golden lock, Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded it. After all the time he had spent refining it, Wang Lin easily removed the imprint left by the previous owner. This golden lock immediately became dim as it fell from the sky and was caught by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stared at the golden lock in his hand as he muttered, "This item is not bad, but compared to the Wither Dao pair, it is still lacking too much. However, a spell that can seal a person's spell is very interesting." Origin energy filled Wang Lin's right hand, and he mercilessly crushed the golden lock. When the golden lock collapsed, the golden light immediately dissipated. The countless fragments scattered on the ground and only a drop of golden liquid remained in Wang Lin's hand. Under Wang Lin's control, the way he crushed it was very ingenious. He destroyed the treasure without damaging the golden liquid inside it at all. If the previous owner had seen this, he would have sucked in a breath of cold air and his heart would have ached. Although that messenger hadn't placed a lot of importance on this treasure, it was something he used often. If it was him, he wouldn't have been willing to crush it. Although that messenger knew that there was something inside that treasure that gave it its abilities, he didn't have the courage to break the treasure to obtain it. In truth, not only him, but if any illusory Yin or corporeal Yang cultivator saw what Wang Lin had done, their hearts would have ached. After all, if they destroyed their treasure and what they obtained was worthless or was worth less than the origin treasure, then their action would be considered foolish. If a first-step cultivators saw Wang Lin, they wouldn't feel their heart ache. Instead, they would feel shock, a great amount of shock. It has to be said that if this kind of treasure had appeared on planet Suzaku 800 years ago, it would have set off a storm. Even Zhu Kz would have participated. Unconsciously, after 1,000 years of cultivation, Wang Lin had reached such a state. He was willing to crush a treasure like this just to see the spell sealed inside. After 1,000 years of cultivation, not only had his cultivation grown, but also his horizons. There weren't many treasures that could catch his eye. Even if there were any weak treasures in his bag, he only kept them due to special affection or because they had accompanied him through his 1,000 years of cultivation. No matter how weak a treasure was, it must at least be a celestial treasure to catch the fancy of a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and yet Wang Lin had casually crushed it. Even if it was destroyed, his heart wouldn't have ached for it. While staring at the golden liquid between his fingers, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. A crack suddenly opened between his eyebrows and the third eye appeared. Red light quickly fanned out and surrounded the golden liquid. Under the third eye's gaze, the golden liquid slowly dissipated and began returning to its source, but its speed was not fast. After a moment, Wang Lin's third eye dimmed, but only half of the golden liquid had dissipated. It is strange for this to last this long under the third eye. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the origin energy inside his body rapidly surged into the third eye regardless of the strenuous consumption. The red light from the third eye immediately intensified. The golden liquid started dissipating faster. A moment later, due to Wang Lin's spell, the golden liquid dissipated and turned into countless golden threads. The threads intersected with each other, forming a very complex golden rune. This rune only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it completely collapsed, leaving nothing between Wang Lin's fingers. Rune? Wang Lin began to ponder as he slapped his bag of holding and the celestial brush appeared. His hand started moving and he began drawing. A moment later, a rune appeared before Wang Lin. This rune was exactly the same as the rune formed by the golden threads. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the rune. There was no aura coming from the rune and there was nothing special about it. Wang Lin frowned slightly, but then his expression changed as he stared at the rune. A moment later, he closed his eyes and then suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of shock. My divine sense can't detect it. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze as he raised his left hand and pointed at the rune. The rune flew into the air under Wang Lin's control and flew toward the mosquito circling in the sky. The mosquito was happily flying when all of its hair stood up and it was about to dodge. However, under the soothing of Wang Lin's divine sense, It hesitated and didn't move as it stared at the rune that was quickly approaching. The rune flashed and imprinted on the mosquito beast. It immediately shattered into golden liquid and instantly surrounded the mosquito beast. The mosquito struggled and only broke free after a few moments. Then it flew far away as it looked at Wang Lin as if it has been wronged and let out a cry. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he used the celestial brush, he had only used 10% of his origin energy, and yet the rune was still so powerful. When he uses all his power to create the rune, its power will definitely increase. Wang Lin put away the celestial brush. After pondering for a bit, he figured out the truth. The true ability of the treasure is this rune. When it was inside the treasure, its full power couldn't be displayed, but with the brush, I can release its true power. If it was someone else, unless they had a powerful spell like the third eye to see the origin, then even if they extracted the golden liquid, they wouldn't be able to do anything. This is the first time I obtained something from a magic treasure like this. Since it functions like a seal, I'll call it the seal rune. Wang Lin raised his right hand to draw it a few more times and engraved it in his heart before putting his hand down. Then he suddenly had a thought. Since this seal rune was extracted from a treasure, then I should also be able to place it into a treasure to increase its power. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and his heart skipped a beat. Most of my treasures were obtained from outside sources and I rarely refine my own. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand. The grain immediately became a large fragment stamp. While staring at the fragment stamp, the mysterious light in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. This was originally a celestial realm fragment, and it was refined by divine retribution. It wasn't damaged at all when it was attacked by celestial Lord Xianxia, so its sturdiness is at its peak. However, this treasure isn't complete, as when it attacks, it simply uses the celestial spiritual energy it possesses to imprison someone. In truth, it's not very strong. It can't compare to the lethal force the Wither Dao pair possesses and definitely can't compare to the third god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin took out the celestial brush once more and began to draw. After a moment, a seal rune appeared. Now I'll give it a spell. A sealing spell. Wang Lin's right hand suddenly moved and then the rune that appeared flew onto the fragment and fused with it. Wang Lin didn't stop. He flew into the air and continued to draw. One by one, seal runes appeared and landed on the fragment. Wang Lin gradually became faster and faster. His body left afterimages as he circled the fragment. In the end, he was like a bolt of thunder creating rumbles that echoed across the plain. As Wang Lin became more proficient in creating the seal rune, it went from 1 rune per stroke to more than a dozen rune per stroke, and they all landed on the fragment. Wang Lin didn't feel tired at all during this process and he didn't pause the slightest. The fragment was the only thing that mattered to him while he continued to draw seal runes that fused with the fragment. Wang Lin had placed an unknown amount of seal runes on the fragment when it gave off a pale, golden glow. However, Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to place seal runes on the fragment one by one. 3 days later, Wang Lin landed on the ground and immediately began to cultivate. His face was slightly pale. During these 3 days of time, he had continuously used origin energy. Even with his cultivation, he had reached his limit. The 1,000-foot fragment had shrunk to about 800 feet. It still gave off a light golden glow, but it was now a bit darker. After resting for several hours, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His body moved and he began drawing more runes. As time passed, Wang Lin had rested 7 times. The 1,000-foot fragment shrank to 500 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet, until it was only 100 feet wide. The golden light it gave off became even darker. From a distance, it was like a golden sun that gave off a dazzling glow. When he looked at the treasure, Wang Lin's fatigue disappeared instantly. He took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. After resting a little, he flew out once more, and this time he refined for 5 days. 5 days later, Wang Lin landed on the ground. His face was completely pale and his steps were unstable. However, the excitement in his eyes had reached a peak. From today onward, this is a treasure refined by me. I'll name it Celestial sealing stamp. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the sky. Before him was a 3-inch stamp that emitted dazzling light. If a mortal saw this, the golden light would penetrate their eyes and destroy their mind. Even a low-level cultivator would feel his mind tremble and pain would fill his body as if he was being stabbed by countless swords. Even a cultivator with advanced cultivation would feel like their origin soul was being sealed when they saw it. The 3-inch stamp shined brightly and was filled rich celestial spiritual energy. There was also a very powerful sealing aura surrounding it. This stamp was created after Wang Lin spent a month refining it. Wang Lin had roughly calculated that there were no less than 600,000 seal runes in it. More than 600,000 seal runes were fused into the 1,000-foot fragment, and he had condensed it into a 3-inch stamp. Wang Lin was very confident about the power inside this stamp. As he looked at the celestial sealing stamp, his eyes lit up and his hand began to move, placing restrictions on the stamp. The celestial spiritual energy from the stamp was gradually covered up and even most of the seal aura was hidden. A moment later, its power was completely hidden. The treasure that would shock the cultivation world, the celestial sealing stamp, was born. This appearance fits the ideal image of a treasure that I had in my heart. Wang Lin looked at the stamp that looked no different from an ordinary treasure and his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and the celestial sealing stamp flew into his mouth and was refined by the thunder inside his origin soul. After a long time, this treasure will definitely contain some thunder from my origin soul. After swallowing the stamp, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he slapped his bag of holding and 3 purple flags flew out. The purple flags wrapped around each other and released flashes of restrictions. A while back, a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple was sealed by Wang Lin along with these 3 flags. Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and with a point of his finger, the restriction on the 3 flags dissipated. The moment it disappeared, the sealed origin soul of the messenger flew out. His eyes were filled with terror and he attempted to teleport away the moment he broke free. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he slapped his bag of holding. The 1 billion soul flag flew out and turned into a large, black cloud that devoured the origin soul of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Don't kill me, fellow cultivator. I'll trade a valuable treasure for my life. A valuable treasure. The messenger began to struggle inside the black cloud and begged for mercy. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "What valuable treasure?" The messenger immediately shouted, "An all-heaven stone. I know where fellow cultivator can obtain an all-heaven stone. If you promise to let me go, I'll immediately lead you there." Wang Lin's face showed no expression and his right hand formed a seal. The black cloud immediately devoured the origin soul and sealed it inside the flag. All-heaven stone. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and then no longer thought about. Then his eyes fell on the 3 flags in the air and reached out. When the flags fell into his hand, he spat out essence origin energy to refine them. After wiping the divine sense from them and imprinting his own, Wang Lin put them away and began to ponder. This is a rare protective treasure. After the time it takes for half of an incense stick of time to burn, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He threw the 3 flags into the air and they began to rapidly rotate around his body. A purple vortex formed, and it contained a certain degree of protection. The origin energy inside Wang Lin's body surged out into the purple vortex and a drastic change occurred. The purple vortex sped up several fold and more purple mist appeared. Soon, Wang Lin's entire body was completely hidden inside the purple mist. After 3 breaths of time, the mist dissipated. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the 3 flags were placed back into his bag. This treasure's power is not bad. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding and 2 yellow talismans appeared in his hand. Even now, Wang Lin still wasn't able to see through these 2 talismans. After carefully looking at them, Wang Lin put them away. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His expression became serious and he spread out his divine sense. After determining there was nothing abnormal within 5 kilometers, he touched his bag of holding. There was a flash of golden light. Celestial spiritual energy filled the air. and a palm-sized pavilion appeared in Wang Lin's palm. Even at this moment, Wang Lin's heart still began beating faster, and there was excitement in his eyes when his gaze fell on the pavilion. If I were asked what was the biggest harvest I had in the Thunder Celestial Realm, it would be this: the collection pavilion. Wang Lin licked his lips. He had been afraid to take this out after obtaining it, because it was simply too precious. How many celestial spells are inside? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement, but it was forcibly suppressed by him a moment later. With my current cultivation level, I can only enter the 4th floor. Even if I were to use the woman in white to enter the 9th floor, I can't break the restriction inside to obtain the celestial spells. Moreover, this object is too precious and it might have some restrictions on the amount of times I can enter. This place isn't absolutely safe, so I can't carelessly study it here. Wang Lin suppressed the desire in his heart before taking a deep breath and placing it in his bag. However, after hesitating for a moment, he took it out again. He used the seal he learned from back then to make the pavilion shrink until it was only the size of a fingernail. Then he took out a spare bag and placed the pavilion inside. Then he opened his shirt, cut open his chest, and placed bag into his body. The wound quickly healed under his origin energy. This way, no one will know where the collection pavilion is. Wang Lin touched his chest and revealed a smile. There were still several bags of holding on his body that were filled with celestial jades. The amount of celestial jades was simply too large, and all of them were obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm. After nearly 2 months of time, Wang Lin organized his harvest from this trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. It is time to leave. Wang Lin stood up and flew into the air. The mosquito beast let out a cheerful cry as it carried Wang Lin toward the buildings. The thunder toad on the ground rolled its eyes and jumped very far with a bang. It followed the mosquito beast on the ground. When they closed in on the living area of the chosen Immortal clan, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He saw them all gathered at the large square, including the woman and children. At the center of the square was a 30-foot wide wooden platform. There was a person lying on it, and it was Ta Shan. Ta Shan's expression was deathly gray, and his eyes were dim, as if he could die at any time. Death aura had surrounded his body. It was obvious he was near the moment of his death. Upon seeing this, Wang Lin silently pondered. 2 months ago, Wang Lin had already seen that Ta Shan was like a lamp without fuel. The slave imprint inside Ta Shan was very strong. It was imprinted into his bloodline, and it wouldn't allow him to resist. Ta Shan could be said to be the first person to resist, but the consequence was that all the tattoos on his body had backlashed at him. It was impossible to continue living like this. He had lasted for 2 months, but today he had reached his end and couldn't survive any longer. Beside Ta Shan, the ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan was filled with grief. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheek. The old man softly said, "Grandson." He hadn't called Ta Shan this in a long time. The surroundings were completely silent, but there was a powerful sense of sadness that surrounded the area. The people all silently looked at Ta Shan and revealed sadness on their faces. "Ta Shan. Ta Shan." Whispers gradually came from the chosen Immortal clan members. This voice fused together and represented the voice of the entire chosen Immortal clan. Ta Shan. In their hearts, Ta Shan was the hero of the chosen Immortal clan. When no one could fight against the slave imprint, only Ta Shan never yielded. He showed them all that the slave imprint was not impossible to resist, although the price of resisting was his life. Ta Shan's consciousness was in a trance. His eyes dimmed as he looked at the sky. He vaguely felt like he had returned to his childhood as he listened to the clan members talk. "Celestials are the lords of my clan. Everyone in our clan must dedicate themselves to serving the Celestials. This is our mission and our pride. We are the messengers of the Celestials in this world. This is our glory." Tears came from Ta Shan's eyes. He hated that this world was unfair. He hated all Celestials. Wang Lin's body descended from the air and landed at the edge of the square. He silently pondered. The old man looked at Ta Shan and mercilessly clenched his teeth. He then suddenly turned around. He looked at the surrounding people and loudly said, "Ta Shan is right. For generations we've guarded this place. And what did we get? It was the fog beasts. The fog beasts that killed countless members of our clan. And all of this was caused by celestials. In the eyes of the celestials, we are only food for the fog beasts." The surroundings were completely quiet and the people silently looked at the old man. There was a force brewing and accumulating in their bodies. "Ta Shan once told me that celestials no longer exist. The celestial realm has long collapsed. I have been hiding this matter since he told me. But today I'm telling you all." The old man's eyes were strange. It was a gaze that had almost gone insane. After he said those words, all of the surrounding clan members went into an uproar. This news shocked them greatly and the power brewing in their bodies rapidly increased. "Benefactor, am I correct?" The old man's eyes fell on Wang Lin, who was at the edge of the square. At this moment, everyone looked at Wang Lin, waiting for his answer. Ever since Wang Lin killed that celestial 2 months ago, the old man began calling him Benefactor. Wang Lin silently pondered. A moment later, he nodded and said, "The celestial realm has already collapsed and celestials no longer exist. If there are any left, they are extremely rare." The old man became excited and shouted, "The celestial realm has collapsed and the celestials still treat my clan like this. Why should we not revolt? Even if we die, we should die with dignity like Ta Shan." His voice was ancient, but it also contained a power that would impact the soul. It pierced through the members of the clan and their eyes all revealed a gaze. It was a gaze of resisting until the end. One that said they'd rather die than be slaves any longer and become food for the fog beasts. "Revolt!" One of the clan members clenched his fist and whispered. After him, even more voices could be heard. "Revolt! Revolt!" One voice after another appeared until it almost formed a storm. As Wang Lin pondered, he looked at Ta Shan. After a long time, he whispered, "I can make it so he won't die." Although his voice was soft, when it landed in the ears of the surrounding chosen Immortal clan members, especially the old man, their bodies trembled. The old man's eyes filled up with excitement and he walked toward Wang Lin. He knelt down 10 feet before Wang Lin. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he said, "Benefactor, is this true?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, "I'm 50% confident. However, if my spell succeeds, then although Ta Shan won't die, he will become a puppet without consciousness. Whether he can regain his consciousness will depend on himself." While the old man was silently pondering, Ta Shan, who was lying on the wooden platform, weakly said, "I'm willing." Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and with one step, he arrived next to the wooden platform. He looked at Ta Shan, whose body had been shattered and was on the verge of death. There was already no tattoos on his body. All of the tattoos had entered his body and became the killers that were causing him to die. Wang Lin calmly said, "This spell requires the person being refined to have a firm heart and be completely willing. There mustn't be the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, it will definitely fail." Ta Shan revealed a miserable smile and weakly said, "No need to say more. I'm willing." Wang Lin longer wasted time. He grabbed Ta Shan and flew off into the void. As he disappeared into the distance, Wang Lin sent out a message. "Don't disturb me for 3 months." The old man stared at where Wang Lin disappeared to with a complicated expression. Eventually, he clenched his teeth, turned toward everyone, and said, "In 3 months, no matter what happens to Ta Shan, we must attack the mysterious furnace and leave this place." Wang Lin returned to where he was refining treasures with Ta Shan and placed him on the ground. Then he spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy that wrapped around Ta Shan. Finally, he took out the 1 billion soul flag and shook something out from it. This item was the heavenly ghost Wang Lin obtained in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The moment it appeared, it roared and struggled. Wang Lin pointed at it and the karma whip immediately appeared. The whip struck the heavenly ghost several times, causing it to let out miserable groans. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took out another bag. A large amount of celestial jades filled the area. This didn't end. He pondered for a bit and took out more than 10 skulls. These skulls all had complex runes flashing on them. There were the skulls of the forsaken Immortal clan from planet Suzaku. Wang Lin looked at Ta Shan, who was being refined by his essence origin energy, and calmly said, "I'll use the celestial jades to nourish your body, the heavenly ghost to help you form a soul, and the skulls of your ancestors to help you perfect your tattoos. Ta Shan, I'll gift you a great fortune. If this still doesn't succeed, then it is your luck that was lacking and not me not giving my all." Time flashed by and more than 2 months passed. On this day, the plane Wang Lin was on released a loud rumble. This rumble was so loud that even the chosen Immortal clan members heard it, and all of them flew out. The first person to react was the old man. The current him was extremely haggard, as if several years had passed in these 2 months. He was looking even older. The plane Wang Lin was on was filled with dust, and a 20-foot-tall man was walking inside the dust. Every step he took was like a thunderous rumble that echoed through the ground. This burly man had thick eyebrows, and his entire body gave off a golden glow. He was like a giant. There were no tattoos on his body, but between his eyebrows was a complex tattoo. It was so complex that just taking a look at it would make you dizzy. The complexity of this rune had exceeded imagination. The burly man's eyes contained intelligence as he walked out of the dust. Wang Lin slowly walked out from behind the giant, and his expression revealed a trace of fatigue. He looked at the back of the burly man before him, and his eyes revealed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, in the end he could only reach the peak of the corporeal yang stage, and was unable to break through into the nirvana scryer stage. Wang Lin's body moved, and when he appeared, he was on the shoulder of the giant. The giant walked toward where the chosen Immortal clan was. I didn't expect that consuming large amount of celestial jades would not only help Ta Shan's body recover, but also make him grow 1-fold. The heavenly ghost was especially important. If not for that thing, it would have immediately failed on the second step. Wang Lin stood on the shoulder of the burly man and began to ponder. During each of my successful attempts at creating celestial guards, I integrated the heavenly ghost. I wonder if there is a connection. Could it be that including the heavenly ghost increases the chance of success? As he pondered, the burly man began to take longer strides. The burly man would often cross hundreds of feet in one step and moved like a gust of wind. In addition, the skulls of the ancestors of the forsaken Immortal clan were very mysterious. When refining them, they actually fused into one tattoo. In the distance, the members of the chosen Immortal clan flew over and stared at the burly man. The old man was abnormally excited as he quickly flew over and said, "Ta Shan!" The burly man's expression was cold, and he didn't even look at the old man. He stopped under Wang Lin's command and remained motionless. Wang Lin jumped off the burly man and landed on the ground. "Benefactor Ta Shan he." Wang Lin calmly said, "I said before that I had no confidence in whether his consciousness will recover after I refine his body. Perhaps he will recover with time." He didn't lie. He hadn't erased Ta Shan's consciousness. It was only shattered and still existed inside the body. The old man was startled and was about to ask more when Wang Lin interrupted him. Wang Lin had been stranded here for too long. "Go open the gate to the altar. I'm going to leave." Wang Lin's tone didn't allow any questions. The old man stared at Ta Shan before he withdrew his gaze and respectfully nodded. Wang Lin took a step forward and charged toward the entrance of the altar. Along the way, he put away the thunder toad and mosquito beast. Ta Shan followed after Wang Lin, and the old man let out a sigh as he and the rest of the chosen Immortal clan followed. When they passed the buildings, a large number of women walked out, and following them were children. They entered the group and headed toward the altar. Soon, Wang Lin appeared outside the altar. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, the old man's hand formed a seal. The plant between his eyebrows shined brightly, flew out, and landed on the gate. The door slowly rose with a rumble, and a moment later it opened completely. At the moment the door opened, a sharp scream came from inside the gate. This voice was very sharp, like sharp swords flying out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding, and the 3 purple flags flew out. They rapidly rotated around Wang Lin from a purple vortex. The sharp scream was immediately crushed by the purple vortex. Ta Shan, destroy the spirit. As Wang Lin shouted, Ta Shan's body shined brightly and he walked through the gate. His gaze was cold as he rushed in and threw a punch. This punch was several times stronger than the ones he threw before he became a celestial guard. The punch created a sonic boom that echoed within the passage. The scattered black mist inside the passage quickly retreated as if it was being blown away. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This time he was determined to leave no matter what. He charged out like a bolt of lightning and rushed into the gate and down the passage. The chosen Immortal clan members all walked in, and their eyes were filled with determination. A moment later, Wang Lin arrived at the end of the passage, where the mysterious furnace was. He saw the woman's shadowy figure rapidly whirling around Ta Shan and screaming non-stop. Ta Shan's expression was normal. He was a celestial guard, meaning his origin soul had already collapsed and fused with his body, so the scream had no effect on him. Even though the scream could harm the body with how strong his body was, it didn't affect him. As for Wang Lin, he had the ancient god leather armor guarding his origin soul. When that scream touched the leather armor, it immediately collapsed. The shadowy figure of the woman around Ta Shan saw Wang Lin and immediately gave up on Ta Shan. It went toward Wang Lin with a storm-like wail as if it was going to tear Wang Lin apart. Wang Lin sneered and his hand formed a seal. The 3 flags around him quickly flew out, forming a vortex of purple gas that confronted the incoming sound wave. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated and arrived next to the mysterious furnace in one step. Ta Shan also arrived next to the furnace as his mind was linked with Wang Lin. When he arrived, he raised his fist and landed on the mysterious furnace. Ta Shan released his most powerful punch since becoming a celestial guard. Although he had become a celestial guard, some of his instincts still remained. Right now, the countless years of hatred he harbored for the mysterious furnace exploded through his fist. The complex tattoo between his eyebrows flashed as if it was alive. It flew out and entered Ta Shan's fist. His punch also produced a spell fluctuation. There was a very loud bang that caused large amount of gravel to fall. It was as if the entire altar was going to collapse. There was a series of cracking sounds and large amount of cracks appeared on the mysterious furnace. The cracks looked like a spider's web. Just at this moment, the woman's shadowy figure surrounded by the 3 flags let out a crazed scream. It desperately rushed over in an attempt to stop Ta Shan. After Ta Shan threw the first punch, he didn't hesitate to raise his fist and throw another punch. There was a loud bang and the mysterious furnace collapsed into countless pieces. Rich, black gas came from the fragments, but the black gas quickly contracted and disappeared into the small transfer array as if it was being sucked away. Along with the black gas was the woman's shadowy figure. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stepped onto the transfer array without any hesitation and shouted, "Su Ligua, are you still not coming back?" One of the surrounding chosen Immortal clan members immediately trembled and black gas came out from between his eyebrows. The black gas turned into Su Ligua. He pondered on the aftertaste and flew toward Wang Lin. After Wang Lin, Ta Shan also stepped out and disappeared without a trace. The surroundings were completely silent and a large amount of dirt fell. It was obvious that this altar could collapse at any moment. The ancestor of the chosen Immortal clan looked at the surrounding clan members before lifting his feet and disappearing into the transfer array. After him, the chosen Immortal clan members walked into the transfer array one by one. They were leaving the place they had lived in and guarded for generations. There was a giant formation inside the dark void of the nether beast. This formation was formed from dark red blood. As it floated in the void, bursts of black gas came out from the formation and entered the crystal coffin at the center. There was a body inside the coffin. The body was that of a man. He was very handsome and looked around 20 years old. He was lying inside the coffin as if he was asleep. The black gas from the formation entered the coffin and was absorbed by the man. There was a person sitting cross-legged in the void next to the coffin. This person was wearing a black robe. The large robe was wrapped around his entire body, revealing nothing but his head. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. It was as if he had always been there, guarding the crystal coffin in the formation. Just at this moment, the black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes, looked into the distance, and muttered, "He indeed came. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough right now to destroy the formation. Otherwise, there would be no need to worry." His eyes lit up and a ray of black light flew out from his body. The light landed 100 feet away and turned into a human figure. This figure gradually condensed and formed into a clone identical to the black-robed man. The clone opened his eyes and waved his hand, causing a blue robe to appear. He moved slightly before charging off into the distance. The black-robed man didn't stop and continued to cast the spell. One by one, more clones appeared. Including the first one, a total of 5 clones rushed off into the distance. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the black-robed man, there was a flash of colorful light and a giant vortex formed. Wang Lin walked out from inside the vortex. Su Ligua floated around Wang Lin like a ghost. Ta Shan walked out from the vortex right after Wang Lin. A moment later, the members of the chosen Forsaken clan appeared from inside the vortex. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his divine sense spread out and charged forward. However, his eyes quickly narrowed as he saw a person quickly flying over. This person was wearing a blue robe and was one of the clones. So the one I killed before was only a clone. When Wang Lin saw the blue-robed man, he immediately understood. With a thought, Ta Shan charged forward and threw a punch at the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man's expression became gloomy and his hand formed a seal. With a flash of light, a spear appeared in his hand. With a point of his finger, the spear charged toward Ta Shan. Just at this moment, the 4 figures in the distance charged over like a ray of light. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes and he charged out. His right hand moved and the beast bone tattoo on his hand moved and flew out. "Master's withered Dao pair!" The 5 clones almost exclaimed at the same time when they saw the beast bone tattoo. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. At this moment, even eyes of the black-robed man sitting tens of thousands of kilometers away shined brightly. The Wither Dao pair released a flash of light and an intense killing aura suddenly appeared. The clone fighting with Ta Shan immediately retreated to where the other 4 clones were. Their hands began to form seals and they chanted a complex chant. At the moment the killing intent spread out, a light screen appeared around the 3 clones. The light screen immediately turned gray and was petrified. After the light screen completely turned into stone, cracks appeared on it before it completely shattered. The 5 clones' expressions were slightly pale, but the terror in their eyes was even stronger. There wasn't any hesitation as the 5 clones retreated into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. He disappeared and then reappeared next to a clone. The moment he appeared, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of golden light. There was a 3-inch stamp inside the golden light. However, right after it appeared, it immediately grew to 100 feet wide and smashed down at the clone. The aura of this 100-foot stamp was extremely shocking, to the point it was almost solid. The clone's face became pale and all of the power in its body was sealed the moment the stamp descended. In addition, he had a feeling that he was facing the might of the heavens. In a flash, the stamp landed with a bang. The clone let out a miserable groan before his body collapsed. However, as the origin soul was about to escape, the 100-foot stamp went from dim to dazzling. In an instant, its golden glow covered the surrounding 10,000-foot area. It was as if the stamp had become the sun. A miserable scream came from inside the origin soul. His origin soul was immediately pierced by the golden light that formed into many seals, making him unable to escape. It was as if he was being absorbed as he was sucked into the stamp. Not far away, the 4 remaining clones were shocked and were going to continue to retreat. Wang Lin grabbed the stamp and chased closely after them. The 4 clones quickly escaped, but a moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stopped and revealed a sneer. "You want to lure me away?" He gave up chasing and sat down in the void. Ta Shan arrived to guard him as Wang Lin's divine sense continued to spread. A few breaths of time later, he suddenly opened his eyes and charged toward a direction. The 4 escaping clones suddenly changed directions and charged toward Wang Lin. The fastest one got to within 10,000 feet of Wang Lin when he revealed a decisive gaze. He actually burned his origin soul and flesh, causing his cultivation and speed to explode several-fold. In an instant, he was within 100 feet of Wang Lin and his body exploded. The power of a peak corporeal yang cultivator was too strong. A destructive power began to spread and sweep toward Wang Lin. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly retreated. He slapped his bag of holding and 3 small flags quickly appeared before rotating around him. At the same time, Wang Lin also took out the mountain and river screen. With a wave, the surroundings became the mountain and river painting. When the explosion happened, the impact of the force caused the painting to distort. Although a lot of the force was negated, some still entered the painting. After all, this was only a copy and not the real mountain and river painting. An opening appeared on the purple vortex after it had blocked some of the force. The destructive force landed on Wang Lin's body and directly charged toward his origin soul. Wang Lin quickly retreated and his expression became pale, but killing intent flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, I have the ancient god leather armor. Otherwise, if I didn't die to the explosion, I would have been seriously injured. At this moment, the 3 clones all closed in. They all exposed vicious gazes and all revealed auras of exploding as they charged at Wang Lin. They seemed unwilling to stop until they killed Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He would never let the same thing happen again. Instead of retreating, he charged out and pointed with his right hand. The Wither Dao pair flew out and released intense killing intent. One of the clones' feet immediately turned into stone. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning and appeared before the one that was turning into stone. His finger formed a sword and pointed between the eyebrows of this clone, causing the clone to collapse into countless pieces of stone. At this moment, the remaining 2 clones closed in. Their auras had reached a peak, ready to explode. During this moment of crisis, Wang Lin was extremely calm. He raised his right hand to use the stop spell and one of the clones stopped. At this moment, Ta Shan charged out, grabbed one of the clones, and flew off into the distance. That clone exploded with a loud bang and the impact hit Ta Shan's body. His expression became pale and his body trembled, but he was able to hold out. Although Wang Lin destroyed 2 of the self-destructions in a row, but the last clone exploded due to the force building up inside the clone's body. When that clone exploded, it created a violent storm that charged straight at Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the celestial ceiling stamp expanded to 1,000 feet before Wang Lin. It wasn't horizontal but stood upright like a 1,000-foot tall shield before Wang Lin. The sound of the explosion echoed across the void as the explosion hit the stamp with unimaginable force. Wang Lin retreated more than 30 steps with the stamp before he finally stopped. The killing intent in his eyes had reached a limit. After the destructive force passed, Wang Lin charged into the void ahead like a meteor with monstrous killing intent. Ta Shan followed closely behind him. The Wither Dao pair floated above Wang Lin, and below Wang Lin was the celestial ceiling stamp. Using the origin soul trapped inside the stamp as a guide, Wang Lin traveled tens of thousands of kilometers in a flash. Wang Lin eventually saw the huge formation and the crystal coffin inside with his eyes filled with killing intent. He also saw the black-robed man, whose face had a gloomy expression and a hidden trace of shock. There was originally no wind in the void, but with the momentum of the 1,000-foot celestial ceiling stamp, there was a big gust of wind. The wind caused the black-robed man's large robe to move. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he clearly saw white bones under that black robe. Aside from his head, everything under that black robe was bones. After the wind passed, the black robe covered the person once more. He stared at Wang Lin as his lip moved slightly and a ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. The moment this black light appeared, it turned into a black short sword that whistled toward Wang Lin. The black-robed man's lips didn't stop and continued to mutter. Rays of black light shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into short swords. In an instant, more than 10 sword shorts were flying toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't move. The black-robed person's cultivation level was very high. He definitely wasn't someone at the illusory yin or corporeal yang stages. However, since his entire body was bones besides his head, that meant that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't use his full power. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The cultivation this black-robed man could use couldn't be higher than early-stage nirvana scryer. At the moment those short swords flew over, Ta Shan stepped out with a thought from Wang Lin. The injuries he suffered earlier couldn't be considered much. At this moment, his body shined brightly as he stepped forward and threw a punch. This punch caused a vortex. The short swords were pulled in by the vortex, but they managed to charge out. The short swords moved like snakes and stabbed into Ta Shan's body. Explosions echoed through the void, and Ta Shan coldly waved his fists. Every time his fists hit one, it would knock the short sword back. Even if the short swords dodged the punches, they couldn't cause any damage to his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he charged out. His right finger pointed at the Wither Dao pair. The Wither Dao pair flashed and flew toward the black-robed man. At the same time, the world was filled with dense killing intent, and it quickly spread. The moment the killing intent appeared, a gray light appeared on the black-robed man. The black-robed man revealed a complex gaze and let out a sigh. He spoke as if he was muttering to himself. It has been many years since I've seen Master's treasure. Under the black robe, he raised his bone hand. The white bones looked extremely terrifying and made a seal. Not only did the gray light stop, but it quickly retreated and then disappeared. At the moment the gray light disappeared, the black-robed man's lips moved. A ray of white light came from between his eyebrows and turned to a white-feathered fan. The moment the fan appeared, it began to move. A gust of wind suddenly appeared. There was even thunder rumbling inside the wind. In an instant, it turned into a thunderstorm that charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The celestial sealing stamp flew into the air and mercilessly smashed down toward the black-robed man with a mysterious sealing force. At the same time, Wang Lin retreated. When the thunderstorm closed in, his ancient thunder dragon soul flew out and devoured the thunderstorm. Rumbles of thunder echoed inside Wang Lin's body, causing him to retreat. When the entire thunderstorm was devoured by his origin, he returned to his body. His face turned slightly red as large amount of thunder stormed through his body. At this moment, the black-robed man had a serious expression. Above him, the celestial sealing stamp was falling down like the might of the heavens. Popping sounds were coming from under his black robe, and his face had a hideous expression. His two bone hands rose up to form a seal, and he shouted, "Raising heaven!" At the moment the black-robed man raised his hands, a mysterious force suddenly began to gather from within 5,000 kilometers. This mysterious power was like strands of invisible gas, and they gathered toward his hand as if there was a suction force coming from his hand. This mysterious force formed a vortex above his hands. The black-robed man's ferocious expression became even stronger, and he mercilessly pushed up. A loud bang echoed across the void. The sound was so loud that the incoming chosen Immortal clan members all stopped. Their bodies trembled and they were forced to retreat due to the shockwave. Those with weaker cultivation had blood coming out of their orifices. The celestial sealing stamp trembled and paused for a moment. The black-robed man's face turned slightly pale. Wang Lin immediately charged out, touched his bag, and took out the celestial sword. He chopped down without hesitation. Heavenly chop. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed and soon black light began to gather. The moment the heavenly chop closed in, two rays of light shot out from his eyes and landed on the heavenly chop. The power of the heavenly chop dissipated with a bang. With just this level of cultivation, it isn't even enough to make me move. If this all you got, you're not qualified to own my master's treasure. The black-robed man's hoarse voice was cold. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at the black-robed man. He pointed to the air and softly said, "Seal release." Crackling sounds came from the celestial sealing stamp, and then a ray of golden light shot out. Then another ray of golden light shot out, and in an instant, many rays of golden light appeared. The originally dim celestial sealing stamp shined like the sun. A powerful pressure spread like crazy. There were golden runes flickering on the celestial sealing stamp. Too many of them were densely covering the stamp, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he softly said, "Descend!" In an instant, the celestial sealing stamp descended once more. This time, no matter what force was obstructing it, it wouldn't be able to stop it. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly as he raised his head and said, "10 dragons, raise the heavens!" As he shouted, the black light between his eyebrows shined brightly and 10 dragons flew out. The tails of the black dragons were connected to his head. The 10 dragons let out a roar and charged toward the celestial sealing stamp. Bang! 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 A series of explosions echoed across the void. The 10 dragons charged like crazy, but they weren't able to stop the celestial sealing stamp for even a moment. With each impact, the black dragons received large amounts of shock and were mercilessly knocked back. In the end, the 10 dragons desperately slammed into the stamp together. However, they still couldn't make the celestial sealing stamp stop. Seeing that the stamp was about to land and was only 100 feet away from him, the black-robed man stood up with a gloomy expression. This was the first time he had stood up in countless years. His black robe spread out and covered his entire body. Only his eyes exposed a cold gaze from within the black robe. He let out a cold snort and his body moved. He was about to leave the spot where the celestial sealing stamp was going to smash down. Killing intents flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. At the moment the black-robed man was going to leave, he coldly said, "Seal!" The golden light from the celestial sealing stamp suddenly disappeared and the world immediately turned dark. However, just a moment later, an even brighter glow appeared. One by one, golden runes appeared on the celestial sealing stamp. The runes spread quickly, and soon the entire 10,000 feet area was surrounded by golden runes. The black-robed man's expression was extremely gloomy. He raised his feet to leave, but just at this moment, all of the golden runes gathered toward him. At this moment, the golden light filled the area and the runes quickly gathered. In an instant, a layer of golden runes quickly contracted around the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes showed a trace of fear. He suddenly jerked his head and stared at the celestial sealing stamp. As the runes condensed around him, he revealed a decisive gaze. The 10 dragons coming out from between his eyebrows let out a fierce roar. A destructive aura spread out as the black-robed man shouted, "10 dragons, shatter the void!" One of the black dragons was torn apart by the destructive aura inside its body. It formed a vortex and then exploded. There was a loud explosion. The self-destruction of the black dragon caused the golden runes around the black-robed man to be pushed back. Shortly after, another black dragon exploded. At the same time, the other 8 dragons all exploded. The explosions of the 10 black dragons was unimaginable. All of the golden runes were blown away and even the celestial sealing stamp was thrown back. Wang Lin quickly retreated. Ta Shan gave up on confronting the short swords and arrived before Wang Lin. He opened his arms and used his 20-foot body to block the force. The black-robed man's expression was pale. His body flickered and he finally left the range of the celestial sealing stamp. What a powerful treasure! Even in the celestial realm, this treasure is enough to be famous. The black-robed man's body flew outside the range of the celestial sealing stamp. His eyes lit up as he flew to the top of the celestial sealing stamp. Under the impact of the 10 black dragons, Ta Shan coughed out blood and his eyes dimmed. Wang Lin walked out from behind Ta Shan, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He moved like lightning toward the black-robed man with the celestial sword in his hand. He was too fast. As he charged out, he raised the celestial sword and chopped down 10 times. A total of 10 heavenly chops fused into one and shot toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's speed didn't change and he flew toward the celestial sealing stamp. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as his right hand formed a seal. A large amount of celestial spiritual energy gathered to form a celestial curtain. This treasure is being wasted in your hands. Might as well give it to me. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. When the heavenly chop flew out, he raised the celestial sword and used 10 more heavenly chops that chased closely behind the first 10. With a bang, the celestial curtain trembled and cracked. Immediately after, a second heavenly chop arrived and the celestial curtain shattered. Wang Lin threw the celestial sword and shouted, "Stop!" The celestial sword was too fast and shot out like lightning. The black-robed man frowned as he had already arrived above the celestial sealing stamp. He lifted his right hand and was about to grab the celestial sword. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's "stop" echoed like thunder. The black-robed man's head was normal, but his bone hand paused. At this instant, the celestial sword flashed by and severed his entire right arm. When his right arm was detached from his body, it mysteriously turned into bone dust and dissipated in the void. Wang Lin's timing was extremely accurate. If it wasn't for the fact that the celestial sword was so close, then even with the stop spell it wouldn't be effective because the spell couldn't stop the black-robed man for long. However, right now it was very different. The black-robed man was startled and looked at this empty right arm. His eyes revealed unimaginable anger. This anger made him release powerful killing intent. I have been protecting this place for countless years and have finally managed to recover my skeleton. You dare to destroy my right arm? That black-robed man seemed to have gone crazy. He gave up on the celestial sealing stamp and charged toward Wang Lin. While he flew, his expression was extremely hideous. He raised his remaining left hand and his fingers formed a sword that sliced at Wang Lin. Cracking sounds came from the dark void and a crack appeared. Wang Lin revealed a cold gaze as he raised his hand into the air and shouted, "Call the wind!" The origin energy in his body quickly surged, but he didn't have time to worry about consumption. A black wind appeared in his hand as it quickly spread and formed a violent gust of black wind. Waves of cold wind spread out as the black wind charged toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with shock. This time the shock was several times stronger than when he saw Wang Lin with his master's treasure. The Celestial Emperor's spell? Call the wind! You, who the hell are you? The black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He was very clear on how powerful Call the Wind was. That spell was a nightmare for him back then. He clearly remembered that he had violated a celestial law. Although his master pleaded for him, Celestial Emperor by Fan still casted one spell. The Emperor said that if he could survive the spell, he would be spared. Back then, the spell Celestial Emperor by Fan used was Call the Wind. Under Call the Wind, his entire body collapsed. Even his bones dissipated. If it wasn't for the fact that his master, Master Carefree, had acted, not even his skull would have been saved. After that, he was sent here by Master Carefree to guard this coffin. Only through this large formation and countless years of cultivation was he finally able to expel Call the Wind to reform his skeleton. At this moment, he saw the spell once more and was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated, opened his mouth without hesitation, and spat out an object. This was a blue core, and the moment it appeared, it dyed everything blue. The black-robed man shouted once more, "What is your relation with Celestial Emperor by Fan?" The blue core before him gave off a gentle glow, making it so he wasn't injured by the black wind. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't speak as he took a step forward and the black wind roared. Right now it was as if Wang Lin had become one with the black wind. He arrived next to the black-robed man and the black wind moved with Wang Lin's hand. The black-robed man's expression turned pale and he retreated once more. The blue light around him dimmed, but his eyes narrowed. He let out a roar and both of his hands pushed forward. The blue core began to rotate, emitting bursts of blue light. It was like a vortex that sucked in the incoming black wind. This person's Call the Wind isn't strong, but I can't let a trace of it touch me. Otherwise, it will activate the remnants of the Call the Wind law in my body. Call the wind was too vicious. Once it enters the body, it is almost impossible to expel. If he let it enter him once more, it would immediately cause the injuries from back then to erupt. Damn it! How could this person know call the wind? I'll have to rely on the treasure master gifted me. The black-robed man was extremely gloomy. As the blue core resisted the black wind, he quickly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the black-robed man. He took out the god-slaying war chariot without any hesitation. There was a flash of five-colored light and the five-colored butterfly appeared. After the butterfly appeared, its wings fluttered slightly. Five-colored powder scattered everywhere. It looked very beautiful. At the moment the butterfly appeared, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pointed at the retreating black-robed man. The butterfly immediately flew forward and flapped its wings. Just at this instant, the retreating black-robed man's body trembled and his eyes became filled with terror. His left bone arm exploded into gray dust and formed a gray butterfly. After this butterfly appeared, it flapped its wings. The black-robed man's face was extremely pale and his body quickly retreated. His feet bones immediately collapsed and his eyes filled up with shock. Seeing that the butterfly was about to flap its wings once more, he exploded the lower half of his body. Using the power of the explosion, he instantly pushed himself far away and arrived above the coffin at the center of the formation. When the upper half of his body entered the formation, a large amount of black gas came from the blood-colored formation. This caused his lower half to quickly reappear in an illusory state. At this moment, the butterfly's wings flapped once more and the lower half of the black-robed man that had just formed collapsed. However, the next moment more black gas came out, allowing him to reform his lower half once more. This continued. The black gas from the large formation no longer went into the coffin but into his lower half. After condensing for a long time, it was as if his lower half contained flesh and blood. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he charged forward and raised his hand, using Call the Wind once more. His origin energy was a bit lacking to use it twice in a row. Although his face was a bit pale, he was filled with killing intent. It was obvious that if he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't be able to leave. The black wind charged forward toward the formation. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly and he was about to dodge. At this moment, the butterfly flapped only its left wing. The black-robed man's illusory body immediately collapsed. Even his black robe completely dissipated. The only thing that remained was his head in the air. The terror in his eyes had reached a limit. Break the law! This is a treasure that can break the law! The black-robed man had lost his wit and he didn't hesitate to retreat. However, at this moment, the black wind had arrived to devour him. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with despair. If he was at the peak of his cultivation, he was confident he would be able to resist this, even if the enemy had a treasure that could break the law. If he had his body, he was confident he could instantly kill Wang Lin without letting him use that treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that I was injured by fans Call the Wind, I wouldn't have to be so afraid of this incomplete Call the Wind. I'm not willing to let it end like this. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with hatred. The moment the black wind swallowed him, he blew out a large mouthful of air. This was his essence origin energy. He blew it out without hesitation and it collided with the black wind. He borrowed this force, allowing his skull to quickly retreat. His eyes revealed a decisive gaze and he clenched his teeth. He retreated next to the coffin and muttered, "Master, it isn't disciple not keeping his promise, but if I don't open this coffin, disciple will without a doubt die." As he spoke, his head slammed into the coffin and the lid was opened. The moment the coffin opened, the flesh of the young man inside began to dissipate. It was as if it would collapse the moment it came in contact with the outside world. A moment later, it had completely dissipated and nothing remained inside the coffin. Long Daozi, you broke the celestial law and was punished by the celestial emperor. Not even Master can save you. I can only save your skull and seal your origin soul inside to guard this coffin. Your master has foreseen a great catastrophe for the celestial realm, so leaving here might be a blessing. This coffin is a treasure from the ancient celestial realm. Your master obtained it after going through many dangers. It is called the heaven-avoiding coffin. You should know that before your master became a celestial, I had a son. Your master owes him too much and could only take a trace of his soul. When I became a celestial, I gave up all my cultivation time and opportunities to find this heaven-avoiding coffin. I placed his soul fragment inside so that one day he can reform his body and awaken. When he awakens, you will recognize him as your master, and you will never betray him. At the same time, you can borrow this coffin to reform your body and recover your cultivation. His master's voice from back then echoed inside the black-robed man's skull when he went inside the coffin. Master, don't blame me. The black-robed man revealed a decisive gaze. The moment his head fell in the coffin, the lid automatically flew over and closed the coffin. Then the coffin shined brightly and flew out from the formation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The scene before him shocked him. He clearly saw the youth inside the coffin disappear. Then he saw that as soon as the black-robed man's head fell into the coffin, his body began condensing rapidly. This is... Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his hand formed a seal without hesitation. The butterfly flew under Wang Lin and carried him. His left hand reached out and the celestial sealing stamp immediately flew after the coffin. Ta Shan flickered as he disappeared into Wang Lin's shadow. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he chased after the coffin. What kind of treasure is this that allows one's body to reform? Inside the crystal coffin, Long Daozi's body quickly condensed. The feeling of having flesh was something he hadn't felt for countless years. His eyes became cold and he had a grin as he muttered, Master, I, Long Daozi, didn't have a body for the countless years I've been guarding your son. It turned out that I only had to lie here for a moment to recover my body. If that was the case, why did you make me suffer such pain? Were you worried that I would not guard it for you after I recovered my body? I felt guilty before, but now I know. I, Long Daozi, have always been grateful that you saved me, and because of our master and pupil relationship, I would rather suffer pain for countless years than have any ideas about the coffin. However, now I know how ridiculous my thoughts were. Inside the coffin, Long Daozi mercilessly clenched his fist and popping sounds came from inside his body like bones colliding. This was a very comfortable feeling, and he could clearly feel his cultivation recovering at an unimaginable speed. From between Corporeal Yang and Nirvana Scryer, which was rank 1 Sky Celestial, he steadily reached the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, which was rank 3 Sky Celestial. Master Carefree, you cheated me good. Long Daozi's eyes were filled with killing intent as his cultivation exploded. It rose up to rank 6 Sky Celestial, and it wasn't stopping. While Wang Lin was pursuing, his expression changed slightly. He could feel that the fluctuations of celestial spiritual energy from inside the coffin were getting stronger and stronger. What kind of treasure is this? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes were filled with shock. As Long Daozi smiled, celestial origin energy surged, and he quickly reached rank 9 Sky Celestial. That was his peak cultivation level back in the celestial realm. This didn't stop. When his cultivation reached rank 9 Sky Celestial, his cultivation level exploded past the barrier of Sky Celestial and underwent an unimaginable change. Long Daozi's eyes shined so brightly that they seemed like they would penetrate the coffin. His cultivation had broken through Sky Celestial and reached Celestial King. Rank 3 Celestial King. Master Carefree, you are only a rank 9 Celestial King. Now I, Long Daozi, am also a Celestial King. Once I kill this junior and take his treasure, as long as I don't go to the celestial realm, you will never find me in this big world. Long Daozi laughed as he raised his hand and pressed against the lid of the coffin. The lid flew out and Long Daozi walked out. Wang Lin immediately stopped, and his expression was extremely gloomy. However, his eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. He saw that had Long Daozi charged out of the coffin laughing. A powerful aura spread out from Long Daozi. Although it was not as strong as the blood ancestors, it was still very strong. It was as if there was a powerful celestial storm in the area, and that person was at the center. Junior, die! As Long Daozi laughed like crazy, he took a step forward. However, just at this moment, a drastic change occurred. His foot silently dissipated the moment he raised it. Then both of his legs and arms shattered. This scene was exactly the same as how that youth disappeared when he opened the coffin. How could it be? Impossible! Long Daoi's was frozen in place as he lowered his head. However, he couldn't see his body, as everything had shattered. Even his head began to become blurry, as if it was going to turn into countless fragments and disappear in the void. Long Daozi's eyes were filled with fear. It was as if he had gone insane, and he shouted hysterically, "Why is it like this? Master, why is it like this?" Long Daozi roared at the sky, "Master, I have protected your son for countless years. Why do you want to kill me? You once said that as long as there is a sliver of soul, this coffin can help it reform. I used it to recover my body, so why has it collapsed? Why? Master Carefree, if it wasn't for me helping you find clues for the heaven-avoiding coffin, how could I have broken the celestial law? Yet you treat me like this. I fear that if I had listened to you and entered the coffin after your son awakened, the result would have been the same. You wanted to kill me." Long Daozi's head gradually dissipated. His origin soul also collapsed and became part of the void, like dust returning to dust and earth returning to earth. However, there was a powerful sense of resentment that lingered in the void. This resentment had been brewing inside Long Daozi for countless years, ever since the celestial realm collapsed and finally erupted now. This resentment was powerful beyond imagination. If it was not dispelled, it would exist for eternality. Perhaps after countless years pass, a new life can be born from this resentment. Wang Lin witnessed all of this. After silently pondering for a moment, he pointed at the sky and said, "Tao forms underworld river." An underworld river appeared. It was as if the resentment had found an outlet and it had rushed into the underworld river. The resentment fused with the resentment inside the underworld river and continued to grow stronger. After the time it took for one incense stick to burn, all of the resentment had been absorbed. When Wang Lin turned around, the underworld river disappeared. Wang Lin grabbed the coffin. His eyes were very serious as he carefully looked at the coffin and began to ponder. This object can help nourish the soul and recover the flesh, but one can't come out. Once the person leaves, they will disappear into nothing. If that is not the case, then coffin must have been used improperly. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before putting away the coffin with a sigh and leaving. When he saw the coffin, he thought of Li Muin. Planet Dong Lin. With my current cultivation, I should be able to take a look. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. In addition to avoiding the All-Seer, he came to the All-Heaven star system to look for the Xiang family on planet Donglin to find a way to revive Li Muin. Wang Lin would never forget the shock and impulse he felt when the woman talked about awakening Li Muin in the Tide Abyss. At that instant, the impulse that appeared inside his body could collapse the heavens and earth. It was as if tens of thousands bolts of thunder had struck his body. No matter whether it was true or false, he had to take a trip to the Xiang family's home on planet Donglin. No matter how difficult, no matter how dangerous, Wang Lin would choose to face it all. There were some things in life that no matter how dangerous or difficult, you had to do. At the western part of the All-Heaven star system, deep within the strange domain, no one had been here for a very long time. It was as if this place was a forbidden zone. It was filled with gray fog to the point that you couldn't even see past 100 feet. The fog seemed to slowly drift as if it would last for an eternity. The surroundings were extremely quiet without any sound. In the depths of the strange domain, it was completely covered by endless fog. On this day, there was a slight fluctuation inside the fog. At first it was weak, but soon it became violent. The fog churned as if there was a large monster moving inside. If one looked from above, they would clearly see the fog within hundreds of thousands of kilometers violently churn and move in all directions. As the fog dispersed, one would see a whale-like monster moving inside the fog. It was very big, at least tens of thousands of kilometers long. When its body moved, all of the gray fog around it would churn. Its head had no eyes, only a large open mouth. The moment its mouth opened, it spewed out a large amount of gray fog. At the moment the mouth opened, a formation flashed. A person walked out from the formation, and more people appeared behind him. The first person was wearing green robes. Although he looked like a youth, he had a rich, ancient aura to him. It was as if a 1,000-year-old man was living inside the body of a young man. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. The moment he appeared, he was immediately pushed forward by the fog. Behind him, the members of the chosen Immortal clan came out with fear of the new world. They followed closely after Wang Lin. Wang Lin was pushed by the fog. When he stepped out, he turned around and saw the unimaginably large beast. It really was the nether beast from the ancient god Two Seas memories. This beast has been around since the time of the ancient gods and its origin is unknown. This beast has no offensive capabilities and is extremely timid. However, there is something mysterious about its body. It's as if it contains another world. The world inside is far larger than its body. I didn't expect something from Two Seas memories to still exist. Wang Lin looked at the nether beast and let out a sigh. This beast also noticed Wang Lin and company. It slowly closed its mouth before slowly backing away and disappearing. Aside from the churning mist, it was impossible to see its figure. Wang Lin had disappeared for more than half a year and had once more appeared in the All-Heaven star system. At this moment, two heaven-shattering events that shocked all of the cultivators had occurred. One of them had its spear directly pointed at Wang Lin. The Thunder Celestial Temple had issued an all-heaven decree to call all cultivation families to gather at the Thunder Celestial Temple to enter the Alliance star system. This news was like a storm that swept across the all-heaven star system and set off many waves. In the countless years after the four celestial realms collapsed and the passages connecting the four systems were blocked, the four great star systems had no contact with each other. Aside from using some very precious treasures that could just barely open the passage for one or two cultivators to pass, there had never been such a large-scale operation like now. In the eyes of the cultivators of the All-Heaven star system, the Alliance star system was a remote place. However, there were all kinds of rumors from cultivators that had gone and came back from there. Rumor had it that the Alliance star system had no cultivation families. Instead, there were sects. Rumor had it that the Alliance star system had rank 1 to 9 cultivation countries. It was very different from the All-Heaven star system. Rumor had it that the Alliance star system had many magical treasures and countless pills. Every sect was like a treasure chest and every cultivation planet was like a treasure trove. Rumor had it that, in the Alliance star system, the strongest power was the Cultivation Alliance. Rumor had it that, in the Alliance star system, the cultivators were extremely bloodthirsty. They were used to fighting and were like devils. All kinds of rumors caused the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system to have all kinds of different images of the Alliance star system. Some of the cultivation families were very interested and filled with desire to battle. However, there were some cultivations families that didn't agree and still hesitated. But with the push of the Thunder Celestial Temple, invading the Alliance star system was already a foregone conclusion. More importantly, the Thunder Celestial Temple's unprecedented action had gained support from the two powerful families that had been around since the ancient cultivation world. These two families were the most powerful forces around aside from the one family from primal times. Both families had power no weaker than the Thunder Celestial Temple. One of those families was Planet Donglin's Xiang family. It wasn't the Thunder Celestial Temple that went looking for them but the Xiang family that went to them. The Xiang family strongly supported this and had even pulled the other family into this matter. Under the pressure of these three great powers, how would the rest of the cultivation families dare to not listen? As a result, a vigorous storm of preparations set off in the All-Heaven star system. Each family was preparing for the moment the passage would open. For this battle, the three major powers made a speech. If anyone made an exploit, the cultivation planet they conquered would immediately be bestowed to them. This promise tempted the families of the All-Heaven star system. After all, no one likes sharing a cultivation planet, but all of the planets with spiritual energy had been taken. If one wanted their own cultivation planet, they would have to steal it from the Alliance star system. In addition, in order to get all the cultivation families ready, the Thunder Celestial Temple took out various pills and magical weapons. They even took out celestial spells and created quite a scene. The Thunder Celestial Temple and the two families are going to grant celestial titles. This is the first time such a large-scale granting happened since the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed. There will be 36 Heavenly Dippers and 72 Earth Fiends for a total of 108 people. Everyone who has a celestial title will have status above messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and will be admired by all cultivators in the All-Heaven star system. They will even become a leader in the battle against the Alliance star system. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, not everyone liked reputation. However, the Thunder Celestial Temple had obviously thought of this, so they added something else to increase the stakes. The Thunder Celestial Temple announced that all the people granted celestial titles will be personally taught a celestial spell by Celestial Lord Qing Shui. This was a piece of news that almost caused the storm to collapse. A celestial lord. A celestial lord. There was still a celestial lord alive. The entire All-Heaven star system reached a boiling point. All of the cultivation families that were originally not interested changed their minds. They mobilized their elites to steal a spot. At the same time, the Thunder Celestial Temple announced that the two cultivation families said that the 36 Heavenly Dippers could make a request. The Thunder Celestial Temple and the two families would do their best to grant their request. The frenzy of promoting the celestial titles had reached a peak in the All-Heaven star system, and it allowed the Thunder Celestial Temple to gather all the power in the All-Heaven system together. But then the most mysterious cultivation family from primal times sent out a message that ignited the entire All-Heaven star system and caused all the cultivators' determination to reach a peak. The granting of celestial titles could almost be compared to the celestial granting done by the celestial realm. There was only one line in this message. The 108 people granted celestial titles can enter the celestial pool to change their origin into celestial origin and become a true celestial. The difference between celestials and current cultivators was that they didn't only have origin energy. Instead, they had an energy that was an integration of celestial spiritual energy and origin energy. Celestial origin energy. No matter how powerful a celestial spell was, there was a limit when used with origin energy. However, if celestial origin energy was used, its true power could be displayed. Even celestial treasures were like this. The storm had set off. The flame of war had ignited, and everyone was waiting on the passage to open. Just as the storm of preparation and flames of war spread across the All-Heaven star system, another shocking piece of news spread across the system. The Yao family, a family that was just below the two cultivation families from ancient times, sent out a heaven order. When the heaven order appears, slaughter awaits. The Yao family was the most powerful family among the 4 families that had inheritance from the celestial realm. They could even be compared to the two cultivation families from ancient times, and they even looked down upon the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the countless years after the celestial realm had collapsed, the Yao family had sent out its heaven order 3 times. Every time it was sent, there was a lot of bloodshed, and it wouldn't stop until the target was dead. At the present, while a storm was set off in the All-Heaven star system, the Yao family's 4th heaven order was issued. This time there was only one name on the order. Su Mu. This name was not only not unknown, it was an extremely famous name. Among all the news of the celestial titles, Su Mu was one that most people thought would obtain a title. The people that were saved by Su Mu and their families were all advocates for his name. In particular, those that were rescued by him all showed their respect and gratitude to Su Mu when talking about him. The popularity of Su Mu gradually exploded, and he became one of the few that were famous in all 4 domains of the All-Heaven star system. And at this moment, the Yao family's heaven order only had one name. It was self-evident that the Yao family wanted to kill Su Mu. No matter how strong Su Mu was, very few people believed that he could survive the assault of the Yao family. Once the heaven order was sent, Su Mu would die. Only a few select people, such as Shingong Hu and Zhan Konglai, sneered. In their eyes, the Yao family didn't have the qualifications to battle their lord. The Yao family had sent out a large amount of family members and many related families like a net across the all-heaven star system to ensure they find Su Mu. As the preparations for the celestial titles went on, the Yao family's search for Su Mu reached an unprecedented peak. The appearance of the Yao family's heaven order and a large search caused the name Su Mu to reach an even higher prestige. However, most cultivators believed that this name would be short-lived as his life would end soon. Even the people saved by Wang Lin became silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they all had their own families and they couldn't resist the Yao family. However, as the Yao family searched, Su Mu had disappeared. No one could find him, as if he had disappeared from the all-heaven star system. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying through the strange domain. There was only gray fog before Wang Lin, but that couldn't stop him at all. Behind him, the chosen Immortal clan members were completely calm. The months of flying in the fog had caused their mentality to undergo a series of evolutions. The confusion from the start had disappeared and was replaced with decisiveness and killing intent. During the few months they followed Wang Lin in the fog, they saw and fought many fierce beasts. Although their numbers had reduced, their killing aura gradually thickened. At this moment, the members of the chosen Immortal clan were like slaughter gods closely following Wang Lin. Amidst their ranks were women and children, but the weak expressions had disappeared from them as well. If they could charge out, they would live. If they couldn't, then they would only be devoured by the beasts here. Thanks to these bloody battles, the celestial Immortal clan quickly grew up. There were shadows of Wang Lin among them. After all, for these simple people, Wang Lin was the only example they could learn from. After spending months with them, even Wang Lin had to admit that the chosen Immortal clan was gifted and intelligent. They had good cultivation roots, and their ability to imitate was a bit scary. In just a few months of interactions in the fog, these people had learned Wang Lin resolution, Wang Lin's calm, and also Wang Lin's killing intent. Oftentimes when they acted, they were very decisive and merciless. They used all kinds of tattoo spells in the fog to battle the beasts. What caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow was that these people were very good at group attacks. Their group attacks were almost seamless and could multiply their strength. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to guard their women and children, they would be even more fierce. Wang Lin silently pondered as he wrapped the women and children of the chosen Immortal clan in his spell, so they could move even faster. On this day, the fog before them faded and Wang Lin charged out. The members of the chosen Immortal clan charged out one by one. What appeared before them was a bright and starry sky. All heaven system western domain. When he looked at the stars, Wang Lin went into a trance. Right after what happened at the Thunder Celestial Realm, he was transferred into the Nether Beast. Seeing the stars again after all this made everything that had happened feel like a dream. All heaven star system. I'm back. Now the first order of business is to find which domain this is. I must find a cultivation planet. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he took out a jade. This was the map Shengong who had given him. After looking at it for a bit, he put it back into his bag. Wang Lin looked back at the chosen Immortal clan members. Here is the all-heaven star system under the Thunder Celestial Domain. Since you arrived here, you are free. The chosen Immortal clan silently pondered for a while before looking at Wang Lin and saying, "Benefactor, we are unfamiliar with this place. Do you happen to have a cultivation planet that could shelter us temporarily? Once we are familiar with this all-heaven star system, we will definitely leave." Wang Lin pondered slightly and nodded. Planet Qingling was very large and could fit these chosen Immortal clan members. He turned back around, took a step, and rushed forward like a meteor. The chosen Immortal clan members followed after him. There were hundreds of rays of light flying toward planet Qingling. Along the way, Wang Lin had his divine spread out, looking for cultivation planets. This place was extremely open, so it was very difficult to find a cultivation planet. After 10 days, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he locked onto a yellow planet in the distance. The spiritual energy fluctuations weren't very strong but not weak either. As they flew, the fluctuations of their flight was so large that they spread everywhere, so they were detected by the cultivators from that yellow planet. As soon as Wang Lin closed in, 3 rays of light flew out from the yellow planet, revealing 3 people. Among the 3, one of them was a middle-aged man and the other 2 were old men. There were strong origin energy fluctuations from the 3 of them. Clearly they were all at the illusory stage. When the 3 appeared, they had serious expressions. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator, you rushed over so quickly. I wonder what do you need?" The other 2's gazes swept across the chosen Immortal clan behind Wang Lin. The more they saw, the more shocked they became. The people behind had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Instead, they possessed a mysterious force they had never seen before. Moreover, they could clearly feel killing intent from these people. This killing intent was very strong and was obviously built up from killing for a long period of time. More importantly, these people's expressions revealed a very cold aura. Their expressions didn't change in the slightest when facing the 2 of them, and they even contained a hint of killing intent. However, the other 2 felt it was strange that there were women and children among them. It made it hard for them to guess these people's background. Just at this moment, the middle-aged man finished speaking and carefully looked at Wang Lin. He felt as if he was hit by lightning and thought that Wang Lin's appearance was similar to the heaven order sent out by the Yao family. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he clasped his hands and calmly said, "I have lost my way. I'm wondering what domain of the all-heaven star system this is. What is the name of this planet?" The middle-aged man pondered before taking a step back and saying, "This is the western domain and this is planet Black Earth. What is your name?" Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man and didn't answer. He took out a jade and checked it with his divine sense. He found the location of planet Black Earth and determined his location. At this moment, the middle-aged man took a few steps back. His right hand touched his bag and a jade appeared in his hand. His expression became focused as he checked the jade. When the Yao family sent out the heaven order, the Yao family members carved Su Mu's appearance on jades and sent them to many families. If someone provided a clue about the target of a heaven order, then they would be greatly rewarded. The middle-aged man's heart pounded as he checked the jade. Aside from the clothes, the person inside the jade was almost exactly the same as the person before him. Su Mu. He is Su Mu. A wave was set off within the middle-aged man, but his expression didn't reveal a trace of it. The middle-aged man's expression was neutral and then he smiled. "Fellow cultivator rushed all the way here. Why not stay here and rest for a few days before leaving?" Wang Lin withdrew the jade and looked at the middle-aged man, especially at the jade in the middle-aged man's hand. He calmly said, "No need." With that, he charged into the distance. Behind him, the chosen Immortal clan expressionlessly followed him. The hundreds of rays of light quickly disappeared into the distance. One of the old men looked at Wang Lin and company disappearing and said, "Brother Ouyang, these people's background is unknown. Why did you invite them to our planet? Right now we must go into close-door cultivation and strive to take a celestial title. Brother Chun, don't you think that person looked a bit familiar?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he threw the jade in his hand. The 2 old men were startled. After carefully looking at the jade, their expressions changed greatly. It was actually him. Rumor has it that this person has been missing for a long time. He unexpectedly appeared here. The Yao family rewards people who provide any clue. If this works out, then taking a celestial title will be a lot easier. The middle-aged man licked his lip and his eyes flooded with greed. One of the old men hesitated and said, "However, this Su Mu isn't a nobody. If we reveal his location, will he come to take revenge?" "No need to worry. He won't have a chance to retaliate against us as he will be killed by the Yao family." The middle-aged man sneered as he took back the jade. He clenched his teeth and immediately crushed the jade. Turned into mist. The mist moved and condensed into an illusory figure. This was a figure of a youth. He had an extremely arrogant expression. "Planet Black Earth's Ouyang-kun greets Yao family's sky messenger. I just found a trace of Su Mu." Wang Lin moved extremely fast through the stars with hundreds of rays of light following him, charging into the distance. While flying, Wang Lin pondered. That middle-aged man was a bit strange. However, I'm not acquainted with him, nor have I met him in the past. Maybe I'm paranoid. As Wang Lin pondered, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes and he stopped. The chosen Immortal clan members all stopped and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a map jade. After leaving behind a mark, he threw it to the chosen Immortal clan ancestor. He calmly said, I put a marker on the location of planet Qingling. You all head over here. I'll catch up later. The old man silently pondered and took the jade. After examining it, he looked at Wang Lin and respectfully said, Since that is the case, we will head out first. Benefactor, let us meet on planet Qingling. Wang Lin slightly nodded and watched the chosen Immortal clan leave. After they left, Wang Lin turned around and took a step toward planet Black Earth. The three people at planet Black Earth were acting strangely. There might be a problem there. It is better to be cautious. Ripples appeared under his feet. After one step, he took another step and more ripples appeared. He merged with the world without any hindrance. At the moment he raised his foot for the third step, he disappeared completely. Outside planet Black Earth, the middle-aged man had just finished speaking. The eyes of the youth formed by the mist shined brightly. There was a trace of excitement on his face as he said, Very good. I'll report the clue you three have given to the family. If it is true, then there naturally won't be any lacking of benefits for you three. After he spoke, the mist disappeared. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with joy. He looked back at his two companions and laughed. This is very simple. We just have to provide clues and that Sumu will without a doubt die. Why should we let others get this benefit? It is heaven's will to give us this opportunity. Otherwise, why would Sumu come here instead of another cultivation planet? The two old men silently pondered and wryly smiled. Now that the matter was already set, it was impossible to change. However, there was a shadow of worry that wouldn't disappear in their hearts. I hope Sumu isn't as strong as the legend says and that he gets killed by the Yao family. If he finds out that his whereabouts were leaked by us, I fear. Just as the old man said this, his expression changed greatly. He looked behind the middle-aged man and his face immediately turned pale without a trace of blood. The other old man's body shivered. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief and he exclaimed, Su-mu. At this moment, all the hair on the middle-aged man's body stood up and a chill appeared in his heart. He didn't dare to move or turn around at all, as if he was shocked by lightning. A ripple appeared in the void behind the middle-aged man and Wang Lin walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent so strong that it was also corporeal. The three of you got guts. When Wang Lin appeared, his two fingers formed a sword. With one step, he pressed it directly on the back of the middle-aged man's head. Popping sounds echoed inside the middle-aged man. He then coughed out a large amount of blood and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his body. As he flew out in an arc, his body collapsed and his origin soul tried to escape. However, his origin soul was immediately caught by Wang Lin, who was filled with killing intent. This scene was like a giant hammer slamming into the chests of the two old men. This caused them to be filled with terror. The two of them didn't hesitate to retreat while screaming. Holding the middle-aged man's origin soul, Wang Lin coldly looked at the two people escaping in two different directions. He didn't personally pursue, but a shadow appeared from behind him. Ta Shan rushed out and chased after them. There was no difficulty in killing two frightened illusory cultivators with Ta Shan's corporeal Yang celestial guard body. Senior, please have mercy. Junior's cultivation was not easily obtained. Senior, have mercy. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. His origin soul was constantly begging for mercy in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's expression was cold as his left hand pressed down on the middle-aged man's origin soul. Origin energy rushed into his left hand and he began searching the origin soul's memories. The middle-aged man's origin soul was startled and started to wither. His face was filled with pain and his origin soul was trembling as if it could collapse at any time. He could clearly feel that his origin soul was being violently probed by a giant hand as if it was searching for something. The intense pain was enough for him to almost go crazy. Under this pain, he was washed over with boundless regret. This regret slowly spread across his origin soul, causing it to gradually dissipate. Sometimes, thousands of years of cultivation would turn to dust due to one wrong choice. When Wang Lin extracted the middle-aged man's memories, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. In the end, he was like a half-unsheathed sword and monstrous killing intent built up inside him. Wang Lin muttered, "So this is how it is." At this moment, popping sounds came from the distance. Each of Ta Shan's hands was holding an origin soul and a bag when he returned. Same as before, Wang Lin used the soul-searching spell on the other two origin souls. Combining the memories of the three, Wang Lin gained a clear understanding of what happened while he was trapped. He naturally wouldn't let the origin souls of three people that offended him go. He threw them into the soul flag to be used as food for using Call the Wind. As for the three's bags of holding, Wang Lin checked them and found some magical treasures. He took them out and crushed them one by one. Then he spat out essence origin energy to turn them into liquid before fusing them into Ta Shan's body. The power of a celestial guard's body mainly came from the rare heavenly treasures mentioned in the celestial jade. However, those heavenly treasures had long since been extinct. So Wang Lin could only do the next best thing. He extracted various treasures for materials to make the celestial guard stronger and stronger. There were also 2 pieces of jade inside their bags. According to their memories, these jades were used to contact the Yao family. It could be said that the Yao family had deployed a great deal of force to deal with him. Almost every cultivator in the All-Heaven star system that was in the second step had a copy of this jade. A portrait of Wang Lin was included in the jade. Holding the 2 jades, Wang Lin had a gloomy expression. He looked into the distance. Yao, the heads of the 4 great families. What reason are they hunting me for? Wang Lin silently pondered. He had a lot of grudges against the 4 great families, especially the Yao family. Not only did the matter with the blood ancestor occur, there was also the incident with the young master of the Yao family. There was also the matter with the collection pavilion. It shouldn't be the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor knows my real name, so if it was because of the blood ancestor, then the name on the heaven order would not be Sumu, it would be Wang Lin. However, it is possible that because my real name was never used and the name Sumu is much more familiar, the Yao family decided to use Sumu for the heaven order. Similarly, the young master of the Yao family that wanted to kill Li Yun also died by my hand. With the Yao family's strength, they must have some spells to know about the deaths of their family members. It is unlikely because of the collection pavilion. The collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm makes that very unlikely. As Wang Lin pondered, his heart was filled with killing intent. Heaven order. This reminds me of the 10,000 Devil 100-day kill order. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he flew forward. He turned into a meteor and rushed off among the stars. The Yao family is too big, so there is no safe place in the All-Heaven star system. Also, there are certainly people as strong and even stronger than the blood ancestor. Wang Lin frowned and his heart became gloomy. As he flew, ripples appeared under his feet. Half of his body had merged with the world, but he didn't use spatial bending. He kept this state as he continued to move forward. He wanted to calculate how long it would take for the Yao family to send people to kill him after receiving his whereabouts. Not long after, Wang Lin stopped and his eyes lit up. He saw 7 rays of sword energy charging straight at him. At the same time, there were also 7 rays of light rushing over from the left and right. 7 rays of light also rushed over from behind Wang Lin. It seemed like all directions were blocked. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he muttered. From receiving the information to now, only the time for 2 incense sticks to burn has passed. It seems like the Yao family members are spread across the All-Heaven star system. Wang Lin's body didn't move. He swept everyone with his gaze and his eyes narrowed. That's incorrect. Not all of these people can be from the Yao family. Otherwise, the Yao family would have too many people. It is likely that the Yao family sent their family members across the All-Heaven system. Then they contacted the nearby cultivation planets, so they can find me in a short period of time. After confirming his speculation, Wang Lin's eyes became filled with killing intent and he muttered, I haven't slaughtered in a long time. I can't kill the old ones, but I'll kill the young ones as they come. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's body. He was originally not a kind person. Right now he was surrounded by 28 cultivators who were also filled with killing intent. It was clear they held the idea of killing him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin clearly saw through the cultivation of the 28 cultivators. The 7 to the left were the weakest. Among these 7 rays of light, 4 of them were illusory E-cultivators and the remaining 3 were peak ascendant cultivators, all rushing at him filled killing intent. The ripples around Wang Lin spread across his body as he took a step to the left with a cold expression. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure disappeared and the expressions of the cultivators locked onto him immediately changed. At the same time, a ripple appeared beside the 7 rays of light from the left as Wang Lin stepped out. At the moment he appeared, he raised his 2 fingers like a sword and mercilessly chopped down. A heavenly chop suddenly appeared and charged forward like an invisible blade. The 3 peak ascendant cultivators immediately let out miserable groans as their bodies collapsed and died. There were popping sounds and then a large mist of blood filled the area. The expressions of the remaining 4 changed greatly and they immediately spread out. However, in the eyes of Wang Lin, who was at the corporeal yang stage, they were too slow. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he chased after one of the illusory Ing cultivators. This cultivator was a middle-aged man. Facing Wang Lin's pursuit, he revealed a vicious gaze. His hand formed a seal and the origin energy in his body surged. He was about to use an origin energy spell. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as his body flickered and he pointed forward. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and Wang Lin charged forward. Wang Lin's foot stepped on the middle-aged man's forehead as if he was using him as a stepping stone. There was a bang. Then the middle-aged man's body exploded and his origin soul flew out in panic. However, a black mist came out from the soul flag Wang Lin had taken out and wrapped around the origin soul. All of this happened in a flash and Wang Lin had already killed 4 people. The smell of blood filled the area. At this moment, the other 3 groups quickly approached Wang Lin. Shouts and roars filled the starry sky as various magical treasures and spells were used by the cultivators, and they were all directed at Wang Lin. The most powerful attacks came from 3 people. They were all old men and their cultivations weren't any weaker than Wang Lin's. One of them was even slightly above Wang Lin, having reached the peak of the corporeal yang stage. No matter how strong Wang Lin was, if the attack of more than 20 cultivators landed on his body, if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, Wang Lin's eyes were calm. His eyes revealed a cold gaze and the killing intent inside his body continued to grow. He took a step forward. When he was flying before, he wasn't unprepared. He remained half-merged with the world, as under this state he could use spatial bending even faster. With one step, Wang Lin's body disappeared and those attacks that suddenly lost their target missed. Wang Lin's body suddenly appeared behind a corporeal yang cultivator. At the moment Wang Lin appeared, he used Heavenly Chop with no hesitation. The cultivator's body trembled before he could even react. This cultivator was at the corporeal yang stage, so he activated his origin energy to resist. Just as he was forming a seal while disregarding the pain from his body, Wang Lin's finger suddenly pressed against his back. The cultivator's body collapsed with a bang. As soon as his origin soul flew out, it was caught by the soul flag. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step backward and disappeared once more. All of this happened too quickly. When the surrounding cultivators reacted, Wang Lin had already disappeared. Wang Lin had seen the path to the 3rd step and had mastered spatial bending. He could be completely invincible in a battle like this. This was how Celestial Lord Qing Shui used this to battle hundreds of cultivators without taking any damage. Wang Lin had managed to learn this from him. This bizarre killing method shocked the surrounding cultivators greatly, and the peak corporeal yang old man's expression became extremely gloomy. He could feel that the other party's cultivation level was about same as his and that he slightly exceeded it. However, that strange spell that the other party used made him very scared. This is definitely not teleportation or greater teleportation. The old man's expression was gloomy as he touched his bag and took out a silver bell. He immediately shook the bell. The sound of the bell ringing caused a large ripple to spread. It interfered with the origin energy around the area. There are still 22 people. Wang Lin's body flickered and appeared behind a peak late-stage ascendant cultivator. As the cultivator's pupils shrank, Wang Lin raised his hand and used Heavenly Chop. There was no sword energy, but the cultivator's body was split in half and then collapsed. As for his origin soul, it wasn't strong enough to catch Wang Lin's eye, but it was still taken by the soul flag. At the same time, Wang Lin looked gloomily at the old man ringing the bell. That treasure was a bit strange. It was able to disrupt the origin energy around the area. Although it didn't affect Wang Lin much, if it continued, it might slow Wang Lin down. With a cold snort, a shadow flickered behind Wang Lin and Ta Shan stepped out. Ta Shan completely ignored the surrounding cultivators and charged toward the old man. As Ta Shan flew out, his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. His punch broke the sound barrier and rushed toward the old man. The battle with the two was extremely fierce and explosions echoed everywhere. The old man kept retreating as he used various spells, but his expression was extremely gloomy. Any spell and treasure that landed on Ta Shan had no effect on him. It was as if he knew no pain and had a body of steel, and he continued to attack. At the moment Ta Shan rushed out, Wang Lin took a step out. This time he didn't merge with the world but opened his mouth to allow the celestial ceiling stamp to fly out. It expanded until it was 100 feet wide and then mercilessly smashed down. The celestial ceiling stamp caused a loud roar as it smashed down. The expressions of the two cultivators under it changed and they wanted to escape. However, just then, Wang Lin said, "Seal," and large amount of seals flew off the celestial ceiling stamp. This immediately sealed all of the two cultivators' escape methods. At the same time, the stamp landed and their bodies were smashed with a bang. Even their origin souls were broken, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, there was a flash of golden light and their origin souls were taken by the celestial ceiling stamp. Among the hundreds of thousands of golden runes on the celestial ceiling stamp, 2 of them became even brighter than before. It was as if they had become alive, and they were obviously different from the others. Wang Lin was a bit surprised. He didn't think the celestial ceiling stamp would have such a strange effect, but it was obviously not the time to be thinking about it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he sneered and his body disappeared, causing all of the attacks coming at him to miss. His grim sneer caused the surrounding cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. Aside from the old man battling with Ta Shan, there were still 7 peak late-stage ascendant cultivators left. At this moment, they were truly frightened, and Su Mu's prestige filled with hearts. Rumors of Su Mu echoed in their hearts. The 7 panicked and then began to retreat and teleport away. They felt a lot of regret. They shouldn't have listened to the order of the Yao family to intercept Su Mu. "You can't escape." Wang Lin's divine sense echoed across the void. At the same time, the origin energy within the area began to distort like crazy. The 7 of them were forced out of the void from their teleportations. Wang Lin's figure rushed out like a ray of light and he passed by all 7 of them in a flash. Large amounts of blood sprayed out as Wang Lin moved through the 7 of them. There was a series of popping sounds when each of their bodies collapsed and they died. In the distance, Wang Lin paused and licked his lips. His eyes had turned red from the killing intent and he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. He stared at the cultivators not far away and softly said, "There are still 13 left." Those 13 cultivators' expressions turned pale and gloomy. They all looked at Wang Lin, and in their eyes, Wang Lin was like a wolf. Su Mu's fame appeared in their hearts. One of the illusory cultivators clenched his teeth and his hand immediately formed a seal. The origin energy inside his body cycled and white light appeared before him. In a flash, the white light turned into a large sword before he coughed out essence origin energy. The large sword immediately became fierce, as if it could pierce the void. A majority of the cultivators around him also let out roars. In particular, the last corporeal young cultivator slapped his bag of holding, causing countless black needles to appear. He pointed at Wang Lin and all the needles flew toward Wang Lin. Behind him, the remaining cultivators all used their spells and rushed in without any hesitation. They were very fast and closed in almost an instant. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step back and disappeared without a trace. Just at the moment he disappeared, the corporeal young cultivator immediately opened his arms and shouted, "Teleport and disrupt the natural force in the area." Once he shouted this, all of the cultivators teleported in place. Once they started to teleport, their figures began to flicker in and out of existence. At the same time, a powerful ripple spread more than 1,000 feet, and the space around the area began to twist. Very smart, but not enough. Wang Lin took a step. It was as if the ripple had no effect on him. When he appeared, he pressed his finger down on a cultivator who had decisively given up his body and escaped with his origin soul. This cultivator's body exploded in a mist of blood. As for his origin soul, it had already escaped more than 1,000 feet away and didn't look back. As the origin soul escaped, he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su Mu, from now on, no family on planet Ling Ming will participate in the matter between you and the Yao family. Please let me go." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he didn't chase. At this moment, the corporeal young cultivator let out a roar and the black needles let out a black glow. They stabbed toward Wang Lin like rain. While Wang Lin sneered, he lifted his right hand and the withered Dao pair appeared. An evil aura filled the air and gray light appeared on the black needles. In an instant they turned into stone. At the same time, gray light appeared at the feet of 3 people, including the corporeal young cultivator. Wang Lin stepped forward and pointed at each of their foreheads. Their bodies all exploded and they died. Still 9 left. Wang Lin's voice was filled with endless coldness. While all the cultivators were filled with terror, he disappeared once more. At this moment, aside from the old man who was still battling Ta Shan, the remaining 8 people didn't hesitate to give up. Compared to the benefits the Yao family promised, their lives were much more important. It was clear Su Mu was not someone they could fight against. Just by using that strange spell, no matter how many they had, Su Mu would remain invincible. Unless their cultivation levels were extremely high, it would be very difficult to kill Su Mu. The 8 people didn't hesitate. They quickly retreated and went in 8 different directions. Not only did the killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes not reduce, it became even stronger. His aura was like a flood as the 8 people escaped. He took a step forward and disrupted the fluctuations of origin energy around the area, causing the 8 of them unable to be teleported for a quick escape. With a thought, the celestial sealing stamp chased after 1 person. As for the Wither Dao pair, it charged after 1 person as well. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared. Su Ligua appeared, and without Wang Lin giving any command, he let out a strange cry as he changed after one of the escaping cultivators. Su Ligua had some fear in his heart. Although he had inherited the ancient sword intent, he had never fought an illusory cultivator. At this moment, he was crying in his head, "Damn it! Going all out! Going all out!" 3 treasures started chasing after 3 different people. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. In almost an instant, Wang Lin appeared beside an escaping cultivator. The cultivator's expression was filled with fear, and he was about to speak when Wang Lin pressed down between the person's eyebrows with his corporeal yang cultivation. As soon as he withdrew his finger, he disappeared again. A moment later, the celestial sealing stamp and Wither Dao pair returned as well. Only Su Ligua hadn't returned. He cursed while controlling the celestial sword to attack. The illusory cultivator had an extremely gloomy expression. He didn't want to get entwined with this sword spirit. Seeing his escaping companions die one by one made the fear in his heart reach a limit. The curse from the sword spirit made him very annoyed. He activated the origin energy in his body and caused a collapse that knocked Su Ligua away. He didn't want to fight and he flew away 1,000 feet and was about to teleport away. However, the moment he teleported, His pupils shrank as Wang Lin's fingers had already landed between his eyebrows. The person collapsed and his origin soul was captured. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as his gaze swept past Su Ligua, and he coldly said, "I don't need weaklings." Su Ligua's heart felt cold and he quickly patted his chest as he flattered, "Master, rest assured, I." Without waiting for Su Ligua to finish speaking, Wang Lin was already rushing toward where Tashan was battling. "You're the only one left." A voice filled with killing intent spread like the wind. The old man battling Tashan revealed a bitter expression. Just at this moment, a thick ray of sword right rushed over with an aura as it was going to tear space itself open. The corporeal young old man battling Tashan relaxed a bit and thought, "The Yao family is finally here, and I have completed my mission of intercepting Su Mu." A person appeared from inside the ray of sword energy. He was same young man that appeared when the middle-aged man crushed the jade. His eyes were filled with killing intent and there was even a small amount of hidden excitement in them. "Su Mu, I didn't think that I, Yao Changdong, would meet you. I'll be able to obtain great merit for this." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. When he was killing those people, he noticed that there was no one from the Yao family among them. They were merely tempted by the reward the Yao family offered. No matter how many of these people he killed, the Yao family wouldn't be hurt. If he really wanted to hurt the Yao family, he must kill Yao family members. Since the Yao family wants to kill me, then I'll first extinguish the Yao family members. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the killing intent in them increased. The Yao family member rushing over had already broken through the Yin and Yang stage and was at the Nirvana Scryer stage. Early stage Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent. Ever since he reached the corporeal Yang stage, he hadn't battled a real Nirvana Scryer cultivator. At this moment, he was filled with killing intent, but at the same time, endless battle intent filled his heart as well. As the sword energy closed in, Wang Lin quickly rushed forward. He had to deal with this corporeal Yang cultivator before the other one arrived. If the two of them teamed up, Wang Lin would immediately be at a disadvantage. The corporeal young old man relaxed and didn't hesitate to retreat. He no longer wanted to battle Tashan, as he had completed his task. All he had to do was help the Yao family member complete his task and then obtain the reward. Just as he started retreating, Tashan chased after the old man under Wang Lin's order. His fist shined brightly as he continued to bombard the old man. A thunderous rumble echoed across the stars as the corporeal young old man kept retreating while using spells to block the blows. Wang Lin's eyes glowed red and he rushed toward the ray of sword energy that belonged to the Yao family member. He was like a meteor and he charged very far in a flash. Yao Changdong revealed a grin. There was even a hint of contempt on his face, and he flew even faster. When the corporeal young cultivator saw this scene, he felt peace of mind. However, he was still cautious as Wang Lin's strange movement had caused a chill to appear in his heart. Since that Yao family member has arrived, Su Mu shouldn't have time to deal with me. The old man continued to retreat from Tashan's attacks. His eyes flickered as he looked at Wang Lin charging toward Yao Changdong. The farther he was from Wang Lin, the more relaxed he became. However, just at this moment, Tashan's body began to shine dozens of times brighter than before. This golden glow was too strong. If a mortal saw it, they would immediately go blind. Even cultivators would feel their eyes hurt. Although the old man was at the corporeal yang stage, he was too close to Tashan. At this moment, the old man's pupils shrank and he wasn't able to see clearly. Just as his divine sense was about to spread out, Tashan's fierce attack arrived, forcing the old man to focus on dealing with Tashan. Just at the moment the old man's eyes were blocked by the golden glow, Wang Lin took a step forward while charging toward Yao Changdong. Ripples appeared under his feet and Wang Lin disappeared. At the moment he disappeared, although the corporeal young old man couldn't see, his mind trembled and his eyes twitched. He didn't hesitate to activate the origin energy inside his body and push it out like crazy, forming a large amount of origin energy collapse. A vortex was formed from all the origin energy. However, it was still a step too late. Wang Lin's figure had appeared behind the old man right as the vortexes appeared. His fingers were filled with origin energy and he mercilessly attacked. The old man's origin energy vortex hadn't formed when Wang Lin's finger landed on the old man's back. The old man's face turned pale and he refrained himself from coughing out blood. As the origin energy swept through his body, he wanted to use Wang Lin's attack to escape. Just at this moment, Ta Shan's body shined brightly and the tattoo on his forehead melted into his right fist. Just as the old man was about to escape, Ta Shan's fist landed on him. This fist caused a series of sonic booms that echoed across the stars. The old man was worthy of being a peak corporeal yang cultivator. He spat out a mouthful or origin energy during this moment of crisis and created a shield. Ta Shan's fist landed on the shield, causing it to shatter, and the old man was thrown backwards. The old man's eyes were filled with resentment as he couldn't keep the blood back anymore and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his body turned into a bloody shadow and he quickly merged with the blood before him. His figure became ghost-like and he somehow managed to escape from Wang Lin and Ta Shan's combined attack. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. As the old man used the blood to escape, he raised his right hand and chopped down. The heavenly chop immediately shot out and the escaping blood shadow was split in half. The peak corporeal yang old man let out a miserable scream. His origin soul was wrapped in a blood light and it escaped, abandoning his body. All of this happened in a flash. Wang Lin had no time to pursue, so he raised his hand and formed a seal. The celestial sealing stamp immediately appeared before him to form a shield. Yao Chandong's sword energy suddenly changed directions and landed directly on the celestial sealing stamp. When the celestial sealing stamp blocked it, an earth-shattering sound echoed across the area. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but the energy inside his body was rampaging. Under the impact of the sword energy, the celestial sealing stamp was forced back and Wang Lin was forced back with it. Only after he retreated 100 feet was he able to slow down. Yao family's third generation Yao Changdong. After the ray of light disappeared, a young man dressed in white looked proudly at Wang Lin. Under his feet was a 30-foot-long sword. Wang Lin had never seen such a large flying sword. It emitted a dense sword energy that could shatter space. Su Mu, meeting me is your misfortune. If you had met another member of my Yao family, they may have accepted your pleas for forgiveness. However, before Yao Changdong, your begging is useless. Yao Changdong looked extremely proud and thought, I have to finish this before Yao Bingyun gets here. Otherwise, the credit will be stolen by that cold woman. Wang Lin's expression was calm and eyes were cold. He had already noticed that the cultivators of the All-Heaven star system all had a high sense of pride. This kind of pride was formed by the Cultivation family model here. This was very different from all the fighting and scheming in the Alliance star system. Wang Lin nodded slightly as he clasped his hands as if he was about to speak. However, at this moment, essence origin energy came out of his mouth to form an illusory sword that rushed toward Yao Changdong with extreme speed. At the same time, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared into the void. The sword formed by the essence origin energy was too fast and closed in on Yao Changdong in an instant. Yao Changdong's eyes lit up and he let out a cold snort. His right hand formed a seal and pressed forward. A flash of green light came from his hand and it turned into a skull that attempted to devour the sword. Just as he rose his right hand, a ripple appeared behind him and Wang Lin stepped out. Wang Lin's 2 fingers pressed down. He didn't even look at the result and disappeared once more. Yao Changdong's expression became gloomy. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he suddenly turned around and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. However, the 2 lights didn't hit Wang Lin and flew through the void. Just at this moment, the celestial sealing stamp suddenly began to rotate, and it smashed toward Yao Changdong with immense pressure. Hundreds of golden runes flashed on the celestial sealing stamp and flew out one by one. The endless golden runes rushed toward Yao Changdong to seal him. Just as Yao Changdong looked up with a gloomy expression, Wang Lin once again appeared beside him and sent out a heavenly chop. Yao Changdong quickly turned but still missed. Wang Lin's figure was like a ghost as the celestial sealing stamp smashed down. He would constantly appear next to Yao Changdong and only use one attack before disappearing again. As a result, Yao Changdong's expression became increasingly gloomy. Although Wang Lin's attacks weren't too strong for him, he still had to pay attention. Every time Wang Lin appeared, he would have to react immediately. However, he couldn't even touch Wang Lin's shadow. This kind of strange method of fighting made him very frustrated. Although Yao Changdong hadn't been in a lot of fights, the number was absolutely not little, but never had he had a fight like this. After Wang Lin spat out that mouthful of essence origin energy and he lifted his hand to dissipate it, he had lost his initiative. He had to constantly be on guard and could never take the initiative to attack. Just as he was about to recover and was ready to rush out to retaliate with his spell, the 100-foot stamp arrived. This made Yao Changdong even more irritated. At this moment, the rumbling sound became even stronger and countless golden runes flew toward him. There was also that ghostly figure that kept attacking him. Yao Changdong's eyes were filled with killing intent. His hand formed a seal and the large sword under him emitted powerful sword intent. The large sword split into 19 smaller swords that began to rotate to form a strange sword array. Then the sword array suddenly charged out. When the 19 swords charged out, dense origin energy spread out from the sword array, creating a storm. The sword formation spun around Yao Changdong, and the origin energy within the area began to twist, and Wang Lin appeared 1,000 feet away. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared ahead. "Seal!" A shout came from Wang Lin. At the same time, more golden runes charged out even faster through the vortex formed by the sword array. The celestial sealing stamp smashed down with a loud rumble. Inside the sword array, Yao Changdong's veins bulged. He suddenly raised his head and his hand formed a seal. The sword array spun even faster and he pointed upwards. The sword array immediately charged out and met the celestial sealing stamp that was smashing down. There was a loud bang and the descending celestial sealing stamp paused. Yao Changdong immediately took a step and was about to leave the range of the celestial sealing stamp. However, just at this moment, Ta Shan appeared next to him and began a bombardment of punches. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand reached out and the celestial sword appeared in his grasp. Su Ligua had already returned to the sword. Wang Lin raised the celestial sword and the origin energy inside his body surged and mercilessly chopped down. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. 20 heavenly chops consumed most of Wang Lin's origin energy. However, they instantly condensed into a huge ray of sword energy and flew out. The ray of sword energy, that could destroy law and seem tear apart space itself, shot out toward Yao Changdong. Yao Changdong revealed a fierce expression as the sword array spun rapidly and collided with Ta Shan's fist. Ta Shan's face immediately became pale, but he didn't retreat and instead threw another punch. Just at this moment, the heavenly chop arrived and landed on the vortex around Yao Changdong. It broke through the vortex and charged toward Yao Changdong. At the same time, a large amount of golden runes charged in through the opening created by the heavenly chop and quickly sealed Yao Changdong. After using the heavenly chop, Wang Lin didn't stop. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the celestial sealing stamp, and he sat down on it. Both of his hands formed a seal and he pressed down to the side. The celestial sealing stamp was filled with all of Wang Lin's origin energy, and it smashed down toward Yao Changdong. At this moment, the seal, the heavenly chop, Ta Shan's punch, and the celestial sealing stamp all rushed at Yao Changdong at the same time. When the celestial sealing stamp landed, there was a bang that echoed across the stars. The loud sound was so loud that everyone within tens of thousands of kilometers could hear the sound that was like a cultivation planet collapsing. A roar of anger exploded from under the celestial sealing stamp. A terrifying and suffocating aura suddenly began to spread like crazy. The moment the celestial sealing stamp smashed down, it was pushed away by this force. The countless golden runes were torn up by this force and were constantly forced back. Popping sounds came from Ta Shan's fist and his right fist was smashed. Even half of his body was affected by the ripple and he was thrown far away. At this moment, the elegant and prideful Yao Changdong had vanished. His hair was disheveled. His clothes were in tatters, and his eyes were filled with anger. There was a fist-sized bead before his body. Calling it a bead was a bit inappropriate. It was more like the core of a cultivator. It was this core that absorbed all the attacks from before and allowed Yao Changdong to only be in a sorry state but not suffer the slightest injury. You are the second person that has forced me use the celestial pill the ancestor gave me. Yao Changdong almost gnashed his teeth. His killing intent for Wang Lin was no longer coming from the heaven order from the family but the anger in his heart. He had never been in such a disadvantageous situation in his whole life. From the sneak attack at the start, he had no chance to retaliate and was forced to passively defend. Due to that strange spell, Yao Changdong was forced into a dangerous situation. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. As he retreated, he slapped his bag of holding and immediately took out the soul flag. He immediately grabbed 2 illusory in-origin souls and devoured them. As origin energy filled his body, he stared at the core before Yao Changdong and his eyes turned cold. Wang Lin held an advantage earlier and didn't allow Yao Changdong to retaliate at all. Everything was set up for the kill, but in the end it still failed. Wang Lin clearly understood the difference between corporeal yang and nirvana scryer cultivators now. Wang Lin was confident the situation he had set up could kill any corporeal yang cultivator. But Yao Changdong wasn't injured at all. Although that core played a large role, even if that core wasn't there, Yao Changdong must have had other spells. A family that has an inheritance from the celestial realm must have a lot of celestial spells. Yao Changdong's eyes revealed a fierce expression. His right hand formed a seal and the core began revolving around his body. At the same time, his left hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Celestial spell, void collapse." Wang Lin didn't hesitate to retreat. As he retreated, the space where he was at collapsed and caused a powerful impact. This scene caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink. Celestial spell, imagine collapse. Yao Changdong's hand formed a seal and he revealed a cruel expression. Violent collapses continued to echo. Wang Lin couldn't pause for a moment as the collapses chased closely after him. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, but was also calm. Ripples appeared under his feet and then he disappeared without a trace. He instantly appeared 100 feet behind Yao Changdong and a heavenly chop flew at Yao Changdong. However, just as the heavenly chop closed in on Yao Changdong, the core suddenly appeared and collided with it. The moment it touched the heavenly chop, it absorbed the power of the heavenly chop. Celestial spell, 19 souls. Yao Changdong jerked around, revealed a grin, and spat out a mouthful of white mist. Bursts of miserable screams came from the mist. There were 19 babies inside the mist. These babies were completely black. They were monsters as they rushed toward Wang Lin along with the mist. There was a flash of cold light in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step backwards and merged with the world. The 19 souls missed. Then they returned back to Yao Changdong and revolved around him. Yao Changdong's face revealed a fierce expression. He didn't hesitate to reach out toward the core and shout, "I'm willing to be punished by the ancestor for losing this core to break your spell." As he spoke, he crushed the core and a destructive aura spread out like a storm from the core. This force was too powerful. As it spread, the origin energy within 100,000 feet began to twist and distort. The origin energy in the world was no longer in balance. It was as if a large pair of hands was constantly stirring it up. Anyone who was merged inside must leave as soon as possible unless they had a spell to counteract the fluctuations. Wang Lin appeared 1,000 feet away. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he raised his right hand and pointed at the void. The withered Dao pair quickly appeared. The ferocious beast bone gave off a ghostly flash and a powerful evil aura filled the world. Yao Changdong's expression changed slightly and both of his hands formed a seal. The 19 babies began to spin rapidly around Yao Changdong and formed an illusion around Yao Changdong. This was an illusion of a large baby. After it appeared, it let out a roar. However, it only let out half a roar before its body was covered by gray light and it turned into stone in an instant. Wang Lin took this opportunity to retreat and immediately took out 2 illusory in-origin souls. After devouring them, he immediately raised his right hand and shouted, Call the wind! The black wind roared and gathered around his right hand. It instantly expanded and dense, black wind appeared around Wang Lin. Just at this moment, the petrified baby collapsed and Yao Changdong walked out without any injuries. He stared at the black wind around Wang Lin and sneered. Only this much power? Today will you without a doubt die. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lin waved his hand and the black wind charged out. The black wind swept across the stars and turned into a black dragon. It opened its mouth and blasted out cold wind. Yao Changdong initially didn't consider the wind a threat, but his body felt cold and it felt like his origin soul was about to collapse. He immediately retreated in shock, but the black wind chased closely after him. Frightened, Yao Changdong saw that he was about to be surrounded by the black wind. But his hand quickly formed a seal and he shouted, "Celestial spell, cloud calamity." Thunderous rumbles appeared out of nowhere and clouds surrounded Yao Changdong. Lightning flashed between the clouds, forming a comprehensive shield. However, under the wind blasted out by the black dragon, the clouds dissipated, revealing the terrified Yao Changdong. What celestial spell is this? Yao Changdong's body trembled as he clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. His right hand quickly moved over it and he shouted, "Blood soul, 6 cycles." After using this spell, Yao Changdong's expression turned pale. This blood soul celestial spell was imparted by the ancestor, Blood God. It was said to be one of the greatest spells of their celestial ancestor. At its peak, it could reach 19 cycles, but with Yao Changdong's current cultivation level, he could only manage 6 cycles, and even then it would consume most of his origin energy. The blood quickly began to move and it formed a vortex before charging into the sky. Like a scarlet whirlwind, it created a powerful force that collided with the wind. The two forces quickly cancelled each other out. Yao Changdong stared at the flickering Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth as he slapped his bag of holding and a talisman appeared in his hand. "With the talisman the ancestor gave me, no matter how many spells you have, you will without a doubt die." He raised his hand and the talisman immediately flew out. There was a complex rune formed by red ink on the talisman. Yao Changdong's hand formed a seal as he bit his tongue and sprayed blood directly on the talisman. In an instant, the talisman was dyed blood red and the rune seemed to come to life. A strange light came from the talisman and a strange, green flame began to burn at the corner of the talisman. "Emperor Celestial Talisman, kill this person." Yao Changdong pointed at Wang Lin, and his voice revealed his ferociousness. The talisman flashed and charged out. It penetrated through the blood-soul vortex and the cold wind. It didn't suffer any damage and went straight toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He was very familiar with this talisman as it was almost identical to the two he had. At this moment, an aura that shocked Wang Lin's mind came from the talisman. This aura was extremely terrifying. "I can't resist." All the hair on Wang Lin's body stood up and he felt a sense of crisis envelop him. He retreated without hesitation, but not only did the talisman not scatter, it moved even faster. Under this moment of crisis, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding without hesitation and the god-slaying war chariot flew out. He pointed at Yao Changdong and then also took out a talisman. Copying Yao Changdong, he also bit the tip of his tongue and spat out essence blood. The essence blood caused the talisman to also shine and burned brightly. Collided with the talisman Yao Changdong threw out and it set off a huge shockwave. The talisman Wang Lin threw out immediately collapsed and turned to dust. However, Yao Changdong's talisman didn't completely dissipate. A fingernail-sized portion still remained. It moved at an incredible speed and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin's body trembled. He felt heat from between his eyebrows as if a flame was burning. An unimaginable sealing power spread across his body like crazy. In the blink of an eye, his origin energy and origin soul were completely sealed. This is the chosen Immortal clan's tattoo power. But how can the tattoo of the chosen Immortal clan be so strong? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes were filled with terror. All of the origin energy inside his body was suddenly sealed. Right now he was like a mortal. His body immediately became very weak. If Ta Shan hadn't allowed Wang Lin to sit on his left arm, Wang Lin would have immediately fallen into the endless space. Beside him, the god-slaying war chariot turned into the butterfly. It gently flapped its wings and looked harmless. Yao Changdong laughed. Without origin energy, all of Wang Lin's treasures had lost their effect and Call the Wind had also disappeared. Yao Changdong's 2 fingers from his right hand formed a sword and he charged straight at Wang Lin. A mere corporeal Yang cultivator dares to fight with me? Su Mu, die! As Yao Changdong laughed, his speed was shocking and he charged straight toward Wang Lin. His fingers were filled with origin energy, and if they landed on Wang Lin, not only would Wang Lin's body collapse, even his origin soul would be destroyed. Just as Yao Changdong closed in, the butterfly gently flapped its wings. Although it didn't have Wang Lin's origin energy anymore, it was obviously different from other treasures. Once it was activated, it could operate by itself. Yao Changdong's body paused and his chest exploded, causing him to be thrown backwards. He managed to stop himself after 100 feet, but the butterfly immediately flapped its wings once more. Yao Changdong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as the butterfly flapped its wings, he took out another talisman. This time he didn't throw it out and pressed it between his own eyebrows. A powerful fluctuation of tattoo power came out from the talisman and diffused into Yao Changdong's body. Soon, a large amount of tattoos appeared around Yao Changdong. Popping sounds echoed. Every time the butterfly flapped its wings, a large amount of tattoos would collapse. However, he continued to rush over and once again closed in on Wang Lin. I must kill Su Mu. He is only at the corporeal Yang stage and is already so powerful. Once he reaches the Nirvana Scryer stage, I will not be his opponent. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position on Ta Shan's left arm. Ta Shan continued to retreat, trying to create some distance between them and Yao Changdong. However, Yao Changdong was too fast. He closed in with all the tattoos exploding. The killing intent disappeared and was replaced with calmness. He closed his eyes and muttered, My domain was originally life and death and then karma. Things in the world can escape life and death, but they can't escape karma. There was a power that didn't need origin energy to use. It was not a treasure, but a cultivator's Tao. It could also be considered a belief, a comprehension. Wang Lin's comprehension after 1,000 years of cultivation was his domain. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin used his domain, which he hadn't used in a long time. The battle of domains was the battle of Tao. The battle of Tao was ever-changing. There was no victory or defeat in the battle of Tao, only life and death. Wang Lin spread out his arms and calmly said, My left hand holds the karmic cause of the world. My right hand holds the karmic effect of the world. This is karma, my karma. He opened his eyes. His left eye contained a sun and his right eye contained a moon. He looked at Yao Changdong and pointed at him. Karmic cause, appear. When his domain appeared, the stars no longer existed. It was as if everything had disappeared, and Yao Changdong's body suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but stop. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure grew infinitely. It was as if there was a whip in Wang Lin's hand, and the 2 ends of the whip connected to form a circle. That circle was karma. Yao Changdong had a strong feeling that if he stepped out, he would inevitably fall into the Wang Lin's domain. Even if he managed to kill Wang Lin, he would be trapped in this domain. He feared he would be forever trapped inside karma and would never awaken. The battle of Tao could only be fought with Tao. However, it was rare for people to be able to fully display their Tao. It could be said that only very few could. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but comprehension. A comprehension of the world, a comprehension of life, and a comprehension of one's own Tao. Yao Changdong would never have thought that this Su Mu could display his own Tao. His expression was gloomy, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he sat down less than 30 feet from Wang Lin and closed his eyes. A golden shadow suddenly appeared above his head. This golden shadow had the aura of a celestial and was very elegant. It was obvious it was a celestial. Struggle as you die. I'll let you see my Yao family's Tao. The Yao family are descendants of celestials. Although celestial don't have domains, my family turned the glory of being their descendant into our domain. The glory of our celestial ancestors is the Tao of our Yao family. The shadow of the celestial gradually condensed above Yao Changdong and eventually walked out. It stepped toward the circle formed by Wang Lin's domain. My family believes in the glory of our ancestor. All other domains will break under the glory of our ancestor. Yao Changdong's face was filled with reverence, and his fanaticism caused the celestial to become even more corporeal. That's glory of the past. What of it now? All things are linked to karma. The celestial's glory is the karmic cause. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he lowered his left hand and raised his right hand. The karmic effect was the collapse of the celestial realm. Wang Lin lightly gripped his right hand and said, "You take pride in glory, but can your Tao escape karma?" The karma circle before Wang Lin began to rotate, creating a vortex. Outside the vortex was karmic cause, and inside the vortex was karmic effect. The celestials perished because they couldn't escape karma. Their descendants also can't escape karma. Your Tao is extremely fragile. So what if you have thousands of celestial spells and that Tao of glory? How laughable! Wang Lin shook his head. He had seen through the other party's Tao. To use something as illusory as glory for Tao and reverence for domain, even if it reached its peak, it couldn't escape the shadow of their ancestors. The karma circle suddenly flew out and charged at the shadow of the celestial. When it closed in, it stopped. Celestials didn't cultivate domains. Using their powerful celestial spiritual energy to open up the heavens was a grave mistake. Otherwise, why would the celestial realm have collapsed? Even with how powerful the celestial emperor was, he still went mad when he went against the heavens, and he died. How strong was your ancestor compared to the celestial emperor? The celestial emperor not cultivating a domain was the karmic cause, and his madness that caused his death was the karmic effect. Your family's celestial statue and cultivation can't match the celestial emperor. Not cultivating a domain and forcibly taking power from the heavens caused your ancestor to perish. This is karma. In my opinion, your glory is empty. If they were destroyed by the heavens, where is the glory? Yao Changdong, the domain you cultivated and the Tao you believe in are all empty. Your celestial ancestor died. But rather than seeking the reason, you decided to cultivate their glory. Not only is your Tao empty, but even your Yao family ancestors' Tao is also empty. In the end, your Yao family will perish. Yao Changdong's eyes were filled with anger, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood as his mind was injured. Wang Lin's words were like sharp swords that pierced his heart, leaving him unable to refute. After listening to these words, there was even a trace of hesitation in his heart. The shadow of the celestial outside the karma circle became blurry, as if it would disappear at any moment. You take pride in your glory and use that glory as your Tao. Your glory is only your own illusion. Have you truly seen the glory of your ancestor or felt the glory of your ancestor? Everything was just made up by you. It is all empty. You're at the early stage of nirvana scryer, but you don't have the slightest understanding of your own Tao. All of it was born from an illusion, so how can it fight against me? My Tao has changed greatly through my experiences in life. The pain of parting relatives, the hatred from slaughter, the bitterness of the death of a loved one, and wiping the resentment from my dead son. I became aware of the life and death domain and understood the world. Although I understand that things that should disappear, I walk against the heavens and refuse to be controlled by fate. This allowed me to complete my life and death domain. Then my domain changed and I comprehended the karma domain. And your domain was only a false glory. This glory has long perished with your ancestor and vanished with the collapse of the celestial realm. Yao Changdong, you are gravely mistaken. Yao Changdong's body trembled once more, and he coughed out another large mouthful of blood. There was no trace of blood on his face. He was like a dead man, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The shadow of the celestial outside the karma circle became even more blurry. Wang Lin shouted as his eyes revealed a strange light. Your Yao family wanting to kill me is karmic cause, And your Tao broken by my karma domain is karmic effect. Why hasn't your glory domain broken before my karma domain? Yao Changdong's body trembled and the shadow of the celestial above him shattered completely. As it collapsed, everything returned to normal and the stars appeared once more. To Yao Changdong it was as if years had passed. Wang Lin's karma domain also dissipated. The remaining piece of talisman between his eyebrows had collapsed in the battle of Tao. Origin energy filled his body and he rushed out. At this moment, the butterfly next to him gently flapped its wings. Yao Changdong's body collapsed and even his bag of holding collapsed under this destructive power. All traces of him were erased from the world. When Wang Lin's origin energy returned, his face turned pale and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A battle of Tao was too dangerous, so he really didn't want to use it unless it was the last resort. One's Tao was definitely not as fragile as he said. It was just that Yao Changdong's Tao heart was unstable, because he hadn't experienced enough life. He was like a sheltered flower that hadn't been tested by real wind and rain. Compared to him, the cultivators at the same cultivation level in the Alliance star system were far stronger. After all, in the Alliance star system you had to rely on yourself. What about a teacher? They couldn't protect you at all. If you were a bit careless, you would die. It was the law of the jungle, and slaughter was the law of the heavens. Aside from a few limited people, the cultivators of the All-Heaven star system couldn't even imagine the darkness of the Alliance star system. If you placed them in the Alliance star system, it would be hard for these people to survive, unless their cultivation was powerful enough to ignore all rules. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin withdrew his treasures and Ta Shan returned to his shadow. He dragged his frail body, but the killing intent in his eyes was even stronger. Yao family, if you want to kill me, you must pay the price. Wang Lin took a step with a fierce and cold gaze. Ripples appeared under his feet as he merged with the world and disappeared without a trace. However, just as he disappeared, a ripple appeared nearby and a cold woman wearing white walked out. She was very beautiful and could be considered perfect. Her cold expression, while it would cause people to retreat, would also make their hearts beat faster. She frowned slightly, and with a step she disappeared as she merged with the world and chased after Wang Lin. At this moment in the eastern domain on a blood-red planet, there was a huge ancestral temple and a fierce Yao was carved onto a large piece of wood. There was an old man sitting inside the temple. His eyebrows were bent and were scarlet red. Behind him were tokens. Each of them gave off rich origin energy. At this moment, one of the tokens at the bottom cracked and then split in half. The old man slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the shattered token and muttered, "One finally died. Wang Lin from the Alliance star system, I want to see how many you can kill. Don't disappoint this old man, the blood god." The old man's eyes gave of a gloomy gaze. He raised his right hand and with a point of his finger, white gas flew out from the token and entered his sleeves. "Continue to kill." Ripples appeared in a bright and starry area of the All-Heaven star system. Wang Lin's steps were staggered and his face was pale. The battle with Yao Changdong was too dangerous. Had he been a bit careless, he would have died. Yao Changdong was worthy of being a real early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The gap between us was really big. However, if I was at the Nirvana Scryer stage, killing him wouldn't have been difficult. Wang Lin's eyes were fierce. He couldn't remain merged with the world for too long. Now that he had appeared, he quickly flew. After a few breaths of time, he merged with the world again without hesitation. Right now I need to find a place to recover. Once I've recovered, I'll go give the Yao family more trouble. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared, ripples appeared and the cold beauty walked out. After she appeared, she frowned, looked at where Wang Lin disappeared, and softly said, "Using spatial bending twice in a row, this Sumu's grasp of the world's origin energy is very strong. If there was someone familiar with the Yao family here, they would recognize her." Her name was Yao Bingyun, and in the eastern domain she was considered one of the 3 phoenixes. Ice Phoenix Yao Bingyun. She could be considered top 3 in terms of cultivation level among the Yao family's 3rd generation. Her expression was always cold. Even when facing her own family members, she still spoke indifferently. Her talent was not great within the Yao family, but her pursuit of Tao was beyond imagination. In order to pursue her own Tao, after she reached the ascendant stage, she began cultivating the celestial spell Soul Seal. This celestial spell sealed the origin soul senses. Your eyes wouldn't be able to see, your mouth wouldn't be able to speak, your ears wouldn't be able to hear, and your nose wouldn't be able to smell. It was considered one of the 3 great forbidden spells of the Yao family. Very few people were able to remain calm enough themselves to cultivate it. The most important reason this was considered a forbidden spell was because if you were a bit careless while cultivating this spell, you would be trapped in the seal and die. Throughout the ages, many Yao family members died cultivating this spell, so gradually, fewer and fewer people cultivated it. Yao Bingyun remained in this state and went into closed-door cultivation for 500 years on the Yao family's ice planet. After leaving closed-door cultivation, she became even more cold, as if she was a piece of never-melting ice. Wherever she went, she would bring a chill. Her life was dedicated to Tao, and her determination was unimaginable. Among the Yao family's 3rd generation, only 2 people had grasped spatial bending. Yao Bingyun was one of them, and she had a deeper understanding than the other person. After withdrawing her gaze, she took a step forward and continued to chase with a cold expression. This chase lasted for 10 days. Wang Lin eventually realized that something was wrong and became even more cautious. During these 10 days, Yao Bingyun chased closely after him. Originally, given her temper, she wouldn't be involved in this family matter. If she had the time, she'd rather spend it in closed-door cultivation to comprehend the heavens. However, the Yao family ancestor, Blood God, had said something when he released the heaven order. Anyone who personally killed Su Mu could use the entire force of the Yao family to do one thing. This was the root of why Yao Bingyun had decided to act. Sister, I must save you. Yao Bingyun bit her lower lip as she disappeared into the void and continued to chase. During these 10 days of time, the news of Su Mu's appearance quickly spread, especially how several families had formed a team of 28 to intercept him. In the end, Su Mu killed 26 people and only 2 had managed to escape. This incident set of a huge stir. Some of the people who had somewhat forgotten Su Mu's name remembered all the rumors about Su Mu in the Thunder Celestial Realm. What shocked everyone more was that among the 28 people, there were 3 corporeal Yang, 9 illusory Yin, and 16 peak ascendant cultivators. With this team, Su Mu was still able to easily slaughter them. Even among the 2 that managed to survive, when one of them returned, he immediately announced that his cultivation family and planet would not participate in the matter between Su Mu and the Yao family. The other person was a corporeal Yang cultivator. He was in an even a worse state and his origin soul was damaged. Once he returned, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation and also announced he would not participate in this matter. This series of news completely awakened the memories of Su Mu from the minds of the cultivators of the All-Heaven star system. At almost the same time, the news of the Yao family's 3rd generation Yao Changdong, an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator, being killed by Su Mu was leaked. It set off a storm that swept the All-Heaven star system. Under the Yao family's heaven order, the person that was sent to kill was killed instead. Aside from shocking the cultivators, it made them remember the name, Su Mu, even more. Similarly, the Yao family responded very quickly. Many family members and the cultivation families they contacted quickly gathered toward the western domain. There was so many people that they formed a blockade that continued to tighten as they close in on the area. At this moment, Wang Lin was very cautious while he continued to merge with the world. He didn't do any long-range moment in an attempt to lose the person who could also merge with the word that was chasing him. Although he had not seen the pursuer, the feeling of being chasing was extremely profound. Wang Lin decided to merge with the world and not come up. Instead, he kept changing directions. As a result, they were competing to see who had a deeper understanding. Whoever had a deeper understanding could remain merged with the world longer. If the other person comes out first, Wang Lin will have the initiative and will not let them perceive his location. Wang Lin experienced being merged with the world for a long time when Master Flamespark took control of his body. Right now he clenched his teeth and was able to remain merged with the world. Time slowly passed. Although Yao Bingyun's comprehension was profound, it couldn't compare with what Wang Lin had experienced. After the 16th day, she couldn't endure it any longer and appeared from the void. The moment she appeared, Wang Lin, who she had locked onto with her divine sense while merged with the world, disappeared. Yao Bingyun's expression was calm as her hand touched a bag, and a small mirror immediately appeared. Her left hand formed a seal as if she was predicting something. After a short while, she merged with the world again. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to an abandoned cultivation planet between the border of the western and northern domains. When he appeared, his face was without any color. After all, he had been seriously injured and then forced to run for a long time. In addition, he had to be merged with the world for a long period of time, thus making his injuries worse. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and after he determined that his pursuer had been completely left behind, he let out a sigh of relief. The Yao family must have already launched their plan. From now on, every step will be difficult. Wang Lin's body flickered as he charged toward the abandoned cultivation planet. There was no spiritual energy coming from the planet and there were ruins everywhere. It was obvious it had been countless years since the planet was in its prime. Wang Lin found a basin on this planet, and after sitting down he slapped his bag of holding. The soul flag immediately flew out and turned into black mist that filled the area. After placing down many restrictions, he closed his eyes. Behind him, Tashan walked out from his shadow and sat down beside him. Tashan's right arm was broken. His body was filled with scars, and he looked dispirited. Wang Lin knew that he was pressed for time. He had to quickly heal his injuries so he could remain at peak state. Only then would he be able to survive. While cultivating, Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward the black mist. An illusory in-origin soul was immediately caught. Before the soul could beg for mercy, Wang Lin crushed it and devoured the origin energy. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he grabbed another origin soul and devoured it. He operated the energy inside his body and continued to absorb it. After 6 hours and 4 origin souls, a powerful wave of origin energy surged inside Wang Lin's body. He opened his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Then his right hand reached out and many bags of holding appeared. These bags of holding belonged to the people he killed. Without thinking much, Wang Lin erased the divine sense on each of them and took out all the treasures. He crushed them all and fused the melted liquid into Tashan. There were all sorts of treasures within these bags. At this moment, they were all crushed by Wang Lin to repair Tashan's body. After 2 more days passed, Tashan's bones had recovered. Although he was still a bit weak, it was no longer a serious issue. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he flew into the air. Tashan quickly followed and merged into Wang Lin's shadow. At the moment Wang Lin flew into the air, his right hand reached out. The black mist quickly gathered and formed a large flag in his hand. With a shake of his hand, Wang Lin put it back into his bag. Just at this moment, Yao Bingyun's charming figure appeared outside the planet Wang Lin was recovering on. Her face was cold as she took out a mirror and looked at it. The image inside the mirror was Wang Lin flying into the sky. His expression was cold as she lifted her hand and pressed down on the mirror with her finger. However, the mirror shattered before her finger could press down. A killing intent came out from the planet, and the center of it all was Wang Lin. He was like an unsheathed sword as he charged out from the planet. Balls of purple thunder surrounded Wang Lin and made him even faster. In the blink of an eye, he charged out from the planet and headed straight for Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression was still calm, and she stared at the rapidly approaching Wang Lin. She lifted her hand and pointed with her finger. Blue ice crystals rapidly condensed on her finger. Yao Bingyun softly said, "Ice break!" With a point of her finger, a cold aura spread out like crazy. As crackling sounds echoed, the space began to freeze starting from Yao Bingyun's finger and quickly spread. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, but he didn't retreat. All the thunder in his body spread out and collided with the encroaching ice. Boom, boom. Boom! A series of earth-shattering sounds echoed across the area. All of Wang Lin's balls of thunder collapsed and the encroaching ice paused slightly. Just at this moment, there was a flash from Wang Lin's shadow as Ta Shan stepped out. He raised his unjuried left fist and didn't hesitate to punch the ice. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and Call the Wind quickly appeared. The black wind formed and flew toward Yao Bingyun. Wang Lin was always ruthless toward his enemy. Regardless of whether they were men or women, the black wind swept the area, causing the ice to immediately collapse and dissipate. Ta Shan's fist charged straight toward Yao Bingyun after the ice collapsed. Yao Bingyun's expression was still cold without any change. The moment Ta Shan closed in, she opened her mouth quietly and said, "Blood collapse!" Ta Shan suddenly trembled and a large amount of blood suddenly came out from his body from a blood mist. He wasn't able to throw that punch at all before being pushed back by a powerful force. He quickly returned back into Wang Lin's shadow. In this instant, Wang Lin also felt a strange power condensing from all directions. This power caused all the blood in his body to flow more rapidly. It was as if his blood was going to boil and rush out of his body. Killing intent flashed across his eyes and Wang Lin gripped his hand. The black wind immediately condensed into a black dragon. The black dragon blasted cold air at Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression changed for the first time. She stared at the cold wind coming from the black dragon and her hands quickly formed a seal. Just at this moment, Wang Lin took a step backwards and merged with the world. His enemy could also merge with the world, so the battle tactic he used before had no effect on this woman. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. He couldn't beat her, so he simply decided to quickly flee. Wang Lin took a step backwards and ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. Yao Bingyun wanted to chase, but the cold wind blasted by the black dragon was beyond her expectations. Even when she merged with the world, she wasn't able to avoid it. Yao Bingyun's face was filled with coldness as her hand formed a seal, and a blue core immediately appeared before her. The core was very bright and its color was vibrant. The moment it appeared, it was met with the cold wind. After a series of crackling sounds, the cold wind disappeared. However, the blue core had dimmed as if it had lost its spirit. Yao Bingyun's expression turned gloomy, and she grabbed the blue core. She stared at where Wang Lin disappeared and continued to chase. Ever since she began cultivating, she had never met someone so difficult to deal with. Even with her relentless pursuit, she still hadn't managed to prevent the other party from escaping. At this moment, Yao Bingyun had a cold expression. Her divine sense spread out while she was merged with the world to look for fluctuations. After Wang Lin merged with the world, he charged directly toward the northern domain. He had a big plan. There was a river of stars between the western and northern domains. Once you passed through this area, you would enter the northern domain. However, there were countless cultivators at the border to the western domain. At this moment, there was also a large amount of cultivators gathering in the western domain. Aside from the Yao family members, a large amount of people were brought by the Yao family. The cultivators from the western domain accounted for more than half of the cultivators here. These people were determined that Wang Lin would without a doubt die, so they were naturally not worried about Wang Lin's retaliation. They were all mobilized for Yao family's reward. In truth, there weren't many people from the Yao family. There were countless people blocking the area, and some people were constantly disrupting the origin energy in the area to prevent people from passing. Wang Lin's body appeared 5,000 kilometers away from the River of Stars, and he stared gloomily at the scene before him. Even from this far away, he could feel a powerful ripple. With this many cultivators disrupting the origin energy in the area, even if he merged with the world, he couldn't ensure that he could safely pass through. Once he was forced to appear midway and was attacked by all the cultivators, Wang Lin knew he would die. Yao family! Wang Lin clenched his teeth. Then he turned around and disappeared. Just at this moment, a few divine senses quickly rushed over, and one of them didn't hesitate to disrupt the origin energy in the area. There were roars from the distance as a large amount of cultivators rushed over. The origin energy was disrupted, causing Wang Lin's body to appear 10,000 feet away. His expression became even more gloomy and he quickly escaped. Su Mu is here. Su Mu is here, kill. Su Mu. He is Su Mu. Shouts came from all directions and cultivators wearing all kinds of clothes charged toward him. What was ridiculous was that there was no one from the Yao family among them. The real Yao family members were in the back, coldly watching everything. It was hard to say who was more intelligent. From the Yao family's perspective, using rewards to exchange for the help of various cultivation families could save them a lot of energy. From the view of the cultivation families, it was the same. Since a lot of cultivation families had joined, then Su Mu would without a doubt die. As long as they joined the fight, they would gain benefits, and if they killed Su Mu, they would gain more benefits. Therefore, why not act? As Wang Lin continued to retreat, a large amount of ripples appeared under his feet. His gaze was cold as he swept the people chasing him and engraved their appearances in his mind. As the various spells and treasures of those cultivators closed in, Wang Lin disappeared as he merged with the world. Although there was a lot of disruption of origin energy in front of him, if Wang Lin retreated rather than move forward, there wouldn't be much interference. Yao family, if I don't get my revenge, I can't call myself a heaven-defying cultivator. There are also those cultivation families that are helping the Yao family. If it weren't for them being lured by the reward, the Yao family couldn't form an encirclement like this. Wang Lin sneered as he disappeared. When the cultivators who rushed over saw Wang Lin's sneer, they felt a chill in their hearts. This powerful killing intent and expression only meant that Wang Lin was about to start a slaughter. Since you all want to seal me, then come. Wang Lin merged with the world and quickly retreated. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's aura quickly locked on to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he retreated. His figure appeared once more in the western domain, and there was a cultivation planet before him. Wang Lin didn't know its name, but after he appeared, he took a step forward and scanned it with his divine sense. There weren't any cultivators above the peak of the late stage of Ascendant on this planet. This was a clear sign. With how rich the spiritual energy of this cultivation planet was, it was impossible not to have an illusory cultivator or above. These people must have been participating in the group that was hunting him. In truth, Wang Lin's guess was extremely accurate. At a time like this, if large amount of illusory cultivators were missing, this was the only answer. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger as he rushed out. Whenever he encountered a cultivator at the soul transformation stage or above, he would flick his finger without hesitation. If you participate in the matter between me and the Yao family, then you must be wary of my revenge. If I don't force these families away, then only more of them will participate in this matter. The only way to deal with this matter is to shock them, and the best way to shock them is to slaughter their planets. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was not a kind person, and at this moment he was trapped in the western domain by the Yao family and these cultivators. If he didn't become more merciless, then once they closed in, all he would be able to do was wait for his death. Moreover, what made Wang Lin more anxious was the Yao families and the other families' true experts. Even one cultivator that had stepped into the Nirvana Scryer stage would be difficult for Wang Lin to resist. The reason why planet Donglin was so famous and why people's minds would tremble whenever its name was mentioned was because whenever the descendants of that generation appeared, anyone that provoked that person would have their planet slaughtered. Only by making them pay the price of blood would they all remember. Wang Lin originally didn't want to do this, but right now he was forced to do this. Only by doing this could he make all the cultivation families that participated due to the reward retreat. There were no cries. Wang Lin moved across the planet like a whirlwind that took away lives. After less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he merged with the world and disappeared. He left this cultivation planet with only rivers of blood, and not a single cultivator above the soul transformation stage remained. As for mortals, Wang Lin didn't hurt even one of them. Wang Lin also knew that the people below the soul transformation stage couldn't participate in this matter, so he didn't act against them. Before he left, he raised his hand and pressed down on the ground. After a violent rumble, two large words appeared on the ground. Su Mu. After Wang Lin left, ripples immediately appeared and Yao Bingyun walked out. When she saw the cultivation planet, her expression became extremely gloomy. Then killing intent flashed across her eyes and she continued to chase. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot when he appeared in different places throughout the Western domain. Every time he appeared, there would be a planet next to him. If all of the illusory cultivators were there, he would turn around and leave. However, if there were no illusory cultivators on the planet, it meant they were involved in his pursuit, so a bloodbath would unfold on the planet. You all forced me. You all chasing to kill me for no reason other than the Yao family's reward is the karmic cause. Me slaughtering your planet is the karmic effect. Wang Lin didn't like to kill, but now he was being forced to and he had no other choice. In the short span of 30 days, a bloody storm swept across the Western domain. News that angered all of the cultivators but also frightened them at the same time spread out. Dozens of cultivation planets had all soul transformation and above cultivators slaughtered. The only thing left was the two words, Sumu, deeply engraved on the ground. This was naked revenge. This was a complete revenge against the families involved. This kind of behavior was on the demonic path. Master Demon. No one knew who said it first, but this title was placed on Wang Lin. You must pay a price to participate in the matter between me and the Yao family. This naked revenge quickly escalated. It was like a bolt of thunder that struck the cultivators hunting Wang Lin and made their minds tremble. The fact that Wang Lin didn't kill soul transformation or below cultivators meant that Wang Lin was still leaving them a way out. However, the bloody meaning behind this action was self-evident. If they continue to participate in this matter, then those below the soul transformation stage will be killed. Countless angry storms immediately erupted. The cultivators whose families were slaughtered seemed to have gone crazy. They didn't retreat and vowed to seek revenge on Sumu. However, even more cultivation families became hesitant, especially the cultivation families from the Western domain. It wasn't certain who had taken the lead, but soon they all quietly left and returned to their cultivation planets. Suddenly, the blockade in the Western domain suddenly thinned down. Numerous cultivation families evaluated Wang Lin's bloody revenge, and after a long time, they slowly retreated. After all, making their juniors face death just for some benefits from the Yao family was beyond their bottom line. More importantly, Wang Lin's actions caused these cultivators whose core interests were their families feel a chill in their hearts. They could feel the madness from Wang Lin. If they continued, they weren't sure what he would do. Aside from the families of the Western domain, the families of the other domains began to hesitate, but not many left. After all, their families were not in the Western domain. To them, this Sumu would certainly die and he was merely struggling before his death. No matter how much he struggled, he was still in the Western domain. Since he couldn't leave, there was no need to speak of revenge. Although this was the case, Wang Lin could clearly feel that the pressure of the blockade in the Western domain had lessened. However, during this period of time, he could also feel that the woman who could merge with the world was getting closer and closer. There were a few times where she almost caught up. Wang Lin frowned hard. The other party's pursuit was far too close. The space in the Western domain that Wang Lin could move in also rapidly shrank. If he couldn't find a way to charge out, he would be put in a dangerous spot. Wang Lin's figure appeared among the stars and he frowned. The killing intent that had condensed over these days was very strong. It was almost as if it could turn corporeal. That woman chasing me is at least at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. I can't kill her with my own power, so it is a bit troublesome. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he disappeared. Just as he disappeared, Yao Bingyun stepped out from the void. Her face was filled with killing intent, and after looking into the distance, she coldly said, "You can't escape." She took a step and merged with the world to chase after Wang Lin. Wang Lin merged with the world with the intent to lose Yao Bingyun. With her chasing him, he couldn't leave at all. By staying merged with the world until it hurt himself, Wang Lin finally managed to make Yao Bingyun lose track of him. However, this took 3 days. During these 3 days, the blockade formed by the cultivators in the Western domain had shrunken a lot, like a circle that was constantly shrinking. A powerful killing intent had gathered within the blockade. This killing intent was so powerful that it caused the dust in space to be blown back. After temporarily shaking off Yao Bingyun's pursuit, Wang Lin appeared next to an abandoned planet without any signs of life. After taking a closer look at the planet, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and he muttered, "I'll use this one." Wang Lin knew that he was pressed for time. Aside from being able to merge with the world, the woman chasing him also had a method of prediction to be able to find his location. As a result, he had to work fast in the short period of time he had managed to get. Wang Lin's hands quickly formed seals and countless restrictions flew toward this abandoned planet. These restrictions immediately disappeared when they landed on the planet. Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to circle the planet and place down restrictions. 1 hour later, his expression was a bit pale. With one step, he arrived on the planet. It was filled with ruins, the earth was cracked, and all the seas had dried up. After Wang Lin landed, he slapped his bag of holding and the soul flag appeared. With a shake of his hand, the soul flag turned into a black mist that spread out around the planet. Inside the black mist was the blood ancestor, who had his eyes closed. There were countless seals around him, and he was surrounded by the countless souls within the soul flag. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to reach out and take an illusory in-origin soul. After crushing it, his left hand created a restriction. The illusory in-origin soul trembled and revealed a terrifying cold gaze. Wang Lin threw the origin soul and it disappeared into the planet. Wang Lin was breathing hard. Before Li Yuan left, he taught Wang Lin all of the annihilation restrictions. Although he didn't have the inheritance and thus can't use a lot of them and their power was lacking, there were still some that he could use. The 9 Deaths Perish formation was one of them. It was also called one of the 3 Great Forbidden Restrictions by Li Yuan. This formation didn't require the restriction heart. It required a large amount of origin souls. Although Li Yuan could use this formation, the requirements were too strict, so he had never actually placed one down before. Wang Lin's expression was a bit pale, but he didn't stop. He continued to grab origin souls. He didn't have many illusory in-origin souls, as most of them were devoured by him. He decided to use Ascendant Origin Soul instead. He continued to place restrictions on them and threw them into the planet. Several hours later, Wang Lin's face was even more pale. His eyes lit up and he stared at the blood ancestor's origin soul. After hesitating a little, his eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He grabbed the blood ancestor's origin soul and placed a restriction between the eyebrows. However, he didn't throw it into the planet and let it remain inside the black mist. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin directly sank into the depths of the planet. He withdrew all his aura, leaving none of it leaking, and even used the restriction Li Yuan taught him to hide himself. This hiding restriction was very mysterious. When Li Yuan used it, Wang Lin couldn't detect him at all. However, it wasn't perfect if one didn't have the restriction heart. In that case, there was still a chance of being detected by others. This was why Wang Lin didn't use this when he was surrounded. He sank into the depths of the planet and sat down. Killing intent flashed across his eyes and he muttered, "Yao family and those cultivation families chasing after me. I have prepared a gift for you all. This is merely the prelude." As he sneered, Wang Lin closed his eyes. He didn't reveal even a hint of his aura. It was as if he had merged with the cultivation planet. Time gradually passed. 3 days later, the blockade in the western domain continued to shrink. On this day, the first wave of cultivators arrived at the planet Wang Lin was hiding in. There was a woman in front of all those cultivators. She was Yao Bingyun. Her expression was cold as her right hand formed a seal as if she was predicting something. Her gaze fell on the planet Wang Lin was hiding in. Then her eyes lit up and coldly said, "Sumu is here." Behind Yao Bingyun were 2 members of the Yao family, one man and woman. They had relaxed expression and the man smiled. This person must have realized that he couldn't hide anymore and placed some kind of formation here. As the young man spoke, he took a step forward and charged toward the planet. Yao Bingyun frowned slightly and followed after him. The cultivation families that were with them also headed toward the planet. However, everyone, including the young man, stopped outside the planet. No one truly entered the planet. The young man smiled and loudly said, "Fellow cultivators, please help my Yao family destroy the planet, so that no matter what trap he set up, he will be destroyed along with the planet." The surrounding cultivators all agreed, and without hesitation, they quickly began attacking the planet. In an instant, all sorts of origin energy spells fell down on the abandoned planet. Loud rumbles echoed across the stars and large pieces of the planet fell off, making it seem as if it was going to collapse. Yao Bingyun frowned. She had pursued Wang Lin for a long time now, so she knew how astute he was. He would definitely not leave such a big opening. As the large amount of cultivators attacked, a large amount of gravel spread out and began to spread. Large cracks appeared on the planet like deep gorges. When the young man from the Yao family began using celestial spells, the planet's collapse intensified. Dense fluctuations spread out and gradually, a large amount of sword energy came from the distance as another wave of cultivators arrived. When they saw what was happening, they began attacking the broken planet without asking any questions. Yao Bingyun frowned even harder. She felt like something was wrong but couldn't think of a reason. The countless spells caused the planet to continue to collapse and a large amount of gravel to spread out. This caused almost the entire area to be surrounded by gravel. In the end, there was an earth-shattering explosion and a powerful ripple spread out. This planet had completely collapsed. This collapse was filled with destructive aura that could kill everything within it in an instant. Large amounts of gravel had spread out from the impact, and the collapse of the planet caused the surrounding origin energy to distort. An aura of death rippled across the area. At this moment, as the loud sound spread out, more rays of light flew in from the distance. Another group of cultivators had arrived. The feeling of uneasiness in Yao Bingyun's heart became even stronger. She suddenly looked around and saw the pieces of gravel spread out within a 100,000 feet radius. It was as if this gravel had surrounded the cultivators. Something is wrong. Yao Bingyun's eyes narrowed and was about to warn them. However, just at this moment, a ray of purple lightning suddenly appeared on one gravel furthest away. Once it appeared, it quickly connected with another piece of gravel. This didn't end. In an instant, there were flashes of lightning coming from all the gravel. In an instant, all of the gravel within 100,000 feet was connected by lightning. As crackling sounds echoed, it formed a lightning cage within the 100,000 feet area. All of this happened in an instant. It was incomprehensibly fast. By the time the cultivators realized it, it had already formed. At the same time, one of the fragments gave off the fluctuations of an illusory cultivator before it suddenly collapsed. It created an explosion as powerful as an illusory cultivator exploding. The impact seriously injured everyone under the illusory stage. Two people instantly cough out blood and their eyes dimmed. The explosion of this fragment was like a signal, as other fragments exploded one by one. In the end, the power of all the fragments exploding rampaged within the area. Angry roars and shouts echoed within the area. The cultivators trapped inside used various spells to resist this storm while trying to rush out. However, the power of the explosions seemed to have fused together and become extremely strong. As it spread, if a cultivator died, their origin soul wouldn't be able to escape at all. Their origin soul would be absorbed by the storm and would then be forced to explode, becoming part of this force. However, there were many illusory yin and corporeal yang cultivators among the people chasing Wang Lin. After the initial commotion, they grouped together. The counterattack they formed was powerful beyond belief. With Yao Bingyun taking the lead, whenever she attacked, a large amount of the destructive force from the formation would collapse. It was as if the storm that was contracting and devouring everything inside was unable to devour more. Instead, it was being pushed outward by the retaliation of the cultivators. For a while, thunderous rumbles filled the area. At this moment, a black mist silently spread and a burst of mournful cries came from within it. The blood ancestor's origin soul slowly condensed within. At the moment the blood ancestor's origin soul condensed, an extremely cold voice said, "Explode!" This voice came from the only gravel that hadn't collapsed. The moment this voice appeared, the blood ancestor's origin soul emitted a powerful blood-colored light before it collapsed. A ripple spread like crazy after the origin soul collapsed. Every cultivator that was touched by this ripple was immediately killed unless their cultivation was extremely powerful. The eyes of an illusory cultivator from a family from the northern domain were filled with terror. He was extremely close to the blood ancestor, and as soon as the blood ancestor collapsed, the ripples hit him. He let out a miserable groan before his body collapsed. Even his origin soul wasn't able to escape and dissipated. Another cultivator from the southern domain was about to rush out, but his body immediately stiffened as the ripple touched him. His body immediately exploded into a mist of blood. In an instant, there were countless casualties within the 100,000 feet area. Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the 100,000 feet area. His hand reached out and the black mist condensed back into the soul flag and he put it back inside his bag. Then his figure flickered and charged forward. Just as he was about to disappear, Yao Bingyun suddenly closed in and her two fingers mercilessly pressed down. Her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent and looked extremely vicious. Shibin had prepared for this for a long time. She was waiting for the moment Wang Lin appeared. She was confident that this finger could absolutely take Sumu's life. This finger contained the celestial spell Soul Perishing Seal. It was specialized in damaging the origin soul. A mere corporeal young cultivator has no chance of survival in the face of the Soul Perishing Seal. Wang Lin's body trembled and he was forced out 1,000 feet away. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his face turned deathly pale. However, he didn't pause at all. He stepped back into the void and fled far away. He isn't dead. Yao Bingyun was startled and her eyes shined brightly. She rushed forward and chased once more. The collapse of the blood ancestor's origin soul caused a large number of the cultivators that were chasing Wang Lin to die. No one had expected that Su Mu would have this ace. There were several Yao family members within that 100,000 feet radius. They weren't able to escape and died within the explosion. As the ripples dissipated, the 100,000 feet area was filled with blood. This time simply too many people had died. However, this was only a small portion of the people hunting Wang Lin. Rays of light came in from the distance and gradually all the cultivators chasing Wang Lin gathered here. The slaughter here caused their minds to tremble. But their intent to kill Wang Lin became even stronger. We can't let this Su Mu escape. Otherwise, once he retaliates, it will be a catastrophe. Right now, it is no longer a battle between Su Mu and the Yao family but a battle to exterminate this demon. Only by killing Master Demon Su Mu can we be at peace. Chase! These cultivators that came later directly rushed out after Wang Lin. The Yao family members' eyes were blood-red as they chased after Wang Lin. Countless cultivators had died to this large formation, so the name Su Mu spread like crazy within the All-Heaven star system. Even some old monsters put their gazes on the dispute between the Yao family and Su Mu. While resisting countless cultivation families and the Yao family with his own strength, not only did he not die, but he killed several people and gained the title of Master Demon. Then he used a formation and killed countless cultivators, shaking the minds of his pursuers. He even frightened cultivation families enough to make them withdraw from the pursuit. This caused Su Mu to become a new star within the All-Heaven star system. Word of the battles between Su Mu and the Yao family were spread out by certain people and became known to all the cultivators in the All-Heaven star system. The name Su Mu became even more famous. In the Thunder Celestial Temple at the top of the Cloud Pagoda, Qing Shui was cultivating with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes, looked into the distance and muttered, "This child has a style similar to me in my youth, very good." The hunt didn't stop, and it became even more intense. Countless cultivators flew like meteors as they chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure reappeared in the void. He staggered when he appeared and coughed out another mouthful of blood with a pale expression. His eyes were gloomy and his killing intent was even stronger. "If I didn't have the ancient god leather armor, I would have died." Wang Lin rushed out several dozen feet before he merged with the world and quickly fled. There was no longer any blockade ahead. so the origin energy in the area with calm. However, Wang Lin didn't directly escape from pursuers behind him. Wang Lin knew that as long as that woman was hunting him, the other side would eventually catch up. Moreover, even without that woman, Wang Lin still wouldn't choose to escape so far that the cultivators couldn't catch up to him. Wang Lin adhered by a simple principle. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I'll kill them. The cultivators hunting him had already ignited his anger. How could he let them go so easily? If you want to kill me, you must pay a price. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. His body flickered and he merged with the world. Countless cultivators hunting Wang Lin rushed past the boundary between the western and northern domains. They used various spells to speed themselves up while pursuing Wang Lin. The killing intent they gave off was like an unsheathed sword that was closing in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the northern domain. This was the first place he appeared when he came from the Alliance star system. His mood didn't fluctuate at all and his divine sense spread out, searching for something. A moment later, Wang Lin's expression changed and a ripple appeared behind him. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to take a step forward and disappear. The moment Yao Bingyun appeared, Wang Lin disappeared. Yao Bingyun's face was filled with killing intent. She let out a cold snort and continued chasing. It didn't take long before rays of light flew by. They were the cultivators and Yao family members hunting Wang Lin. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't move too far, because he was waiting for these cultivators. His heart was filled with killing intent. He wasn't going to let any of them go and he wanted to catch them all at once. This was especially true for the cold woman who could also merge with the world. Only then would he have some time to rest. Otherwise, with these people pursuing him, he wouldn't even have time to rest. Wang Lin had also decided that he wasn't going to let the families of these cultivators go. He had already warned them, but they were still determined to kill him. Since that was the case, they had to be willing to pay the price. As his powerful killing intent brewed, Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. In the northern domain, Wang Lin began appearing much more than before. Every time he appeared, he would begin searching. However, he would immediately withdraw his divine sense as he couldn't waste any time before he merged with the world again. If he was a bit slow, that woman would catch up. As a result, his speed slowed down by a lot. The pursuing cultivators gradually flew across the northern domain. However, the cultivators from the northern domain began to hesitate. Some of them had even chosen to quit. Seeing the planets that were slaughtered in the western domain had shocked them. However, although it was shocking, it didn't affect them at the time. But at this moment, if that Sumu were to go crazy here, the consequence would be unimaginable. With this in mind, the Cultivation family members from the northern domain stayed in the back and slowly left. However, there were still people that naively hunted Wang Lin even though their families were in the northern domain. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the center of the northern domain close to the 5 main planets. He was very familiar with this area, especially planet Ranyun where he lived for almost 100 years. Even though he had returned here, he had no time to feel melancholy. His divine sense spread out and his eyes immediately lit up, revealing a look of excitement. Found it! It was still in the northern domain. Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged toward the 5 main planets. In the northern domain, an extra thing had appeared next to the 5 main planets. Many cultivators saw this as a huge, oval life form. It had countless tentacles extending from its body and was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it didn't injure anyone. When it arrived next to the 5 main planets, its body contracted and turned into a planet. In the years that passed, countless debris in space were attracted and a thin layer of Earth had formed over the surface. Looking from a distance, it was no different from a cultivation planet. However, the cultivators from the northern domain knew that this wasn't a cultivation planet and that it shouldn't be provoked. Even when they passed by, they would go far around it and didn't dare to step onto the planet. A dense, black fog gradually surrounded the planet and gave off a cold aura. In the past several years, this had basically become a forbidden zone in the northern domain. It was the Moongazer serpent from back then. On this day, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the planet formed by the Moongazer serpent. He looked at the moongazer serpent with a cautious gaze, but he didn't hesitate to charge into the fog. When he entered the fog surrounding the moongazer serpent, Yao Bingyun appeared. She stared at the fog around the moongazer serpent and frowned. He lured everyone this whole way, so he must be up to something. Yao Bingyun's eyes lit up as if her gaze could penetrate the fog and see inside. Just at this moment, rays of light came in from the distance. The cultivators and the Yao family members hunting Wang Lin arrived. The cultivators from the northern domain already had a bad feeling. When they saw the planet formed by the moongazer serpent, their expressions became gloomy. This thing isn't a cultivation planet, but a strange beast. I personally saw this beast turn into a planet. Although this thing has no offensive capabilities, it is still not anything good. Could that Sumu have lured us here to use that thing to kill us? Yao Bingyun didn't act rashly but cautiously observed. At this moment, Wang Lin directly pierced through the black fog and arrived above the moongazer serpent. The ground was filled with cracks and the tentacles swayed side to side. It was as if not much had changed since then. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and he rushed into the moongazer serpent's body. He followed the path he took before and headed to where the moongazer serpent's bone was. Come and attack me. As long as you all anger the moongazer serpent, then everything will be resolved. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a grim light. As soon as the Yao family and the other cultivation families began hunting Wang Lin, he had the idea of borrowing the moongazer serpent's power. The moongazer serpent was very strong and had left a deep impression in Wang Lin's mind. If the moongazer serpent became angry, what were the Yao family and other cultivation families worth? Wang Lin was moving extremely fast, not caring about whether he would awaken the moongazer at all. He charged straight for where the bone was. It didn't take long before he arrived within the depths and saw the half of the bone that came back here. Wang Lin originally wanted to take the whole thing but was forced to give up half of it. His eyes lit up and muttered. Back then, greed's treasured large furnace was devoured by this moongazer serpent. Thinking about the large furnace, Wang Lin's heart pounded. After thinking about it, he was 80% confident that it was the treasure ancient god 2C refined but casually threw away because he wasn't satisfied with it. If it was any other time, Wang Lin wouldn't think about the large furnace. After all, the moongazer serpent was simply too terrifying. Once it awakened, it would cause a catastrophe. However, right now there were many cultivators outside to help vent the moongazer serpent's anger. So Wang Lin clenched his teeth and made a choice. His body flickered and continued moving through the moongazer serpent, but he had his divine sense spread out. Wang Lin knew that the inside of the moongazer serpent wasn't safe and was filled with small moongazer serpents. When he tried to pry the bone before, he ran into a small moongazer serpent and it took a lot of effort to escape it. At this moment, countless cultivators surrounded the planet. These cultivators were well aware of how ruthless Sumu was. This was engraved in their bones throughout their pursuit. If they were a bit careless, they would die. When they saw Wang Lin enter the planet, the first thing they thought was that something was strange about this place. In addition, with the discussion from the cultivators from the northern domain, everyone knew that this planet was a mysterious beast. One of the middle-aged men from the Yao family sneered as he stared at the moongazer serpent with disdain. Even if this is a beast, so what? Not only does it have no offensive capabilities, even if it does, we can kill it if we all attack together. There were many fierce beasts recorded in the Yao family's records. Some of them were even more fierce than this one, but in the end they still died under the combined attack of celestials. And there was no record of this beast in the family's records. That meant that this beast was not a threat. Otherwise, it would have been in the records inherited by the family. It isn't difficult to kill this beast. Yao Yunhai withdrew his gaze. He was a third-generation Yao family member. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, only peak corporeal yang, he was extremely proud. In his eyes, the moongazer serpent wasn't worthy. Yao Bingyun stared at the black fog formed by the moongazer serpent. Her eyes lit up and she charged directly at the black fog. Her movement acted as the lead. After she charged in, those who had powerful cultivation all charged into the black fog alongside her. Yao Yunhai was one of them, He stood on the flying sword under him and flew into the black fog. More and more cultivators gradually charged into the black fog. Aside from a few people, everyone's eyes shined brightly. They spread out their divine senses inside the black fog, and after finding no danger, they charged through. When they broke through the black fog, what appeared before them were the countless swaying tentacles. This scene caused the people who charged in to be startled. However, everyone soon scattered to search for traces of Wang Lin. Some of them even entered the depths of the planet to look for Wang Lin. Yao Bingyun landed on the ground with a step and sank into the ground. The moment she sank in, she had a bad feeling. Everything around her felt extremely strange. This feeling became stronger and stronger the deeper she went. What kind of beast is this? Yao Bingyun wasn't the only person who sank into the ground. Yao Yunhai also went underground. He rampaged through without a care as he headed straight down, and there were a few cultivators following him. Not all of the cultivators entered the planet formed by the Moongazer serpent. There were still a large amount of cultivators outside, surrounding the planet. Among them were Yao family members who looked at the planet with glowing eyes. With so many cultivators entering the planet, it caused a ripple to appear on the planet. This ripple was very weak. If one wasn't paying attention, it would be hard to notice it. Even people inside wouldn't be able to clearly feel it. They would feel that the pressure suddenly increased a bit. However, this ripple caused Wang Lin, who was moving through the Moongazer serpent, to suddenly stop. Wang Lin revealed a grim smile and muttered, "There are signs of awakening. This Moongazer serpent has not been sleeping for long. So with a little stimulation, it will awaken. Let me help you awaken faster." Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he charged forward toward the top of the Moongazer serpent's bone. This was a sensitive spot for the Moongazer serpent. Back then, he did everything he could to prevent the Moongazer serpent from awakening. But now the situation was different. As he moved, his expression changed. He looked up and killing intent filled his eyes. Then he charged up. Yao Yunhai had an arrogant expression as his divine sense rampaged around the area while he charged down. However, at this moment, a chilly aura suddenly appeared, causing his expression to change. He immediately stopped and the few cultivators following him quickly caught up. A crack suddenly appeared behind those cultivators and a chilly aura came out from within. A 1,000-foot-long Moongazer serpent charged out like a ray of lightning. The large amount of tentacles moving around its body was quite shocking. This Moongazer serpent was too fast. When it charged out, it devoured one cultivator before anyone had time to respond. Then its body smashed into another. That cultivator coughed out blood and his eyes were filled with terror. He disregarded his body and his origin soul flew into the earth. This happened too fast and occurred in only an instant. Yao Yunhai's pupils shrank and all the hair on his body stood up. He retreated without hesitation and both of his hands formed a seal and he was about to cast a spell. However, while his attention was completely focused on the Moongazer serpent before him, Wang Lin appeared from the earth behind him. Wang Lin's fingers landed directly on Yao Yunhai's back. When Yao Yunhai noticed, it was already too late. He decisively gave up on his body and was about to escape with his origin soul. However, Wang Lin had already prepared for this. At this moment, his right hand was filled with origin energy and he reached out. Just as Yao Yunhai was about to resist, the karma whip lashed out, causing Yao Yunhai to let out a miserable groan. Wang Lin didn't waste any time. He kicked Yao Yunhai's body, sending a large amount of origin energy inside. Yao Yunhai's body exploded into a blood mist and created an origin energy shock wave that knocked the Moongazer serpent back a little. Then Wang Lin borrowed this force and disappeared. After grabbing Yao Yunhai's origin soul, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put it inside the soul flag in his bag. He didn't stop at all and disappeared in a flash. The 1,000-foot-long Moongazer serpent charged out from behind him and a cold aura filled the area. After searching for a while, it opened its mouth and sucked in all of Wang Lin's remaining aura. All of the tentacles on its body wrapped around itself as if it was enjoying itself. However, a moment later, this Moongazer serpent closed its mouth, twisted its body, and disappeared into the earth. In the distance, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he headed toward the tip of the moongazer serpent's bone. He was very cautious along the way. Whenever he noticed something was off, he would quickly change directions and hide himself. Wang Lin pondered. Although the inside of the moongazer serpent is dangerous, with my understanding and as long as I'm careful, there should be no danger. Compared to outside, this place is much safer. Since that is the case, why don't I stay hidden inside the moongazer serpent? That way, if the Yao family wants to kill me, they must first face the moongazer serpent. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile as he quickly charged ahead. The moongazer serpent was too big. It was also impossible to teleport inside it, and adding on the fact he had to be careful, even though Wang Lin's speed was fast, it was still a bit slow. As he moved, his expression suddenly changed and he dodged to the side without hesitation. Just as he dodged, a blue ice crystal flew past where Wang Lin was like lightning. When it passed by, it almost touched Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin could clearly feel the cold energy within the ice crystal. That cold energy somehow drilled into his body and made Wang Lin's body feel stiff. "You can't escape." A voice slowly echoed as a 100-foot gap opened in the earth and Yao Bingyun walked out. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared coldly at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You massacred innocent cultivators across the western domain. Today, I, Yao Bingyun, will take your life." Wang Lin quickly retreated and gathered origin energy in his hands. He hit his body a few times and dissolved all the cold energy inside him. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. The essence origin energy turned into a sword and shot straight toward Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression was cold as her right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. A ray of blue light appeared and gathered at her fingertip. Then everything before her froze in a flash and the ice continued to spread. Even the essence origin energy spat out by Wang Lin was mercilessly frozen after flying for few dozen feet. Seeing the ice closing in, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy, and he didn't hesitate to retreat. He knew that this person was too strong and he had no chance at winning. Killing intent flashed across Yao Bingyun's eyes and her hand touched the ice before her. Her body disappeared without a trace. Ice escape! Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he felt a strong sense of danger. He opened his mouth and spat out the celestial sealing stamp without any hesitation to block for him. The moment the celestial sealing stamp appeared, Yao Bingyun appeared before Wang Lin after moving through the ice and her finger pressed down. Yao Bingyun's finger used all her power. As she pointed down, a blood rune appeared and spread across the celestial sealing stamp from her finger. 10 cycle soul damage seal. Yao Bingyun's hand lifted and quickly formed seals. 9 seals quickly caused 9 blood red runes to appear. They all fell on the celestial sealing stamp one after the other. These blood red runes were very strange. They ignored the existence of the celestial sealing stamp and charged through toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he shouted, "Seal!" With one word, the hundreds of thousands of gold runes appeared, forming seals. Among them were 2 with very powerful auras. The golden runes continued to weaken the power of the 10 cycle soul damage seal. However, the 10 cycle soul damage seal was too strong and almost instantly penetrated the seals. Although it had been reduced from 10 cycles to 4 cycles, it landed on Wang Lin's chest like lightning. It pierced through his body and split into 4 rays of red light that charged toward his origin soul. Popping sound came from inside Wang Lin's body. His face turned pale, but his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He retreated with the celestial sealing stamp. In an instant he retreated very far. Still not dead. Yao Bingyun's phoenix eyes shined brightly. This Sumu was extremely strange. If he had escaped last time death due to luck, then it was barely explained. However, this time she had used her full power and still wasn't able to kill a corporeal young cultivator. This made her eyes narrow. He must have a celestial treasure that protects the origin soul. Yao Bingyun sneered as she stepped forward. The ice behind her continued to spread behind her toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul was shaken as he stared at the pursuing Yao Bingyun with killing intent. He lifted his right hand and chopped down. Heavenly Chop suddenly appeared, but it wasn't targeted at Yao Bingyun but the layer of mud to the side. The mud collapsed with a bang. The Moongazer serpent likes silence and hates noise. Wang Lin knew the Moongazer serpent's habits, so he continued to bombard the layers of mud next to him. Yao Bingyun's eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. If it was outside, she wouldn't be able to catch up. After all, in terms of their abilities to use spatial bend, she admired this Sumu greatly. However, in here it was impossible to teleport and impossible to merge with the world. If she wanted to catch up, it would be too easy. A blue light appeared under her feet and in a flash she moved. Although it wasn't teleportation, her speed was just as fast and she immediately caught up. However, just as she caught up and her right hand formed a seal, she noticed that Sumu's eyes were extremely calm without a hint of panic. Yao Bingyun was surprised, but she didn't have time to think and directly attacked. Just at this moment, an unimaginably cold aura suddenly appeared from the mud layers Wang Lin was attacking. A 1,000-foot-long Moongazer serpent suddenly charged out toward Yao Bingyun and Wang Lin. What is this? Yao Bingyun hadn't encountered a Moongazer serpent until now. The Moongazer serpent's hideous appearance and its body covered in hair caused Yao Bingyun's mind to tremble. The Moongazer serpent's aura wasn't any weaker than a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The moment the Moongazer serpent appeared, Wang Lin immediately withdrew his aura. This was his last resort. The moment it appeared, it would cause chaos, and only then would he gain the chance to escape. Wang Lin had been prepared for the Moongazer serpent's pursuit. After all, the Moongazer serpent's objective couldn't be guessed. There was a 50% chance it would chase after Yao Bingyun, but also a 50% chance it would charge at him. The Moongazer serpent that suddenly appeared twisted its body and the hair on its body stood up. It was extremely fast, and what made Wang Lin feel bitter was that it didn't even look at Yao Bingyun before charging at him. Yao Bingyun's hand had already formed a seal, but after seeing this, she stopped. Instead, she followed after the Moongazer serpent that was chasing Wang Lin. Wang Lin continued to retreated and the celestial sealing stamp rotated rapidly, creating a force to stop the person and beast chasing him. All of the hair on the 1,000-foot Moongazer serpent stood up as if it was very excited. As it chased Wang Lin, it had its big mouth opened, constantly swallowing and revealing a very comfortable expression. This scene made Wang Lin startled. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. She took a step forward, past the Moongazer serpent, and went toward Wang Lin. When she arrived before Wang Lin, her two fingers released a rich, blue light and she ruthlessly pointed them at Wang Lin. Before Wang Lin could resist, the Moongazer serpent suddenly let out an angry roar. All the hair on its body immediately extended and shot toward Yao Bingyun. It was as if Yao Bingyun was about to steal something it liked. The Moongazer serpent had many tentacles, and they all charged out. His main body also charged straight at Yao Bingyun. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a decisive gaze. He gave up on retreating and raised his right hand. The Wither Dao pair immediately appeared on the back of his hand and came out. The hideous beast bone released a ghostly glow, and an evil aura immediately filled the area. Yao Bingyun's expression was gloomy. Before her was Wang Lin, but behind her was the crazed beast. She really didn't understand. This beast was clearly attacking Sumu, but when she decided to help, why did it attack her instead? The evil aura was very dense and a gray light appeared at Yao Bingyun's feet. At the same time, the Moongazer serpent's tentacles closed in and its large body directly smashed toward her. Yao Bingyun clenched her teeth and her hand formed a seal without hesitation, causing a blue core to appear. The core immediately gave off a cold aura. When Yao Bingyun pointed her seal upward, the blue core gave off extreme coldness. In an instant, layers of ice appeared like crazy with Yao Bingyun at the center. It spread so fast that even the gray light from the Wither Dao pair was frozen. Even more than half of the Moongazer serpent's tentacles were frozen. However, at this moment, roars came from all directions. Following that, for more 1,000-foot-long Moongazer serpents charged out toward Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's expression immediately turned pale, and her eyes overflowed with terror. She grabbed the blue core and retreated without hesitation. Just as she retreated, killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. He had always been a decisive and bold person. Now his eyes narrowed and a mouthful of essence origin energy gathered in his body, and he charged out. Casting as fast as he could, Wang Lin's finger formed a sword, and he used Call the Wind and pointed forward. Call the Wind. The black wind appeared, forming a storm that charged toward Yao Bingyun. At the same time, the moongazer serpents arrived and trapped Yao Bingyun while roaring. Yao Bingyun's expression was deathly pale. Never in her countless years of cultivating had she faced such a crisis. She looked at the core in her hand and her heart ached. However, she clenched her teeth and crushed it without hesitation. The moment the blue core was crushed by her, a crazy power exploded from within. This power was too fast, and it formed an ice vortex. As it spread, everything within it froze. This power spread through the cracks in the earth, and in an instant, everything within thousands of kilometers was covered in tiny layers of ice coming out from the cracks in the earth. Ice escape! Yao Bingyun's left hand formed a seal, and she quickly rushed out. Using the ice created by the vortex, Yao Bingyun could escape anywhere that had ice. The moment Yao Bingyun's figure disappeared and after Wang Lin used Call the Wind, he didn't hesitate and pointed at Yao Bingyun. Stop! Yao Bingyun's body suddenly stopped. Then, almost at the same time, she returned to normal and disappeared. However, that pause allowed the black wind to penetrate the ice. There was a muffled groan that gradually faded into the void. Killing intent flashed across Wang Lin's eyes. As the ice spread toward him, he withdrew the celestial sealing stamp and quickly left without looking back. Not long after, as Wang Lin carefully avoided danger, he arrived at the top of the moongazer serpent's bone. Here was where the nerve connection between the bone and the moongazer serpent was. After arriving here, Wang Lin became even more cautious. Originally, the connection between the bone and the moongazer serpent was supposed to be tightly sealed. However, due to him removing the bone before, there were many gaps he could move through. These gaps were very subtle for the moongazer serpent, but to Wang Lin, they were like cannons. His body flickered and he entered the gaps. The moment he entered, he suddenly paused. Before him were spider web-like red threads. These threads seemed to go on endlessly and covered the entire area. Wang Lin pondered and carefully stepped forward. He stared at the countless red threads before him as he lifted his right hand, pinched one of the threads, and mercilessly pulled. The entire planet formed by the moongazer serpent suddenly shook. It caused a lot of dust to be kicked into the air, and even the black fog suddenly shrank. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he no longer hesitated. He lifted his right hand and multiple heavenly chops shot out. The red lines were cut and violent shaking came from the moongazer serpent's body. The moongazer serpent's vibrations became even more intense as the black fog around it was all sucked back in. Large amounts of the dirt it had tracked was scattered due to the shaking of the moongazer serpent. A roar that seemed to come from ancient times came through from the moongazer serpent's body. Although this sound wasn't loud, it contained a power that could impact the origin soul. The cultivators outside the planet didn't feel it as much, but the cultivators in the planet felt the full force. Among these cultivators were people from the Yao family and people from other cultivation families. At this moment, their bodies trembled and a fear born in their souls spread like crazy. The first idea almost everyone had was to leave, and they all charged upward. Some were close to the surface and quickly charged out. However, the tentacles on the surface quickly wrapped around them. These long tentacles formed a tight blockade, and everyone that wanted to charge out failed. As the cultivators charged out one by one, black fog came out from the tentacles. No one could leave. All spells and treasures lost their effects on the tentacles. One of the cultivators charged out and was entangled by countless tentacles. His body was immediately crushed and his origin soul was absorbed by the tentacles. This scene caused all of the surrounding cultivators to be filled with terror. Yao Bingyun's body appeared from the ice somewhere inside the moongazer serpent's body. Just as she appeared, she coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Her face turned green, and it was as if there was a black line moving through her face. What kind of spell is this? Yao Bingyun's body trembled, and she coughed out more blood. The color of this blood was even more black. The moment she entered the ice, that black wind entered her body and she felt a chill. With her cultivation method, she shouldn't feel cold, but that chill in her body was extremely clear. What shocked her even more after the black wind entered her body was that even though she had expelled most of it, there was still a trace she couldn't expel. This caused her to feel a chill and weakness in her body. What terrified her even more was that there were signs of her origin energy dissipating. Yao Bingyun's expression became even more green. She took a deep breath and charged out from the ground. Just as she appeared, she saw the countless swaying tentacles and how none of the cultivators could charge out. When Yao Bingyun saw the tentacles before, she only felt strange and didn't think about them too deeply. However, looking at them now with her intelligence, she immediately recognized that these tentacles were exactly the same as the ones from the fierce beasts that attacked her just now. Yao Bingyun's pupils rapidly shrank. A chill came from her heart and quickly spread across her body, making her scalp numb. As she stared at the countless tentacles, her expression became extremely ugly. Her eyes even revealed extreme fear and disbelief. These tentacles, the cultivators of the northern domain were right. This cultivation planet was the beast I met before but magnified countless fold. The violent vibrations continued. In the end, the earth began to collapse and the debris spread. A moment later, an even more intense roar came from within the planet. At this moment, Wang Lin was constantly cutting those red threads. Whenever a red thread was cut, the moongazer serpent would shake violently. As he rampaged, Wang Lin gradually went deeper into the gap. The further he went, the more dense the red threads became. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he constantly used Heavenly Chop and the red threads collapsed one by one. Not long after, he suddenly stopped. A red thread as thick as a person that extended up and down appeared before him. This red thread was thicker than any of the other threads he had seen. His eyes lit up as he charged out and mercilessly tore it without hesitation. A maddening roar echoed through the moongazer serpent when this red line was torn by Wang Lin. There was a loud bang and the cultivation planet formed by the moongazer serpent began its final collapse. An ancient aura gradually spread, leaving the cultivators outside dumbfounded. They saw a gap appear in middle of the cultivation planet, and it gradually unfolded into a large, oval-shaped monster. An aura of wrath spread. The moongazer serpent had awakened. The moment the moongazer serpent awakened, Wang Lin withdrew his aura and quickly hid himself. He sat down in the lotus position and became alert. Roar. A roar was like a storm of countless bolts of thunder echoed from the moongazer serpent. It was like countless sonic booms that constantly spread, causing the surrounding cultivators to keep retreating. At this moment, no matter what cultivation level they were at, they felt an irresistible sense of fear when facing the moongazer serpent. Strands of long tentacles slowly spread out and swayed side to side. At the same time, a huge rift appeared where the moongazer serpent's head was. What is this? This cultivation planet was really a vicious beast. How can we kill something like this? This beast must have existed since before the celestial realm collapsed. That Sumu led us here to kill with a borrowed knife. We can't resist against this beast. Quickly, retreat. Bursts of exclamations came from everywhere. More than half the cultivators rapidly retreated without hesitation. In their eyes, unless one had peak second-step cultivation, it was simply impossible to resist it. The moongazer serpent was extremely angry. At this moment, the pain in its body wasn't serious and was just enough to awaken it. What really angered it was that it had only slept for such a short period of time before it was disturbed again. For it, these several decades was no different than a blink of an eye for it. In its mind, it felt like it had just fallen asleep before it was immediately awakened. This feeling made it very irritable. When it saw all the countless small life forms that wanted to retreat, it immediately let out a roar. This roar was several times more powerful than before. Cracks even appeared among the stars, and it quickly spread across the entire northern domain. Some of the cultivators' bodies exploded due to the roar. Even their origin souls weren't able to escape and immediately collapsed. The wrath of the moongazer serpent hadn't dissipated but had just started as it moved forward. For the moongazer serpent it was merely moving forward, but to the cultivators it was a huge fierce beast charging at them. The pupils of all the cultivators inside of it suddenly shrank. The cultivators in front of the moongazer serpent only felt a gust of wind. Then their bodies trembled and they lost consciousness. The moongazer serpent's large body and fast speed charged straight ahead. This caused popping sounds, as if space itself was going to collapse. A majority of the cultivators hunting Wang Lin were peak late-stage ascendant or illusory yin cultivators. There weren't many corporeal yang cultivators and even fewer who had reached the nirvana scryer stage. The unlucky ones among those cultivators were directly hit by the moongazer serpent and their bodies collapsed. As for their origin souls, they would also be directly shattered without any chance for them to escape. In an instant, bursts of screams filled the area. Terrified, the surrounding cultivators began escaping even faster. This is not something we can resist. It is not worth it to lose our lives just for the Yao family's reward. Forget it, this Sumu can borrow the power of such a beast. It is better not to provoke such a person. It's better to take advantage of the fact that he hasn't noticed me and quickly leave. The family ancestors were correct to only allow people below the illusory yin stage to participate in the hunt against Sumu. After all, this Sumu is not someone to be trifled with. Various thoughts appeared in the cultivators' minds as they quickly retreated. The moongazer serpent's giant body paused slightly, and its large mouth opened as if it was going to split in half. A sharp roar came out from its mouth. This sound was so strong that it created an unimaginable penetrating force that spread out with the moongazer serpent as the center. It was as if countless bolts of thunder had crashed down and their rumbled stacked on top of each other. The cultivators that hadn't escaped far immediately exploded. Both their bodies and origin souls were shattered. The moongazer serpent began moving along with its fierce roar. The countless long tentacles began moving around and became its most powerful treasure. If a cultivator were to be touched by them, they would immediately become pale. If they were touched too many times, they would die because their origin soul would have dissipated. This scene was extremely shocking. The moongazer serpent's oval body that was like a planet with its countless swaying tentacles chased after the constantly retreating cultivators that couldn't teleport. There was intense fear and terror on the faces of most cultivators. This was a massacre, a slaughter that the moongazer serpent was making against the cultivators to vent its anger. The cultivators only hated themselves for being too slow. Endless remorse appeared in their hearts. The cultivators from the 5 main planets in the northern domain flew out from their planets. Horrified by what they saw, they immediately opened up their planet defensive formations. No one dared to come out to help. After the roar passed, the moongazer serpent suddenly stopped and low roars came from its body. Following that, smaller moongazer serpent of various sizes rushed out of its mouth. These moongazer serpents were infinitely smaller than the main one, which was the size of a planet. However, to the cultivators they were still very large. When these small moongazer serpents appeared, this slaughter reached a peak. The countless moongazer serpents spread out and began devouring the surrounding cultivators. As for the Yao family members, only those at the nirvana scryer stage were able to escape. The rest had all died. As for the cultivation families that came to assist them, a majority died to the wrath of the moongazer serpent. The entire space was filled with a thick smell of blood. However, the anger of the moongazer serpent was still not extinguished. As its large body moved, a complex, almost human voice came from its mouth. This scene almost made the surrounding cultivators lose their wits. They didn't expect such a big beast to also have spells. If this beast was able to cast its spell, the entire area would be destroyed. When the moongazer serpent awakened, it would be a catastrophe. At this moment, 3 figures were standing in the space 50,000 kilometers away from where the moongazer serpent was rampaging. These 3 figures were blurry, but they each gave off a terrifying aura. Master Flamespark was among the three. Master Flamespark revealed a smile and slowly said, I didn't think this little guy would lead them to the moon beast. However, if he hadn't done such a thing, he wouldn't have caught my attention. Fellow cultivators, I have already planned this for many years, and this moon beast is part of my plan. I've brought you two here to see the beast's strength. Now that you two have seen it, what do you think of my plan? Master Flamespark withdrew his gaze and smiled. Next to Master Flamespark was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe with a yin and yang symbol on his chest. He frowned and calmly said, Master Flamespark, your plan is very crazy. From a certain point of view, it is crazy, but once it succeeds, it will increase our success rate by 10%. The last person among the three was a red-robed old man. Although he had a gentle appearance, the coldness in his eyes revealed that he was definitely not kind. The middle-aged man wearing purple snorted but no longer spoke. It is crazy, but if the All-Heaven Star System cultivators go into war with the Alliance Star System, they need enough strength, or else there will be no chance at all. Too few cultivators in the All-Heaven Star System have experienced life and death encounters. This is the drawback of family-based cultivation. In the Alliance Star System, one often has to guard against others, even from people in the same sect. If one is a bit careless, it will lead to death. That environment made those that survived very fierce and cunning. Just by looking at Sumu, you should understand it better than I can explain it. The purple-robed, middle-aged man pondered. The red-robed man smiled and said, This Sumu is very good. He is very suitable to become someone from my planet Donglin. Master Flamespark's eyes shined and he laughed. The 108 celestial titles we seek are for people like him. Only with them in the lead can we carry out a bloody baptism for the cultivators of the All-Heaven Star System. From this point of view, it seems it is Old Man Blood God who is more decisive. In order for his family to adapt to the bloody battle in the Alliance Star System, he was willing to even give up that treasure to allow his family to go through a bloody baptism. The red-robed old man named Xiang smiled. The Blood God just wants to obtain more benefits in the battle against the Alliance Star System. However, even I didn't expect him to be so decisive. That treasure only had one use left, and he didn't leave it for himself. Master Flamespark shook his head and revealed a hint of pity in his eyes. However, there was also a trace of admiration. The middle-aged man who hadn't spoken suddenly coldly said, According to our investigation, this Sumu came from the Alliance Star System. Master Flamespark, you value him so much. Aren't you afraid he will betray us once he is back in the Alliance Star System? Master Thunderspark's eyes became cold. Then he stared at the middle-aged man and smiled. Fellow cultivator Gong's son, I'm also from the Alliance Star System. Are you not afraid that even though I organized all of this, I will betray you all in the Alliance Star System? The middle-aged man coldly looked at Master Flamespark. He withdrew his gaze and no longer asked about this matter. Master Thunderspark coldly snorted and thought, During this period of time, I have searched up this Sumu's origin. He is being hunted, so he was forced to escape here, very similar to the situation I was in. With his temper, the chance of him betraying us is very low. Even if he does, I'll merely kill him. There is no need for you to be telling me this. Who cares about a family from inheritance from ancient times? I really don't consider you all worthy of my attention. Forget it, since Master Flamespark is confident we won't mention this anymore. Right now it is time for us to act against this beast. After all, if too many people die, it will be a lose for my All-Heaven Star System. Now let us think about how to drive it away. The red-robed man named Xiang looked ahead. It was as if his gaze could see tens of thousands of kilometers away. This is not difficult. With us joining forces and with the help of those old monsters, once the passage opens, we can definitely drive it into the Alliance Star System. At that time, Master Flamespark's eyes revealed a crazed gaze as his body flickered and disappeared. As for the other two, they also disappeared. As the Moongazer serpent vented its anger, countless tentacles swept across space and harvested the lives of cultivators. The surrounding space began to fragment, causing the cultivators' hearts to shake violently and at the same time preventing them from teleporting. No matter how fast these cultivators escaped, compared to the Moongazer serpent's speed, it could still catch up to them. In particular, those small Moongazer serpents devouring the cultivators made them feel despair deep in their hearts. The smell of blood filled the area as the Moongazer serpent's giant body slowly moved. Just at this moment, a blood-red octagonal pattern appeared above the Moongazer serpent. This octagonal pattern gave off a powerful aura. The moment this aura spread out, ripples immediately appeared. Once someone touched the ripples, they would feel like they couldn't resist at all. There was a person standing on top of the octagonal pattern. This person was the red-robed old man. Right now he had a serious expression as he moved down with the formation. The ripples quickly spread and surrounded the Moongazer serpent to trap it. The red-robed old man shouted, "You guys hurry up! I can't stop it for long." The anger of the Moongazer serpent under the octagonal pattern immediately peaked. It let out a roar and began charging upward like crazy. At the same time, Master Flamespark's figure appeared from the void before the Moongazer serpent. He waved his sleeves and a large amount of cultivators were pulled in and disappeared. On the other side, the black-robed man suddenly appeared. His right hand formed a seal and grabbed at the void, creating a large vortex. The vortex moved across space and any cultivator that touched it disappeared. Master Flamespark and the black-robed man were extremely quick. While the red-robed old man locked the Moongazer serpent in place, they knocked the surrounding cultivators away one by one. If they met a Yao family member, Master Flamespark's eyes would turn cold and he purposely used 10% more strength. This caused them all to become seriously injured before they merged with the world and disappeared. The Moongazer serpent was furious. Although the octagonal seal only sealed it, all of the smaller Moongazer serpents also had octagonal seals appear around them that obstructed them temporarily. Anger filled the Moongazer serpent's body. It couldn't even remember how many years it had been since he had been sealed. It rampaged within the octagonal seal, causing it to shake violently. As the rumble echoed, the Moongazer serpent became even more angry. Then 2 cracks appeared on the Moongazer serpent's head. They were its eyes. Its eyes were cloudy, as if they were filled with smoke, but there was a hint of madness in them. Bursts of strange words came from its mouth. Then countless specks appeared before the Moongaze serpent and formed a large and rough finger. The wrath of the Moongazer was like the finger of an ancient god. The red-robed old man didn't think and pressed both his hands down on the seal. His expression became serious and he shouted, "Quick!" As he spoke, his clothes were blown backwards and his hair flowed without any wind. A large amount of origin energy gathered in his body as if a storm was brewing. The finger the Moongazer serpent created caused the red-robed old man's mind to tremble. As the Moongazer serpent roared once more, the ancient god finger slowly pressed down toward the octagonal seal. When the finger landed on the octagonal seal, the seal shattered into countless pieces without any hesitation and was blown back. The red-robed old man's face became pale, and he was pushed back with the countless fragments toward Master Flamespark and the middle-aged man. By now those two had already sent all the surrounding cultivators away. Master Flamespark stared at the finger from the Moongazer serpent. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "What a good moon beast! If I send you into the Alliance star system, Xianxia will definitely be shocked." As the Moongazer serpent roared, the finger before it quickly pressed down toward the 3 of them. It looked like a real ancient god had appeared, raised his finger and pointed down. "Fellow cultivators, we can't resist this beast's strongest attack. If our real bodies were here, we might be able to withstand a hit. Now that our goal is complete, why not let us personally experience the might of this beast?" Master Flamespark laughed as he rushed toward the ancient god finger. The moment he charged out, flames covered his body. A monster flame surged out and completely surrounded him. The finger from the Moongazer serpent arrived and pressed down toward Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark let out a roar as his hands formed a seal and the flame inside his body condensed into a dragon. The flame dragon shot out toward the ancient god finger. This flame dragon was the current Master Flamespark's everything. As the flame dragon rushed out, His body disappeared, and there wasn't even a trace of his origin soul left. There was only the flame dragon that collided with the finger. A loud bang echoed across a majority of the northern domain. The flame dragon collapsed as the endless flame warped itself around the ancient god finger and burned violently. The red-robed man's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he laughed and took a step forward. Then his right hand formed a seal and he pressed it between his eyebrows. His entire person turned into a red sword and shot out when the ancient god finger was surrounded by the flame. The black-robed, middle-aged man revealed a decisive gaze. He thought that he didn't need this clone, but he must experience this beast's strongest attack. Maybe he would have an unexpected harvest from this experience. After reaching his level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to advance. In his eyes, perhaps this was his chance. As he rushed out, his hands formed a seal and he turned into a black eagle. Although this eagle was only an illusion, it gave off an ancient aura as it charged straight at the ancient god finger. An unimaginably loud bang echoed across the northern domain. It was as if the entire northern domain was collapsing. All of the cultivators on the cultivation planets felt this sound echo in their heads. The flame dragon collapsed. The red sword shattered. The black eagle dissipated. The finger of the ancient god became more bleak but wasn't damaged at all. As the moongazer serpent roared, the ancient god finger immediately swept the area. Finally, it turned back into specks of light and returned to the moongazer serpent's body. The moongazer serpent's eyes became cold as it opened its mouth, and all the smaller moongazer serpents returned back into its mouth. The large moongazer serpent slowly moved forward as its countless tentacles swayed, and it disappeared among the stars. At this moment, in a secret room inside the Thunder Celestial Temple sat 3 people. There was an ancient formation in the room, and the 3 of them were sitting at the key point of the formation. Among the 3, one of them was Master Flamespark. At this moment, he opened his eyes and revealed a look of hesitation. At the same time, the remaining 2 people also opened their eyes. These 2 were respectively the red-robed old man and the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man said, "Very strong." The red-robed man named Xiang slowly said, "This beast is indeed as my family record says. We shouldn't carelessly provoke it." There was a hint of madness in Master Flamespark's eyes as he calmly said, "Since this is the case, we must gather more people and begin planning to capture this beast." In the eastern domain inside the Yao family ancestral hall, more than 10 tokens behind Blood God shattered. The white gas that came out of them was gathered by him with a wave of his sleeve. His expression was grim as he looked up at the sky and muttered, "He is worthy of being someone from the Alliance star system. Compared to my Yao family's 3rd generation, he is very decisive when he kills and is very tenacious." After silently pondering for a long time, Blood God's right hand grabbed the air. Red light immediately condensed into a blood-colored jade. "Send 2nd generation Yao Yun to the northern domain and take Su Mu's life." As the divine message was sent, the blood jade in front of Blood God released a blood-colored glow and disappeared. The name Master Demon Su Mu became known by all cultivators after the tragedy that occurred in the northern domain, under the pursuit of the Yao family and countless cultivators. Not only did he not die, he used the huge beast to carry out a terrifying counterattack. This caused most of the cultivators to perish and also shocked the entire All-Heaven star system. No more cultivation families were willing to participate in the matter between him and the Yao family. The news brought back by the surviving cultivators spread like a storm across the All-Heaven star system. Master Demon Su Mu must not be provoked unless it's absolutely necessary. This person was extremely crazy. Not only was he very strong, he was also as bloodthirsty as a demon. Not only was he willing to slaughter low-level cultivators, in order to retaliate, he was willing to awaken that huge beast to cause a catastrophe. This kind of viciousness could be compared to Planet Donglin's cultivators. As a result, no one had any thoughts about participating in this anymore. At the same time, the rumors of Su Mu's actions in the Thunder Celestial Realm began to spread and were engraved in everyone's hearts. The name Master Demon had become famous beyond imagination. Of course, Wang Lin didn't know any of this. Right now he was carefully moving within the moongazer serpent with a gloomy expression. Countless smaller moongazer serpents were chasing him. All of their tentacles were curved as if they were extremely excited. They constantly opened their big mouths while they pursued Wang Lin, as if trying to devour the remnants of his aura. Wang Lin frowned as he constantly moved forward. He had already felt that something was wrong. The inside of the moongazer serpent was a lot different from last time. All of the smaller moongazer serpents became very excited when they saw him. When Yao Bingyun attacked him, one even helped him. That scene made Wang Lin ponder. It must be because of the ancient god leather armor. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with a thought he put away the ancient god leather armor into his bag. After doing this, his body flickered and he quickly changed directions. The moongazer serpents pursuing him immediately became angry, as if something they liked was taken away. They split up and constantly searched the area. Wang Lin let out a breath of relief as he cautiously moved through the moongazer serpent, looking for where Greed's furnace was. That furnace was something that made him very excited. However, waves of vibrations suddenly spread out across the moongazer serpent's body. As the ripples spread, they quickly closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed and he quickly retreated to avoid the ripples. However, ripples appeared from behind him as well. They were too fast and immediately went through Wang Lin's body. In an instant, the ripples dissipated. It was as if they were used to find abnormalities inside its body. At this moment, the moongazer serpent found Wang Lin. A muffled roar echoed inside the moongazer serpent. It was its spell that could shatter Origin's soul. At first it was light, but it became more intense. In the end, it was like endless, roaring thunder rumbling in his ears. As the roar echoed, Wang Lin's expression turned pale. He felt pain in his Origin soul, as if it was being torn apart. If he still had the ancient god leather armor on, it wouldn't have been this strong. But the pain right now caused blood to come out of his orifices. Feeling a sense of danger, Wang Lin let out a wry smile and slapped his bag of holding. The ancient god leather armor appeared and shrouded his Origin soul. It was as if a barrier was suddenly formed around his ears. Although the roar was still strong, the impact on his Origin soul had been reduced to a point where Wang Lin could withstand it. However, the aura coming from the ancient god leather armor caused all the tentacles on the smaller moongazer serpents to wiggle in excitement. They all rushed toward Wang Lin like crazy. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. He was stuck in a difficult situation. If he took off the leather armor, his Origin soul would collapse under this roar. However, if he wore the leather armor, it would attract large amounts of small moongazer serpents. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed as a cold aura came from the soil in front of him. A crack suddenly appeared and a moongazer serpent more than 100 feet long rushed out toward Wang Lin. From Wang Lin's view, its large mouth wasn't simply going to devour the aura from the leather armor. After 1,000 years of cultivation, Wang Lin didn't have the habit of comforting himself. He didn't think that the moongazer serpent was going to recognize him as its owner just because of the ancient god aura. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression became serious, his eyes became cold, and he quickly retreated. The moongazer serpent rushed toward him and constantly devoured the aura coming out from Wang Lin's body. Cultivators couldn't feel this aura, and those beasts with inheritances from ancient times were unable to detect it. Only a few creatures aside from the moongazer serpents could detect an ancient god's aura. Wang Lin's eyes became even colder. It was likely that when this moongazer serpent was devouring the ancient god's aura, it would devour him as well. Just as he retreated, an even colder aura surrounded the area. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy, and he immediately changed directions. A crack appeared in the earth behind where he was, and a 1,000-foot moongazer serpent rushed out. This moongazer serpent had all of its tentacles wrapped around its body, and its mouth open wide as if it was very excited. There were even large amounts of saliva coming out from its mouth as it tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin changed his direction as cracking sounds came from all directions. More than 10 cracks appeared and different-sized moongazer serpents charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. As he retreated, origin energy gathered in his body and then suddenly surged out. This created a vortex that collapsed, causing him to retreat even faster. A large number of moongazer serpents was chasing after him. These moongazer serpents' eyes were filled with excitement, but underneath them were terrifying glares. They wanted to devour the aura of the leather armor. Even more, they wanted to devour Wang Lin so they could forever have that aura that excited them. Wang Lin's scalp went numb as he was chased by the moongazer serpents. He revealed a wry smile and then stopped. Hundreds of cracks appeared before him and moongazer serpents rushed out. Combined with the ones behind him, the large group of moongazer serpents trapped him. Just as these moongazer serpents charged out to devour Wang Lin revealed a vicious gaze, and a loud roar echoed through the moongazer serpent's body. As the roar echoed, all of the smaller moongazer serpents charging at Wang Lin stopped. They retreated, creating a passage. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, but just at this moment, cracking sounds appeared. A large moongazer serpent suddenly came through the passage. It was too fast, and the aura it gave off was no weaker than the blood ancestors. At this instant, it caused Wang Lin's expression to change greatly. As that moongazer serpent rushed out with an incredible speed, it directly swallowed Wang Lin. It then quickly drilled into the earth and left. All of the moongazer serpents followed after it into the distance. That moongazer serpent was gray and its eyes were filled with ruthlessness. It was too fast, especially inside its mother's body. In only 5 minutes, they arrived at a mysterious place. There was no soil here, only a large vortex. Every time it completed a cycle, it would release bursts of cold energy into the surrounding area. If Wang Lin could see the vortex, he would recognize that this was where the head of the moongazer serpent was located. I was also where the moon essence was located. After arriving here, the moongazer serpent suddenly opened its mouth and spat. Wang Lin was immediately launched out. He didn't even have any chance to resist before he disappeared into the vortex. The large amount of moongazer serpents lied down and remained motionless. Inside the vortex, after Wang Lin entered, his eyes lit up. The moment he was swallowed by the moongazer serpent, a mysterious power immediately entered his body and stopped his origin energy from operating. It was as if his origin soul was cut from his body, and he had gone from a cultivator to immortal. This caused Wang Lin's mind to shake greatly. However, he immediately noticed that the ancient god leather armor gave off a suction force that immediately absorbed this mysterious power. As a result, his origin energy resumed operation. After Wang Lin was thrown into the vortex, he was finally able to clearly see around him. What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air, and he was shocked. This was a long and narrow space. Tentacles were sticking out from the void and were slowly swaying. Wang Lin saw a large furnace bound by countless tentacles as if they were absorbing its aura. A large bulge would occasionally move through the tentacles. This furnace was the one that belonged to greed. This furnace only made Wang Lin suck in a breath of cold air. What shocked him were the people entangled by the tentacles. These people were all naked and very thin. There were male and female, old and young, all densely packed. Almost every tentacle was wrapped around a person. All of these people's eyes were closed and there was almost no vitality from their bodies, as if they were corpses. The tentacles wrapped around them were clearly absorbing their vitality. Wang Lin didn't know any of them. He could vaguely feel that not all of them were cultivators. There were mortals among them. For example, the boy that looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. Although his body was completely dried up, Wang Lin was still able to tell that he was a child. At this moment, he was only skins and bones without any sign of life. His face still maintained an expression of extreme pain and despair. A chill appeared inside Wang Lin's heart and surrounded him. His gaze went into the depths of this area, and it was endless. Wang Lin could imagine that there were more tentacles there, and that every tentacle had a person entangled. Moongazer serpent. Wang Lin silently pondered. He could have guessed these people were gathered by the moongazer serpent over the countless years and became a source of life for the moongazer serpent. There was even a terrifying idea inside Wang Lin's mind. Back when the Moongazer serpent was planet Xianxia, there were ruins of cities on it. Planet Xianxia once had cultivators and mortals. Did they really move away? Wang Lin took a deep breath and revealed a complicated expression. His gaze was still on the boy. Just at this moment, countless tentacles appeared in the void and moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If he didn't have the ancient god leather armor, he would be like these mortals. He wouldn't be able to resist at all as the tentacles sucked away his life. However, right now killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't touch the tentacles but quickly dodged and charged toward the large furnace. Unless he had to, Wang Lin wasn't willing to destroy these tentacles. If he did so and was detected by the Moongazer serpent, it might do something new. As he rushed out, the tentacles missed. Wang Lin's body was like smoke when he arrived near the large furnace. The furnace gave off an ancient aura that slowly spread out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The aura inside the furnace was even stronger. The tentacles around the furnace were only wrapped around the surface as if they were unwilling to go inside. At this moment, countless more tentacles appeared in the void and headed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and went directly into the furnace. Just as he went inside, a powerful force came out from the vortex at the entrance. Shortly after, a woman's charming shadow appeared inside the vortex. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed. She had clearly lost consciousness. As soon as she appeared, half of the tentacles went after her. They wrapped her up and continued to absorb her vitality. The moment Wang Lin entered the furnace, he was able to clearly see the woman's appearance. She was Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's clothes showed traces of corrosion as the tentacles wrapped around her. Even her bag of holding wasn't able to escape and had collapsed. Yao Bingyun's clothes were in tatters, revealing large amount of skin. At this moment, her eyelashes trembled and she opened her eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he went inside the furnace. The space inside the furnace was limited and Wang Lin immediately began to operate the origin energy inside his body. The tentacles that extended toward him wrapped around the furnace. However, they didn't dare to enter the furnace and only stayed outside of it. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. This place could only be considered temporarily safe. He began pondering and ignored everything outside. Then he sat down and began cultivating with his eyes closed. The moment he closed his eyes, there was a flicker in his shadow and Ta Shan walked out. Ta Shan sat down, and if there were any signs of trouble, he would immediately act. While Wang Lin sat there, he felt exhaustion in his heart. Ever since he entered the Thunder Celestial Realm, he had been in a state of high alert. After he left the Thunder Celestial Realm, he was sent into the Nether Beast and was only able to leave after a gruesome battle. Originally, he planned to find Li Yun to study restrictions and rest a bit after leading the chosen Immortal clan to planet Qinglin. However, that happened afterward forced Wang Lin to be ruthless and fight. The Yao family's pursuit and the participation of other cultivation families forced Wang Lin to flee. Although he held the advantage, a situation where a moment of carelessness would lead serious injuries or his death was very exhausting. This had been building up inside his body, and now that he was sitting inside this furnace, he was finally able to relax a little. The cultivators outside must have suffered heavy casualties under the Moongazer serpent's attack. I believe there won't be any more people hunting me for a short period of time. Even if they come, they can't come into the Moongazer serpent's body and find me. Although this place is dangerous, it is also very safe. Wang Lin's eyes were closed as the origin energy cycled through his body and slowly nourished his origin soul. As his origin energy cycled inside his body, there were bursts of pain coming from his origin soul. He had faced many crises during this period of time. If not for the ancient god leather armor, he would have died many times already. The cruelty of the cultivation world, where your life could end at any moment, couldn't move Wang Lin's Dao heart. He was already used to such experiences due to his time in the Alliance star system. It could be said that this kind of experience had accompanied him for most of his life. Yao Bingyun's spell damages the origin soul too much. If it wasn't for the ancient god leather armor. Wang Lin opened his eyes and there was a flash of coldness from within his eyes. His body wasn't damaged much, it was mostly his origin soul. Although, thanks to the ancient god leather armor, it wasn't too serious. Now that he had calmed down, he became immersed in his cultivation. Countless tentacles swayed outside the furnace. Near the vortex, Yao Bingyun didn't panic and instead was calm. When she was escaping from the moongazer serpent, she was devoured by a large moongazer serpent. A mysterious power immediately entered her body and separated her origin energy from her body, turning her into a mortal. Shortly after, she lost consciousness. When she awakened, she found herself here. The tentacles here wrapped tightly around her. A cold sensation came from the tentacles and flowed through her body. The origin energy inside her body was being slowly drained. This process wasn't fast, but it never stopped. Yao Bingyun's eyes were calm. She had always pursued Tao and had a calm personality. Even though she was aware of the loss of origin energy, she knew that panicking wouldn't help. Only by remaining calm could she find a way to escape. However, when she saw her surroundings, her face immediately turned pale. The dried-up people wrapped within the countless tentacles almost caused Yao Bingyun's calmness to collapse. After a long time, she took a deep breath to force herself to calm down. She found that the tentacle wrapped around her wasn't only absorbing her origin energy, but also her vitality. Eyes closed, Yao Bingyun silently pondered for a moment. Her heart was calm as she closed her eyes. Ears shut. Her body trembled slightly as her ears were closed off and isolated everything outside. Breath disappear. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's body relaxed and her breath disappeared. Seal soul. Her origin soul had completely stopped moving. Although it was separated from her origin energy, her origin soul had sealed itself into a very mysterious realm. Seal existence. Everything that was alive had an existence. At this moment, Yao Bingyun decisively sealed her existence. All the vitality disappeared from her body. She floated there like a corpse. Yao Bingyun had already reached the seal existence level of the Soul Seal celestial spell. Talent doesn't have much of a role in cultivating this spell. Instead, it has a very strict requirement on the Tao heart so that one doesn't get lost within the spell. After sealing herself completely, cracking sounds came from inside her body. A thin layer of ice appeared from inside her body and quickly spread. The ice crystal sealed the tentacle that was wrapped around her as well. The cold energy from her body became stronger and stronger as the ice gradually increased. In the end, more than 3 feet of ice surrounded her. She was half naked and sealed inside the ice. Her expression was extremely calm and would make one's heart race. Time slowly passed. There was no sign of days passing inside the moongazer serpent's body. The moongazer serpent's large body slowly wandered through the northern domain. On this day, the moongazer serpent stopped. This was deep in the northern domain. There weren't many stars here and there were no cultivation planets nearby. After the moongazer serpent stopped, its body slowly rolled up and became a cultivation planet once more. The countless tentacles around it contracted and large amount of black fog came out, surrounding the planet. The tentacles became shorter and shorter until they were only 1,000 feet long. They swayed around on the surface of the planet and the surroundings became tranquil once more. Inside the mysterious and narrow space inside the moongazer serpent's body, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Injuries to the origin soul weren't easy to heal. After cultivating this whole time, he had only recovered 80%. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the furnace surrounding him. The furnace contained a very strong ancient god aura. Although it was constantly being absorbed by the moongazer serpent, it was still very strong. The moongazer serpent didn't kill me but threw me here. Aside from absorbing vitality, this is also where the moongazer serpent absorbs ancient god aura. Wang Lin began contemplating. It was obvious that whenever this large moongazer serpent found some person or thing with ancient god aura, it would throw it in here. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he muttered, "That means there must be other things related to the ancient god here." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he raised his hand and pressed it against the wall of the furnace. His divine sense quickly went into the furnace. Since greed can make it his own, Then I can as well. Wang Lin's divine sense entered the furnace. At this instant, he immediately felt a powerful suction force pulling his origin soul. Wang Lin was prepared for the suction force. This was clearly from the tentacles wrapped around the furnace. His origin soul was firm like a solitary boat in the raging waves as he struggled to enter deeper into the furnace. Wang Lin's divine sense gradually spread across the furnace while enduring the suction force and left his imprint. However, he didn't gain any feeling that he could control it. Wang Lin frowned and didn't give up. His divine sense spread across the furnace again, and he left his imprints inch by inch. This process was extremely slow. He had to resist the suction force while he did it, which was very difficult for Wang Lin given his cultivation level. Time slowly passed, but Wang Lin didn't stop. As he continued to imprint on the furnace, he seemed to find some clues. There was a rune carved on the corner on the outside of the furnace. This rune was very complex, and although it was carved on the furnace, it wasn't carved very deep. From the surface, it was very difficult to detect with the naked eye. Even with divine sense, unless one searched bit by bit like Wang Lin, it would be impossible to notice it. There was still a trace of divine sense imprinted on this rune. After Wang Lin's divine sense examined it, his eyes immediately turned cold. He could clearly feel a trace of greed's aura on that imprint. Greed isn't dead. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and gradually calmed down after a long time. Greed isn't dead. His imprint is still there, so I can't control the furnace. But if his imprint is there, why can I still imprint on this furnace? As Wang Lin pondered, he suddenly thought about the rune greed's imprint was on. This giant furnace was refined and thrown away by an ancient god. In the ancient god's memories, there was only the appearance of the furnace and no method of using it. After all, the memory inheritance I obtained was not complete. Wang Lin's divine sense spread across the furnace and began observing the rune. After a long time, his eyes gradually lit up. Although he was hostile toward greed, right now he couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration toward greed. This greed is really talented. It's obvious that he didn't know how to use this furnace when he first obtained it and was unable to control it. So he managed to get this unknown rune that he carved onto the furnace and connected it to some of the abilities inside. What he actually manipulated was this rune, and by controlling this rune, he was able to use some of the furnace's abilities. Wang Lin took a deep breath and without any hesitation all of his divine sense gathered toward that rune. After wiping out greed's divine sense imprint, this furnace will return to its original owner. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement. Just as his divine sense was about to wipe out greed's divine sense, his expression suddenly changed and his divine sense stopped. His divine sense rapidly withdrew from the furnace back into his body. Wang Lin formed seals with his hand and pressed it on his chest several times. His aura completely disappeared and he left a trace of divine sense to observe what was happening outside. A cold aura quickly filled the narrow space. The source of this cold aura was a thin person wrapped by the tentacles. This person was an old man. Originally, there was no vitality inside his body, but as the cold aura filled the area, a powerful surge of vitality filled his body. This vitality was so strong that it made the old man's body blow up like a balloon. However, the strange thing was that the old man's eyes were still closed without any signs of opening. When Wang Lin's divine sense saw this, his mind shook. Thanks to his cultivation level and life and death domain, he could clearly see that there was a hint of death aura within that vitality. However, the death aura was completely suppressed by the vitality. As the vitality increased, the old man's body became bigger and bigger. There was a series of popping sounds as the bones in the old man's body shattered, as if they wouldn't able to withstand this force. As a result, without the bones connecting, everything ballooned up even more. Cold energy spread out like crazy from its body, causing the surrounding area to be filled with cold energy. Even the tentacles slowly retreated. Just as the old man's body expanded to a certain size, almost a ball of flesh, a bulge appeared. This bulge quickly moved through the old man's body. Muffled yet sharp cries came from inside the old man's body. Wang Lin was very familiar with this sound. The moment Wang Lin heard it, his expression became extremely ugly. Just at this moment, the old man's body trembled and a crack appeared on his body. A large amount of cold energy came out from the crack. Then a sharp roar came from within the body as if it was very excited. The countless tentacles all began to sway as if they were welcoming the birth of their own kind. After an instant, a 20-foot-long slender object came out from the crack in the old man's body. It constantly twisted its body until the old man's body finally exploded. There was no flesh or blood, only a burst of cold energy. Then the 20-foot-long thing shot out. This shocked Wang Lin as it was a small moongazer serpent. This moongazer serpent was obviously a newborn, and all the tentacles on its body were transparent. After it appeared, it immediately turned around and inhaled the old man's collapsed body. The old man's body seemed to melt and was devoured by the small moongazer serpent. It continued to wiggle its body as it absorbed the cold energy nearby. Its body quickly grew from 20 feet to 100 feet long. The tentacles around its body slowly turned dark red, and it suddenly became ferocious. With its body wiggling, it moved like lightning toward the vortex ahead. There was no obstruction when it passed through the vortex. After the moongazer serpent left, the tentacles gradually returned to normal. The cold energy slowly disappeared as it was absorbed by the tentacles. Everything returned back to normal, but there was one person missing. The tentacles that were wrapped around the old man slowly retreated and disappeared into the void. Wang Lin's eyes opened and he gasped. No wonder there are so many moongazer serpents. According to 2C's memories, if a moongazer serpent stays out of an ancient god's body for too long, it will without a doubt die. However, not only did this moongazer serpent not die, it has been using the bodies of cultivators and mortals to form new life. It has almost formed a life cycle. This moongazer serpent must have undergone an astonishing change over the countless years, or else this would be impossible. Wang Lin had a very good understanding of the moongazer serpent, and right now he was able to guess 70% to 80% of what happened. He silently pondered for a while. After everything quieted down, his divine sense spread out once more toward the rune on the furnace. Once he enveloped the rune, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his divine sense mercilessly collided with Greed's divine sense. Even at Greed's peak, his cultivation level was almost on par with the current Wang Lin. Given that he was seriously injured, his imprint was extremely weak. After being attacked by Wang Lin's divine sense, it didn't take long for it to collapse. The moment Greed's divine sense was wiped out, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to leave his own imprint on the rune. Greed experienced an almost certain death situation to obtain this large furnace. He knew it was a treasure, but he couldn't control it. At some point, he thought of an elaborate method to control it and spent over 1,000 years to obtain the rune. He had carefully engraved the rune on the furnace to control it, but now all of this benefited Wang Lin. As his divine sense imprinted on the rune, a strange feeling appeared within Wang Lin. This was a very familiar feeling and a connection occurred with it and the ancient god leather armor. However, this feeling was like a flower in the mist, very vague. It was as if there was a layer separating it from him and he couldn't completely grasp it. Wang Lin knew the method he was controlling the furnace with was wrong and was merely taking a shortcut like Greed. Although this gave him basic control, it wouldn't let me use the full power of the furnace. However, Wang Lin wasn't in a rush. His eyes lit up and he muttered, "As long as I return to the Alliance star system, this furnace will display its true power in the hands of my original body." Then both of his hands formed seals according to the vague feeling he had. With a thought from his divine sense, the furnace shook and released a hum. A ripple spread from the furnace and white gas came out. This white gas was very dense and surrounded Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin felt like he was one with the furnace. This was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if he was the furnace. With a thought, Wang Lin softly said, "Change position." After he said those two words, the furnace shook and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was outside of the tentacle's entanglement. What was strange was that the tentacles didn't move and maintain their original position. It was as if to them the furnace was still there. Wang Lin's body came out from the furnace and the white gas followed him. At this moment, he looked like a celestial riding on a cloud. Then Wang Lin's eyes lit up and landed on Yao Bingyun. When his divine sense was spreading across the furnace before, he noticed Yao Bingyun. However, he was focused on imprinting the furnace, so he didn't get a closer look. Now that he had obtained the furnace, he had time to observe her. Through the ice, Yao Bingyun's half-naked body gave off a strange sense of beauty. Yao Bingyun was already beautiful, but with her eyes closed, she didn't give off the coldness she once did. Instead, it was a lovely feeling. However, none of this had any effect on Wang Lin, and his eyes were as calm as water. This woman's cultivation method is indeed strange. Even when her origin energy was separated from her, she was still able to protect herself. She sealed off everything inside her body, so the Moongazer serpent can't absorb anything. However, she underestimated the Moongazer serpent. Although this method works, I can guess that this ice will collapse not too long from now. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he pondered. Then he raised his right hand and pressed down toward the ice. You have been hunting me all this time and almost killed me twice. If I don't get my revenge, then I won't be Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a smile and mercilessly pressed down on the ice. A large amount of the origin energy inside his body surged out through his finger and into the ice. There was a loud crackling sound and large amount of cracks began appearing on the ice with Wang Lin's finger as the center. The cracks stopped 1 inch away from Yao Bingyun's body and couldn't continue. As Wang Lin stared at Yao Bingyun inside the ice, his eyes became cold. More origin energy from his body surged to his finger and entered the ice. As the cracking sounds echoed, Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued to move around Yao Bingyun and pointed at different spots. Large amounts of ice fell off until there was only 1 inch of ice around Yao Bingyun. This woman must be among the best of Yao family's 3rd generation. Since the Yao family wants to kill me, then I'll refine her into a celestial guard. Even if it fails, it won't matter. Wang Lin's heart was extremely decisive. As long as it was an enemy, he would show no mercy. Even if the enemy was an extreme beauty, he would feel no pity. Moreover, even though she was beautiful, she still couldn't compare to Lu Mei. This is all karma. If you hadn't hunted me, then this wouldn't be happening today. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out essence origin energy that directly circled the ice around Yao Bingyun. As it grinded away at the ice, his right hand constantly pointed to the ice. Cracking sounds echoed once more and the ice around her began to crack. In truth, if her origin energy was present when she used this spell, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to destroy it so easily. However, because her origin energy was separated from her, it gave Wang Lin this chance. Yao Bingyun would have never expected Wang Lin to be here with her. Moreover, she wouldn't have expected Wang Lin to keep his origin energy due to the ancient god leather armor and be able to move about freely. Just as the ice around Yao Bingyun began to collapse, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. At the moment Yao Bingyun's eyes opened, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he revealed a smile. His right hand opened up and origin energy rapidly condensed on his 5 fingers. These 5 fingers all shined brightly when they landed on the ice around Yao Bingyun. Then Wang Lin quickly retreated. The white gas surrounded his body, so he raised his hand and mercilessly chopped down. This chop wasn't directed toward Yao Bingyun but toward the tentacles that entangled her. All of this happened in a flash. It was inconceivably fast. When those 5 rays of origin energy landed on the ice around Yao Bingyun, there was a series of popping sounds as they penetrated through the ice like 5 poisonous dragons toward Yao Bingyun. What is your Dao? Yao Bingyun didn't even dodge or look at the 5 dragons rushing at her. Her face was pale, but it revealed a determined look, showing her firm Dao heart. At this moment of crisis, she gave up everything but her Dao heart and began a domain battle with Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin had already predicted she would do this before she even opened her eyes. To be more accurate, Wang Lin and Yao Bingyun in some respect were the same kind of people. Even when they were going to die, they would give it their all. Even if they were destined to die, they would take the other into the reincarnation cycle with them. The moment Yao Bingyun opened her mouth, her eyes were filled with confusion. An illusory figure appeared before her. This was the figure of a woman. To be more accurate, a 14 to 15-year-old girl. The girl had her hair tied up in a bun, and she had a weak and helpless appearance. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. It seemed like she was mute. The moment the girl appeared, a sad Dao domain diffused toward Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, the heavenly chop Wang Lin had sent out reached the tentacles around Yao Bingyun. Wang Lin had controlled the power of the heavenly chop very well. It wasn't enough to hurt the tentacles but enough to stimulate them. When the heavenly chop hit the tentacles, they suddenly contracted. When the tentacles contracted, Yao Bingyun's face immediately turned pale and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Sounds also came from her body. It as if her bones couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. As the tentacles contracted, they suddenly began to move rapidly. The heavenly chop had stimulated the tentacles and made them go crazy. Yao Bingyun's eyes dimmed. With her body separated from her origin energy, she was like a mortal. Being thrashed around by the tentacle caused her to reveal a bitter smile and despair appeared in her eyes. The pain from her body wasn't able to make her Dao heart unstable. However, the stimulated tentacles began absorbing like crazy. Not only were they absorbing her vitality and origin energy, her Dao was being absorbed as well. The illusory girl that appeared before Yao Bingyun became blurry and then completely disappeared. Younger sister. Yao Bingyun looked at the girl that disappeared and then she closed her eyes. Her vitality and her Dao were being rapidly absorbed by the tentacles. Wang Lin had already calculated everything before he decided to break the ice. If she didn't wake up, then it wouldn't matter, but even if she did, given how she was entangled by the tentacles, Wang Lin wasn't afraid. What he depended on was speed and initiative. The moment Yao Bingyun's domain diffused, it disappeared, but the extreme sadness stayed. This shocked Wang Lin, and his eyes lit up. Without hesitating, his right hand pointed toward Yao Bingyun's body. Popping sounds quickly echoed as the ice around Yao Bingyun completely collapsed, revealing her body. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop. His hand continued to form seals that fell on Yao Bingyun's body. One by one, the restrictions landed on her body and origin soul. As he continued to place restrictions, Wang Lin's left hand pointed at the sky and the karma whip appeared. It charged into Yao Bingyun's body and locked her origin soul. Wang Lin still felt uneasy, so he slapped his bag of holding and the soul flag appeared. The flag wrapped itself tightly around Yao Bingyun. Finally, Wang Lin spat out the celestial sealing stamp. When it appeared, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Seal!" Hundreds of thousands of golden runes appeared and moved like a golden river onto Yao Bingyun's body, sealing her completely. Each of the runes represented a seal. As the hundreds of thousands of golden runes were sealing Yao Bingyun, Wang Lin's heart relaxed. He retreated back to the furnace and then his right hand formed a seal. Then he pointed at Yao Bingyun and softly said, "Change position." The furnace trembled. It was as if a force that could split the heavens had appeared inside the Moongazer serpent's body. As this force filled the area, Yao Bingyun's body disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, Wang Lin grabbed her and put her away inside his bag like a treasure. This is not the best place to refine a celestial guard. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he returned back to the top of the furnace. With a thought, the furnace slowly floated forward. Along the way, the white gas around the furnace seemed to isolate itself, so the tentacles around it didn't bother it. Back then, this was how greed was able to avoid the smaller Moongazer serpents and tentacles to escape several times. However, he would always fail due to the main Moongazer serpent's abilities. However, this did show that the white gas from the furnace had a stealth effect inside the Moongazer serpent. Wang Lin was being very cautious. His eyes lit up as he looked around. All of the people that were entangled by the tentacles entered Wang Lin's eyes one by one. The deeper he went into this narrow area, the more tentacles there were. The ferocious expressions of all the cultivators and mortals that showed the pain they suffered before death made Wang Lin silently ponder. As he moved, aside from these mortals and cultivators, Wang Lin didn't find anything with ancient god aura. He wasn't impatient and slowly moved forward. More tentacles gradually appeared. They were so dense that they sealed the path, making it difficult for Wang Lin to navigate. However, by using the furnace's spell, Wang Lin was able to directly teleport past them. After an unknown amount of time spent moving forward, the mortals and cultivators that were entangled by the tentacles changed. They were no longer dried bodies. Some had a very faint trace of vitality. However, their vitality was too weak. It was like a candle in the wind that could extinguish at any time. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and he continued to move forward. More and more people with vitality left in their bodies appeared, and as he continued forward, the vitality in these bodies became stronger. Wang Lin suddenly stopped and stared at the endless tunnel and thought, "It looks like this moongazer serpent absorbs vitality from the outside first. The deeper I go, the more vitality the people trapped here have. I wonder if I can find a sober person in here." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he sped up and charged forward. The number of people with vitality remaining increased, but Wang Lin didn't stop to check. As he closed in to the depths of the tunnel, he suddenly felt a call from within his soul. This soul seemed to be coming from the soul. This caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble violently. "Come, come." This feeling seemed to set off a storm inside his mind. The storm was several times stronger than when he saw the furnace. This voice contained a penetrating force. It penetrated his body, penetrated his origin soul, and directly echoed within in his soul. That call from the soul didn't only affect Wang Lin, even his original body back in the Alliance star system felt it. The origin body was hidden inside a cultivation planet, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly opened. His eyes shined brightly like the sun. Wang Lin gasped and his eyes sparkled. "Come, come." The call continued, causing not only Wang Lin's body, but even his origin soul to tremble. This voice had an endless force that made him feel like he had to move forward and see what was ahead. While silently pondering, Wang Lin closed his eyes, but in the next instant, he suddenly opened them. They were now filled with resolve. He rushed toward the source of that call without any hesitation. At this moment, as the moongazer serpent had turned back into a planet a few months ago and had gone back to sleep, everything was quiet. It was as if everything had stopped. However, on this day there was a ray of light carrying a shocking aura coming in from the distance. This was a middle-aged man. He was the black-robed man that battled against the moongazer serpent. This time he came with his original body. Behind him was the image of a 1,000-foot-tall black eagle. This eagle's eyes were like lightning and looked every cold. The moment he appeared, thundering sounds came from the distances. It was Master Flamespark who had closed in with one step. Just as Master Flamespark appeared, there was a flash of red light and a 100,000-foot-wide octagonal formation appeared in space. The pressure it gave off was so powerful that one could clearly feel it even from very far away. As the octagonal formation flashed red, an aura that could make the heavens tremble slowly spread. The formation shined brightly, and 4 people walked out from within. All 4 of them wore red, and they were all boys. Their expressions were cold without any emotion, as if they were puppets. The moment they appeared, they split into 4 directions and surrounded the planet formed by the moongazer serpent. The 4 boys sat down in the lotus position, and a blood core floated out from each of their heads. The 4 blood core immediately linked together and surrounded the moongazer serpent. The red-robed old man walked out from the giant formation. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were cold. His body gave off powerful killing intent that was targeted at the moongazer serpent. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up as he looked at the 4 boys and smiled. "Fellow cultivator Xiang, you've actually brought the Xiang family's 4 god-sealing sons. With this, our chances will increase. Did fellow cultivator Gongsun invite any other friends to participate?" The black-robed man Sungun calmly said, "The Shengong family ancestor and the Zhan family Li Yunai's." The red-robed old man named Xiang appeared next to Master Flamespark and smiled. This old man didn't invite many people, just Blood God and Five-Color Taoist. I believe they should be here soon. After hearing the name Blood God, Master Flamespark snorted in his heart and said, I only invited one person. As for who it is, you'll all know in a bit. As he spoke, a ray of silver light came in from the distance. There was a middle-aged man standing on the silver light, and his appearance was similar to Shinggong Hu's. In a flash, he appeared before everyone here. Shinggong. After he arrived, he clasped his hands and no longer spoke. He merely looked at the Moongazer serpent. There was no change to his expression and no one knew what he was thinking. Waves of silver light arched around him. It looked very shocking. At this moment, rumbling sounds came from the stars and a giant ship came from the distance. There were countless young women wearing colorful dresses and dancing on the ship. There was a loud laugh as a white-haired old man in a five-colored robe jumped off from the ship and arrived next to everyone. I made fellow cultivators wait. On the way here, I encountered several good cultivation furnaces and was delayed. The old man wearing the five-colored robe had a ruddy complexion and his skin was extremely smooth, like that of a baby. As soon as he arrived, a strange feminine aura filled the area. The Xiang family old man laughed and said, to catch the eye of five-colored Taoist, those cultivation furnace must be extraordinary. If Bother Xiang wants, I'll send you one after we capture this beast. Five-colored Taoist looked around and was secretly shocked. Everyone here was a famous old monster. Since all of them were gathered here, they were definitely going to capture this beast. As the two spoke, the Shinggong family ancestor didn't participate in the conversation. He only stared at the Moongazer serpent. As for the black-robed man, he was even more silent. Master Flamespark's face was calm. Although five-colored Taoist's cultivation level was high, it wasn't worthy of his attention. Just at this moment, a person came from the distance. He was wearing white and looked like a young man, but he gave off an ancient aura. Overall, this made him give off a strange aura. There weren't any magical treasures under him. He was walking with his feet. He was extremely calm, and when he arrived, he only looked at everyone before clasping his hands. He didn't speak. Li Yunzi. Master Flamespark's eyes narrowed. The white-robed man nodded slightly and stood there. He still hadn't said a word. Rumor has it that the Zhan family's Li Yunzi has a bad temper. Once, he went on a rampage and extinguished 13 cultivation families. This made him famous and everyone remembered his temper. Master Flamespark withdrew his gaze and suddenly looked into the distance. A large amount of red light appeared in the distance and the smell of blood quickly spread across the horizon. The blood light quickly appeared within 100 feet of everyone and immediately condensed into a person. This person was an old man with red eyebrows and a blood-red robe that looked like it was dyed with fresh blood. He had a gloomy expression, and when he appeared, he didn't look at anyone else. Instead, he looked at the Moongazer serpent with a mysterious light in his eyes. Blood God! At the moment he appeared, all the old monster's eyes narrowed and looked at him. Li Yunzi and the Shinggong family ancestor were no exception. Blood God withdrew his gaze and his eyes swept across everyone here. Finally, he looked at Master Flamespark and calmly said, Master Flamespark, you took away my grandson's origin soul. Once the tunnel to the Alliance star system is opened, we will battle. There was a flash of coldness in Master Flamespark's eyes and he smiled. I'll be honored to accompany you. At this moment, bolts of thunder shot through the northern domain. Almost all of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple had come out. They circled around the Moongazer serpent and formed a circular blockade 50,000 kilometers away from the Moongazer serpent. Each of these messengers formed a seal that allowed them to connect with each other through a secret method. Soon, dense thunder appeared between them and formed a blockade of thunder around the Moongazer serpent. Around 5,000 kilometers behind the messengers were cultivators wearing black and red robes. They formed a second blockage to ensure nothing would escape. Wang Lin naturally didn't know about any of this. The call from his soul became even more clear, and as his soul trembled, It caused all of his blood to boil. Still standing on the large furnace, Wang Lin moved very fast and rushed toward the end of the narrow passage. The call from his soul became stronger and stronger until it filled this soul. Come, come. Wang Lin moved faster and faster. 5 minutes later, the call was like thunder and it echoed through his body. At this moment he saw what was calling him ahead. What Wang Lin saw caused his body to shake violently and his pupils suddenly shrank. Before him were over 100 tentacles wrapped around a baby. This baby's body was extremely large, dozens of feet tall. His eyes were currently closed and he was curled up. The rich vitality from his body was being absorbed by the moongazer serpent. 8 illusory stars flickered on the baby's forehead, but none of them were solid. They rotated, creating a mysterious force that was also absorbed by the moongazer serpent. Wang Lin gasped. His mind was shocked like it never had been before. Ancient God Child. Wang Lin stared at this and recalled from Ancient God Tusi's memories. There were only 2 explanations for why the stars on the baby were illusory. The first was that the child's father was an 8-star ancient god, and had left the power of an 8-star ancient god inside the body of the child. The second was terrifying, and this explanation made Wang Lin's heart feel cold. The second explanation was that this child ancient god wasn't a child but an adult 8-star ancient god. However, he was either seriously injured or had experienced some unimaginable change. This caused his ancient god power to degenerate, so he went from his adult form back to this child form. If it really is the second explanation, then where did the power of the ancient god go? Wang Lin was gloomy as he looked at the surroundings. He especially focused on the hundreds of tentacles, and a shocking idea emerged. Could it be that the moongazer serpent's massive change has something to do with this? The moongazer serpent captured the ancient god, and now possessed its power. Wang Lin slowly backed up. However, and he didn't know, but why he felt a powerful sense of sadness from his heart. This sadness came from his connection with his original body. This sadness was very strong, and as it spread, it soon shrouded his entire body. My clan member! A sound suddenly echoed inside Wang Lin's soul. This was in the language of the ancient gods. It contained such a powerful ancient aura that it would be enough to make a mortal instantly grow old. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the ancient god child surrounded by countless tentacles. My time? Not much. There is the aura of my clan in your... However, it is not strong. Let my real clan member come and accept my final inheritance. Wang Lin's body trembled and whispered, Are you an ancient gold child, or did you regress from an ancient god? I'm an... Just as the ancient god began to answer, the tentacles around his body seemed to have gone mad and absorbed like crazy. Large amounts of bulges appeared on the tentacles as they rapidly absorbed. This didn't only happen to the ancient god, but everyone else as well. Some of the people who already had fragile bodies exploded. It was obvious that they suddenly had all their vitality taken and died completely. This sudden change caused Wang Lin's expression to become gloomy. He didn't hesitate to return inside the furnace and form a seal. White gas surrounded him immediately. The area experiencing this huge change wasn't only the area around Wang Lin. The entire narrow passage was going crazy. As if the moongazer serpent was desperate, it rapidly absorbed all the vitality. It was as if it was going to instantly absorb all the food that it had stored up over the countless years. Popping sounds echoed as the mummified bodies collapsed. The last of their vitality was absorbed by the moongazer serpent. At the same time, this place began to shake violently, as if something unimaginable had occurred outside. Following that, furious roars echoed across the moongazer serpent. The smaller moongazer serpents outside the vortex all flew into the air with ferocious expressions. Right now there were smaller moongazer serpents roaring everywhere inside the moongazer serpent. There were too many smaller moongazer serpents. They quickly moved under the lead of 8 large moongazer serpents. An extremely large battle rarely seen in any of the star systems was occurring outside the moongazer serpent.